Great. Okay, so welcome to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee number 6, Transport and the Arts, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Graham once again and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of transport. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses are sworn already. That's correct, who are here today before these budget estimates, so we don't need to do that. Minister, of course, you don't need to either. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We will begin with questions from the opposition. Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for coming back for your encore. Minister, when were you first made aware of the Safe Work investigation into the Point-to-Point Commission concerning the treatment of staff?
Look, I would have to take on notice the precise time. I wouldn't want to mislead the committee on something like a date.
You're aware of it though?
Just repeat the question. I missed the start of it.
Yeah, the investigation, the Safe Work investigation into the Point-to-Point Commission concerning treatment of staff.
I don't believe it's been raised with me, so I'm not necessarily aware of it, but it may easily have been raised with the office, and therefore I'd have to take it on notice, including the time.
All right, so as it stands, you're not aware of that?
I'd refer those questions to the Point-to-Point Commission.
Okay. Mr Murray, when were you first made aware of complaints regarding the culture of the Point-to-Point Commission?
Thank you, Mrs Ward. I would have to also check the exact time frame as to when that element was raised with Transport.
When roughly?
It would be a number of months.
So last year?
I would guess that it would be last year, but again, I wouldn't want to give you an incorrect date. I'm happy to.
Sure, but you are aware of it?
I'm aware.
Okay, and you've been briefed on it?
No, it's an investigation by Safe Work.
Yeah.
I have had discussions with the Point-to-Point Commission.
So you might just bring the microphone. I'm sorry to do a mookie on you, but I'm struggling. Yeah.
It's always welcome.
Yeah.
I've certainly had a discussion with Transport senior executives and with the Point-to-Point Commissioner.
Okay, so a discussion, is that a briefing? Is that a formalised environment where you are given information about the investigation?
Yes, that's correct, but I would note that it's an investigation that's being conducted by Safe Work, and therefore it is protected from Transport in terms of the information that's provided to us.
Have you briefed the Minister?
I don't believe that I've discussed it personally with the Minister, no.
Has the Minister's office been briefed?
I'm not sure about that.
You're not sure if the Minister's office has been briefed on a Safe Work investigation into culture Point-to-Point?
That's correct. I'd have to take that on notice.
So you've known about this for months and you haven't told the Minister or his office?
That is not something that I have done in the intervening period with the Minister, no.
Okay, so have staff reached out to you regarding the issue?
Yes, I have received advice from staff at the Point-to-Point Commission, which I have followed up with authorities, but I wouldn't want to go into that too much detail at this point.
Have staff reached out to you personally
Yes.
When?
Again, I wouldn't want to give that detail here in open forum.
Last year?
I'd have to check the details of that.
All right, you'll take that on notice. What actions have you taken about that?
Well, again, there is an active safe work investigation.
I understand that. I'm not asking about the
which I have
investigation, just ask
sought-
about your actions.
Which I have sought independent advice on in terms of the progress of that material.
Independent legal advice?
I have sought advice from within Transport, yes.
From legal advisors, or what special
Well, again,
expertise?
Ms Ward, I appreciate the questions, but I do want to be very careful. This is an investigation by Safe Work. The Point-to-Point Commission is an independent statutory authority. The
Sure.
Commissioner is here, and I don't want to breach the line between what Safe Work needs to do with an independent agency and Transport's role in
Certainly.
that, which
I'm not
is
asking for
also
the details
limited.
of the investigation. I respect that. I'm asking about your involvement, your actions, and the Minister's understanding and awareness. Have other bullying complaints been raised with you inside Transport that you haven't raised with the Minister?
Again, I can't be aware of any. You'd have to be more specific.
Have any other bullying complaints been raised with you that you've not raised with the Minister?
Well, Transport has a very clear process for handling any staff complaints.
Yep.
They would certainly be in an agency as large as Transport, 30,000 people. We have robust procedures, and as I've discussed here before, these are elements that I have sought to put additional safeguards in place, including briefings to me directly. When matters are raised of a significant nature, then I have briefed ministers on those.
But not this one.
Well, not this one
Right.
with this minister, no.
Thank you. Minister, what do you have to say about over 30 employees raising complaints with Safe Work regarding the Commissioner?
Well, look, I think any issues of this nature, of course, I'd be concerned about. So I'm open to hearing more about it.
Particularly
I'm very
from your
confident.
Secretary?
I'm very confident with the way that the Secretary's handled these issues in the past.
But how can you be confident,
in my
Minister, if he
experience.
hasn't raised it with you? What gives you that confidence?
Well, as I was saying, I'm talking about issues in the past. I'm very confident with how the Secretary's handled some of these sensitive issues in the past, having had that direct experience when issues were raised, including by members, and were then dealt with by the agency and the Secretary.
But Minister, respectfully, you're out of the loop on this one. You haven't been briefed on it, according to either of you. How can you have that confidence when
Well,
you're not even aware of the complaints?
Just to be specific, I've taken on notice. I don't believe I've been briefed, but I have taken on notice whether
All right.
the office has. So we'll certainly come back and
You talked
be
about
clear either
other-
way,
you're
but I've
confident-
taken that on notice rather than giving you a clear answer
Sure.
today.
And, all right, you've taken that on notice, but you've been aware of other sensitive issues having been raised with you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the Secretary's put it well. This is a large agency, a key
Yep.
public sector employer with strong standards in place, but of course there are issues across the workforce.
All right.
And if there weren't issues, you would suspect there was something wrong with the reporting arrangement.
Minister, when will the Transport Internal Standards investigation conclude on the matter?
You're directing that to me?
Mhm.
Well, I haven't been briefed on the issue, or I believe I haven't been briefed on the issue. I am probably the wrong person to direct that
Mr. Murray?
to, but I can refer that to the agency.
Thank you. Mr Murray, when will the Transport Internal Standards investigation conclude on the matter?
Ms Ward, again, I'm happy to seek advice on the timing of that, but this is predominantly
Can
a
you get that
Safe Work
today?
initiated. I'll seek further advice, yes.
It's a timeline issue. We're not asking about details of the investigation. We're asking about what you've done and when the timelines kick in. When will that conclude?
Yeah, I'm very happy to bring that back to the committee today in terms of the information that we have. Again, I would point out that this is a clear delineation between Safe Work and an
You've
independent
said that.
authority.
Yep, thank you. Yep, I hear that. So can you advise what the investigation is about, the Internal Standards investigation?
No, I'm not prepared to do that now. I'll seek further advice and aim to inform the committee during the hearings today, but I would be wanting to take independent legal advice on what can be shared, given it is not an investigation that we own.
Is this a cover-up?
Not at all, Ms Ward. I think you have been experienced the fact that whenever issues have been raised, I've been very happy to take them forward and to take full accountability for them. Again, this is not my own investigation. This is a safe work matter that we are...
No, I'm asking about the Transport internal investigation. The internal investigation is not a safe work matter. It's a part of Transport, isn't it?
Yes, but these matters would naturally be linked, and one supersedes the other because it started at Safe Work.
So do you take accountability for the treatment of staff inside Transport?
Absolutely.
Okay. So do you think a culture of bullying exists within the Point-to-Point Commission?
I'm not aware of that. I'm not the investigator in this matter.
But you've been briefed?
I have been briefed to a level. It is not our investigation.
Mm-hmm. Minister, would it surprise you to learn compliance officers on duty are not working as required, including taking dinner breaks and eating ice cream while charging taxpayers?
Yeah, look, I'm hesitant to comment on... This is, as the Secretary's described it, an active investigation. I don't want to comment on...
No, this is not about the investigation. This is compliance officers, so I've moved on. The
Right,
compliance officers who are out there doing their jobs, inspecting taxis, are not working as required, are taking dinner and eating ice cream while supposedly being paid by taxpayers.
Right, so sorry, Ms Ward, the rapid way you moved on did have
Certainly.
me confused. So this is not related in any way to the investigation?
No, this is compliance
Right,
officers.
Okay.
Point-to-point
So in the
commission.
ordinary course of business, you're now asking about compliance officers
Yes.
who... and just repeat the suggestion that you're making.
Would it surprise you to learn compliance officers on duty are not working as required, including taking dinner and eating ice cream while charging taxpayers?
Look, I think, well, firstly, people are entitled to have dinner. Obviously,
And ice cream?
what they have for dinner, I will be careful not to express
All right.
a view about. That's more a matter for the Health Minister than
So
it
they're
is for
entitled
me.
to do that on taxpayer time?
Well, look, I would expect that anyone working for the public sector works hard. That's been my experience. And works in accordance with whatever their relevant terms and conditions are. Obviously, those vary, and I'll be hesitant to comment without having some knowledge of the individual instances.
Chair, these are very serious
and also
matters,
the
and I'd ask that
individual
the government
industrial conditions.
deal with them
that
respectfully.
apply.
So, Minister, is it acceptable for staff to be vaping while on shift and enforcing industry regulations?
Look, Ms Ward, I would need some more details before.
Compliance officers are vaping while on shift, supposed to be inspecting taxis, keeping people safe. Is that acceptable to you?
Yeah. Look, I expect public servants at the highest level, at any level, to do their job. In my experience,
Can they vape on
that
shift?
happens. That happens routinely. I also expect people to follow the law. And
So
if
yes
it-
or no on vaping? Can they vape on shift?
Well, if it's legal, they can do it.
So vaping routinely on shift is fine?
Ms Ward, I expect people to do their jobs. That's the key goal here.
Minister, what KPI framework exists for compliance staff during the shift?
That's a very good question, and I would refer you to the Point-to-Point Commissioner.
Right, I can do with him in the afternoon, but I'm asking you about the KPI framework for compliance staff. They're out there supposed to be inspecting taxis, keeping people safe. You've been out there on the media releases about the Point-to-Point Commissioner, but what I'd like to understand what the KPI framework is that exists for those staff during the shift
Yeah,
when they're
and-
not vaping.
And look, I'm certain there is a framework in place to spell out the job details of these compliance officers. I'd expect there is a KPI framework. I have not been briefed on it in my 5 weeks in the job, as you'd probably expect.
Mr Murray,
Ms
is
Ward.
it okay for
I can
compliance
direct you to
officers
the
to vape on shift?
Point-to-Point Commissioner, though.
Again, these are questions for the Point-to-Point Commissioner.
I'm asking you as the Secretary of the department in charge of this, is it acceptable to you, is it transport policy that it's fine to vape on shift?
Well, again, as you know, the Point-to-Point Commission is an independent statutory authority, so...
Are there vaping rules inside transport for New South Wales?
I would have to check exactly what that is. Obviously, staff take breaks during the day, especially if they're frontline staff, and they are afforded the opportunity to do that.
How do taxpayers know that these compliance officers are actually working while on shift?
the point-to-point commissioner has put in place a significant operational frontline response to ensure the safety in particular and compliance of operations. I, for one, know that the Commissioner is well versed on the level of activity and the level of success that the investigations have had out there on the front line, but he would be best placed to speak to those. I don't have the detail of the investigations.
All right, I'll move on. Minister, have you read the 2025-26 mid-year review?
You're referring to the budget mid-year review, and you're referring to the New South Wales one. Look, I'm aware of it. I would have scanned it. I think I wouldn't want to mislead the committee by saying I read it in detail. I have in the past done that, but I wouldn't be confident that I...
When you're on this side of the table, you might have been more attuned to it.
I stretched as far as reading it, but I'm certainly aware of it.
Okay, but you haven't read it?
Oh, I'm certainly aware of it, and I would have scanned the details, yes.
Scanned but not read.
I wouldn't want to overstate my familiarity with the fine details. I wouldn't have worked
sensible.
to the same level of detail that I'm confident the Treasurer did.
In it, it states that the capital expenditure has decreased by $1.1 billion, driven by changes in delivery of transport projects, including Sydney Metro. What projects in Sydney Metro or Transport have changed delivery that enabled a $1.1 billion decrease in capital expenditure?
Well, this is similar to some of the questions you've previously asked at estimates, and they're good questions, but they relate to the normal sequencing and timing of projects. These are big projects in delivery.
Sure.
As
but
those move around, they have big
specific.
impacts on the
which projects?
State finances. On the specifics of what has contributed to that particular figure in the way that happened at the last estimates, I'd refer you to the agency.
Well, I'm asking you, Minister, you've got a mid-year review, you've got a $1.1 billion increase in CapEx. What projects have changed?
Yeah, I mean, these are the sequencing of individual projects.
Which
as
ones?
to what's... Well, we can take you through that detail. There's no problem with doing that.
As we have in today, because it's budget estimates. I would have thought, given I did ask it last time, you might, or your team might have been prepared for that this time, and I'd like to go through it. Can the agency provide that answer? What projects have changed?
Yeah, and I propose we deal with that in the way we dealt with it at the last estimates, which is the agency takes you through the main components that make up those shifts
so there's a
in
$1.1 billion decrease in CapEx. I would have thought that's something that you'd be prepared to answer immediately.
It's in the context of a $62 billion capital program. These programs are moving around. I'm happy to talk about the timing of...
Mr Murray, can anyone answer that now?
Projects.
Where's the $1.1 billion decrease? Which projects have changed?
Yes, it relates to, as the Minister has said, it relates to the ability to bring projects to market
Which
in
ones?
that manner. Well, as an example, I know that Sydney Metro West is going through procurement at the moment on a number of packages. There have been other projects across both the roads and the transport space.
So which ones
some
have
come
changed
forward.
to contribute to the 1.1?
Some
You've got
have
a big
come
budget.
forward.
Clearly,
and
$1
others,
billion decrease is massive.
Yeah.
Point of order's been taken.
You don't need to read you can answer.
The Secretary was in the middle of an answer and he was giving a good answer, and the Shadow Minister was
Thank you.
interrupting, speaking over, and that needs to be...
And you're taking
Yeah, I think the member knows what I will say at this point. Just try and
Thank you.
allow the member,
Certainly.
the witness, to answer the question.
Thank you. Mr Murray, can you give specific detail on what projects have been changed to enable the $1.1 billion decrease?
well, as I was saying, this is very similar to the question yesterday. It is not one project for $1.1 billion. There are a number of projects that come forward as funding
Which
becomes
ones?
available, or federal funding, for example, which has been the case as discussed yesterday. Other projects which are going through procurement move back in the order, and I'm sure we could provide you with some of the more significant movements that are as part of that.
Well, this is budget estimates, so I would hope you would immediately for $1.1 billion of decrease in CapEx. That is a very scary prospect for the people of New South Wales. I would have thought you'd be able to today come back, certainly before the lunch break, about which of those projects have changed.
Well, again, it's not a decrease in CapEx, it is the performance to the half year as we move projects around and they go through their procurement or delivery processes.
And Ms.
Right,
Wall,
but
can I just put it in context?
can you
This is
provide it now?
that number is much lower than capital slippage over forward years. So
But your own
figures
mid-year
in the
review,
coalition,
Minister.
budgets would have seen much larger
Minister,
movements.
your own mid-year review states that the CapEx has decreased. Can you provide it now?
Yeah, no, we certainly can take you through that detail in the way we did last time. I'm just making the point that you are, while $1 billion is certainly a lot of money,
Yeah.
in the context of a $63 billion budget, it's
And
not
you-
unusual.
and given that it's
in
a
fact,
large-
capital slippage has dropped.
Given that it's such a
as
large
the
amount,
transport
Minister,
controls have tightened.
can you provide now
Um,
to
we
budget
saw some very-
estimates on the mid-year review
Yeah, no, we can take you
information
through
about
that.
where the $1.1 billion has changed? Which projects? I mean,
Yeah.
high-level discussions about delivery is not an estimates answer, and you know that from having sat on this side of the desk. The people of New South Wales are entitled to know, and they're entitled to understand where this has gone, which projects have changed, and how.
And I think we should take you through the key elements that have led to.
So can you provide that now?
Led to the movements. Noting, as the Secretary said, that some of those will be projects speeding up, some of those will be increases in funding, some of those
All right,
will
so
be
what
projects,
do you know? What projects have changed?
slowing down. I'm referring you to the agency to provide some
Ms. Wong,
some
do you
detail
wanna-
about the headline changes.
Do you want to give some of the top line items?
But just while I have the Minister, I have 1 minute and I've got all afternoon with Ms Huang, thank you. But Minister, you don't know about bullying in transport, you don't know about the safe work investigations, and you don't know about the budget and where the $1 billion has gone. You haven't read the mid-year figures. Are you out to sea, Minister?
You're going to have to try harder than that, Ms. Ward.
I'm trying very hard. You've got 7 portfolios, you're a very busy person, you're juggling all of these things, but you can't tell us where the $1.1 billion have gone, what's going on with the point-to-point commissioner, what is going on here?
Tragically, it's 8 portfolios at the moment, but otherwise your figures are correct.
Thank you. I'll keep digging into those. But if you could come back with those specifics, that's a massive amount, a huge portfolio. And I would have thought for someone sitting at the driver's seat of the transport portfolio, you'd want to know pretty quickly where
Yeah,
that
well,
one.
and look, I do
I'm
want
trying
to
to
make the
help you here.
point that we are chasing the capital slippage issues closely. They are serious in a
Right, could we get that as soon as
pipeline as
possible,
large
please?
as transport. So I encourage you to seek. These are reasonable questions. You should seek the information. We'll give it to you in the form that you were given last time.
As soon as possible, please.
Thank you. Minister, firstly, can we just get clarity in terms of your the transport portfolio? Is that still interim or is that done and dusted? And you are the Transport Minister from here on in.
So I've been commissioned as the Transport Minister, but I think the Premier's indicated that he expects to reshuffle the team to a smaller or a large extent at some point in the near future.
Do you have any further idea of that?
Well, that's really a matter for the Premier.
I mean, it's a little bit tricky, I suppose, for you to from your perspective, you've got 8 portfolios, and possibly if you don't think you're going to be keeping the transport portfolio, it's probably one that you're not wanting or trying to get your head across completely if you know you'll be giving it up in a week.
Well, look, I've certainly worked hard in the 5 weeks I've had, and there have been some significant issues. I've dealt with those to the best of my ability. I've enjoyed working with the transport team across the broader range of issues in the transport and roads portfolio.
Minister, the Metro West to Parramatta, what's the update in terms of opening date for that?
So Metro West, you're free to press on more details, has been talked about a target opening date of 2032. That's still the advice from the agency to me. Feel free to press in more detail. Obviously that tunnelling is going very well. Tunnelling we had a big breakthrough with 2 of the tunnelling machines out at Clyde recently, and those tunnelling machines are now heading west out to Parramatta and Westmead over the course of this year.
And the airport, this Western Sydney Airport line, any update on that? There were those internal documents that said plan to open mid-2027, roughly 6 months or so after the airport itself. Anything more firm in relation to that opening date?
I've seen the public speculation and the media reporting about a potential 6-month delay. I can't confirm that based on the agency advice to me at the moment. Again, feel free to press Metro on the details of that advice so you hear it direct yourself. I can confirm that this is a project under time pressure, and there may well be a delay, but we're unable to quantify that. Some of the reasons for that have been made public.
Mr.
Previously.
Regan, that it was reported that that date was reported as being contained in a highly confidential review of Sydney's metro projects. What's that review, firstly?
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you just clarify?
A Sydney Morning Herald article from February, I think, this year, said that the airport
February
line is
13.
planned to open by mid-2027. That was contained in a highly confidential review. I'm not sure if it was a review that was obtained via this parliament or via a GIPA by a journalist, but that's what the SMH had reported. So what's that highly confidential review, firstly?
Oh, sorry, and
Is it
happy to
yours?
try and answer
Yeah.
the question. I'm just not entirely sure that I understand what that article was referring to.
When you're saying you're not sure...
Oh, I'm happy to answer the question, but if we could just get clarity on which review.
Okay, so the
Because I'm conscious that the article referenced a number of different dates from different sources.
Yes, okay, so this is an article, Sydney Morning Herald, dated February 13, 2025. Of course, there's a Sydney Metro's annual report where it says it was buried that the new line to the international airport expected to open in April 2027, and then the next sentence reads, a highly confidential review of Sydney's metro projects also reveals the airport line is planned to open by mid-2027. So the first question is, what's the highly confidential review referred
Right.
to there?
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. So the reference to the date of April 2027 in Sydney Metro's annual report, which is a published document, refers to the underlying contract, the public-private partnership contract, to deliver the Western Sydney Airport Metro. That contract has, and always has, since it was signed, had a range of dates for the completion of the railway. The contractual date for completion in that contract has always been April 27, and that's what's in the annual report that you refer to. The contract, however, also has included, since it was signed, an incentivised target date, which is in advance of that date for completion, in line with the opening of the airport. If we refer, say, for context, to the opening of the Sydney Metro City section last year, again, the date of first passenger service was in advance of the date actual final completion was achieved under the contract, and that's the way these contracts are set up, that the first passenger service often occurs in advance of full and final completion under the contract, which involves a set of further performance tests.
Yeah.
So that's why there is that April date is correct and has always been that date, but there has been a target in that contract for earlier completion.
Okay, so the highly confidential review, which was actually the question, that's the Murdoch review that was released via as order for papers standing order 52 in this place. It says plan to open by mid-2027. Is that because that review found that it potentially stretched out, and therefore, from your perspective, when do you believe that the Western Sydney Airport Metro line is going to open to passengers?
So to the extent I can, and obviously I didn't write the article, but if it is referring to that review, the Murdoch review, the Murdoch review undertaken in 2023, and I believe the reference is to the underlying contract for the date for final completion being in the second quarter of 2027, as has always been the case.
Okay, second quarter of 2027 or April 2027. What can the public expect?
Well, the dates in the contract are April, and the review referred to the second quarter. I don't think it was being specific on the date.
Because mid-2027 sounds like it could be pushing into Q3.
Yeah, so just to
Q1,
reiterate,
sorry, the
and happy to be open about this, there was obviously coverage on this in the public. So there's dates in the contract. Like all of these projects, they are complex projects with a range of dates and a particular sequence of contracts and activities that take place. So the project itself has been progressing very well. The tunnels are completed, the viaducts are completed. Within the public-private partnership contract, which is for the stations and the railway systems, that was the one that did include the incentivised target for December. There have been some challenges affecting the program, and we're working that through with the consortium at the moment.
Thank you, what are the challenges? Is that any of those challenges likely to impact the delivery date? Be a bit more specific.
Yes, they may. Certainly the target date, which is in advance of that final completion date, may well be impacted by those, and we're working through with the consortium whether that date for final completion remains the appropriate date.
What are the challenges?
Well, there's been a series of challenges. The program for that project was very tight from the start, and when that contract was originally signed at the back end of 2022, it was done at a time where there were very significant supply chain pressures coming off the back of COVID, and then there were challenges in global supply chains around the disruptions and uncertainty. War in Ukraine, for example, did have an impact. So there were initial challenges. There have been a series of challenges on the way through. There has been some impacts in different parts of the project from industrial action against different parties, which has impacted some of the delivery. There's been processes to refine and finalise some of the scope elements within the project, and there have also been some challenges within the procurement and the construction timeframes that we're working through at the moment with the consortium.
So
involved.
it sounds like it's highly likely then that the Western Sydney Airport, I mean, we knew it was going to open for at least 6 months, passengers arriving at that airport without the metro in place. But you're saying today, Mr. Regan, that it could be longer than 6 months given these various challenges. You're saying that the agency is coming up is confronting.
So yes, what I'm saying, to be clear, is that...
And do you know specifically what that looks like in terms of delays?
No, so that's to be very clear, we don't have a revised date for completion of the project. We're in discussions with the consortium that's delivering the final contracts on the project at the moment. What I can say is that the contracts for the delivery of the tunnels and the viaducts and the heavy civil works are now complete.
Last question. Do they need to, sorry, I've got 6 seconds. Do they need to pay compensation? What happens if they're breaking the contract in terms of delays? What happens there?
Yeah, so there's as is normal in these contracts, there's a range of provisions dealing with who pays for delay. That's one of the issues that I say we need to work through with that consortium. To understand if there is delay, what the individual causes of delay, and then the individual attribution of that delay is undertaken under the contract. So it's a process that we're working through at the moment, and it is quite complicated in terms of the number of interfaces and impacts, but when we have more information, we'll be able to provide that.
Thank you. I've got questions from the Deputy Chair, Mr. Benaziat.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just go to Taxis Minister. Under the Act, all vehicles need to be insured that are providing a passenger service. In the 5 weeks that you've been the Minister, have you been made aware of numerous entities distributing insurance certificates that are not actually issued by a company authorised under the Insurance Act of 1973?
I don't believe so, but I'd be happy to take that on notice. Certainly over recent weeks there have been real concerns raised about some issues in the taxi industry in Victoria, but also in New South Wales. But I'd have to check and take on notice the specifics that you're asking about.
Mr. Wing, did you ever raise the issue with the previous Minister about fake insurance certificates being issued by entities for taxi and rideshare vehicles?
I don't recall I raised it with the Minister, but we have certainly taken action to deal with fake insurance, and as well as reporting it to ASIC, of course. There are some insurers out there there are some fake insurance certificates, and there's at least one insurer out there whom we have told the terms of their insurance would need to be amended to comply with the requirements of the Act.
Okay. So when you say you've taken action, what does that action look like? Other than telling one insurer that they need to modify the terms of their insurance? Because these, from what I've seen, these fake insurance certificates are actually saying that the people are covered by an insurance company, and then that insurance company is saying, well, no, we're not covering you at all. So there's potentially hundreds of taxis running around uninsured, not knowing that they aren't actually covered.
So the action we've taken is, with the particular taxis involved, we basically told them and their companies that that insurance is not acceptable and they need to replace their insurance. We have also reported the fraudulent insurance to ASIC as well, as we wouldn't have any powers to go after insurers per se, but we have been clear to industry that that insurance, they need to be very careful about that insurance, and if they have fake insurance, they will need to replace it.
Okay. And how many companies have you contacted regarding this fake insurance?
Do you mean taxi companies?
Yeah, like can we have can we quantify how many taxis have been impacted by this?
I don't have a number here. I'd have to go away and take that on
Happy
notice.
for you to take it on notice. What was the response from ASIC to your concerns?
ASIC asked if we could continue to keep them advised and continue to tell the taxi industry not to take up this insurance.
So ASIC weren't going to take any action against insurance fraud?
I can't speak for ASIC. All I can say is we reported it, but we have also ourselves been dealing with this industry and making clear to them that they need to be careful about certain kinds of insurance and be alert to it.
Well, I can kind of speak for ASIC because I've got an email here from them back to a legitimate taxi insurer, basically saying, "Well, we're not going to investigate or charge anyone for this because we can't prove who actually printed out the fake certificate or whoever created the fake certificate." So,
Yes.
if ASIC aren't going to investigate and charge people for doing the wrong thing, as the main regulator, we're going to keep seeing this problem arise, aren't we?
Well, what we can do under the Act is keep dealing with the taxi companies, keep making them aware of this kind of problem. We can keep reporting. If we see certificates being issued which are false, we report them to both, to the insurer as well. But all we can do ourselves is deal with this industry and make sure that where people do have fake insurance or improper insurance, they are replacing it.
Have you got any advice as to whether New South Wales Police are able to do anything regarding this issue? Whether they have any powers?
No, I have not got any
Regarding
advice on
fraud?
that.
Are you prepared to go away and seek that advice as to whether there is anything around fraud, around committing fraud, that they could potentially help you stamp out this problem?
Yes, I'm prepared to go and seek that advice.
Thank you, Mr. Wing. Minister, try to just jump to the Sydney Metro. In 2024, the Sydney Morning Herald reported several examples where Sydney Metro operators had bundled emergency response arrangements after failures on the network, and according to firefighters, Sydney Metro doesn't have permanent emergency response units with the appropriate capability who can respond to incidents promptly when they occur on the network. They attributed that factor to the issue that was being reported on. Are you able to, perhaps on notice, provide the data detailing the number of emergency response incidents in the Metro network over the past 12 months, along with any after-action reviews that's been undertaken by the agency or the operator?
I'd certainly be happy to take that on notice. I'm aware that this has been an issue that's been raised publicly in relation to the emergency response. Obviously, it is an important issue to make sure that both the agencies confident, the government's confident, but also the public's confident with the emergency response. So I'd happily take that on notice and we'll get you some details.
Thank you. Has the rail safety regulator imposed any obligations on the Sydney Metro operator with regards to getting emergency service capability right?
I would have to refer you to Sydney Metro.
Yes, so the reports that you're referring to relate to prior to the opening of the Metro City section last year. The arrangements were put in place around emergency support for the Metro through the City line, involving support from City Trains, Rail, Fire and Emergency, in support of Fire and Rescue and Metro Trains Sydney, the operator of the line. Those issues were resolved prior to the opening of the metro and prior to the sign-offs from the Fire and Rescue New South Wales and from the Office of the National Rail Safety Regulator. The arrangements that were put in place at the time were interim arrangements between the parties so that further work could be done to plan out the appropriate level of emergency support from other agencies in the context of the ongoing growth of the Sydney Metro network, so not just in relation to the City Line, but the broader extensions and the further projects. Those discussions have progressed during the last year and are continuing, but certainly there are a number of different options for providing that additional support, and we're working those through with our colleagues at Sydney Trains and Fire and Rescue and with the operator, Metro Trains Sydney.
Okay, so when do you anticipate that you'll resolve, you were talking about interim arrangements, when do you think you'll fully resolve this matter?
Yeah, so certainly it's a live discussion at the moment. We put in place interim arrangements initially for the first year of operations. We are continuing those discussions and looking to resolve that, and certainly there'll be a resolution within that time frame around sort of the next steps, and those discussions are actively taking place.
Thank you. In the 2 minutes I've got, I'll just quickly jump to Camo Ferry Walls, one of my favourite topics, and Mr. Howard Collins' favourite topic. It's obviously just been officially opened last week, and it's a great fishing resource. What is actually the final cost? Is it $78 million, or are there ongoing maintenance costs that have to be factored into that figure?
Yeah, well, look, I've noted your questioning. I knew this was an issue. I've noted your questioning over the years, so I knew there was an issue here. But I've got to say, when I was briefed on the details of this project, the background to the project, it was even more incredible than your questioning had suggested. So the fact that it has increased from $18 million to $78 million, that is the final budget. A great place to fish, but not at the moment a great place to catch a ferry. That was never part of the plan, incredibly.
Well,
So
that's debatable, Minister, because there's several documents that actually list the ferry service as the primary purpose, and then magically halfway through this, the primary purpose changes to other things. So it was listed in the EIS as the primary purpose at one point, and then that's disappeared and changed. So
yeah, in the twists and turns in this tale. But on the question of maintenance, I think that's a good question. I might refer that to Howard Collins.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Banaszak, and yes, my favourite subject too. Yes, the capital cost, we believe, again, there's still some final sorting out of the final cost, but 78.1 I think is what the forecast final cost for the capital side. Obviously, like many other wharves, there will be maintenance costs. Those maintenance costs are included within Maritime's overall maintenance budget. $360 million is raised by Maritime. Some of that money will be spent over the time in cleaning, maintenance and other costs which are on the OPEX side of the business.
We might pick that up when we come back around. Miss Merton, are you taking the... Or Miss...
I am
sorry.
Deputy Chair, if I may.
Yes, sure. No
Thank
worries.
you very much. Thank you. Minister, Metro, is the Aerotropolis Precinct Plan government policy?
You're referring to the document
Aerotropolis
released by
Precinct Plan.
Infrastructure New South Wales?
Yeah, the Aerotropolis Precinct Plan.
Yeah, and just the one that was just released recently.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a government policy.
It's certainly a government document. I'd be, whether it's a policy, I'd be careful in describing it, but it's certainly a government document, a government status update about where things are up to as we alert the public and particularly people with an interest around that area of what the
Does it say it's a status update? I mean, people see a government document that says Aerotropolis Precinct Plan, they can assume that it's government policy, or is there a caveat on that?
No, this is absolutely a government document.
Government policy, right. Did you see it before it was announced?
Well, I won't go into cabinet details, but I think you could...
I'm not asking you to reveal cabinet in confidence, I'm asking whether you saw it.
Look, I think you could expect, the best way to answer that is I think you could expect an update like that to have been circulated in government.
Did you see it?
Yes.
You saw the Aerotropolis precinct plan? That's a yes.
That is a yes.
All right. So it's your plan.
Well, I don't want to take responsibility for my colleagues' work. INSW does not report to me as a minister. I've certainly worked closely with them.
All right. So what's the difference between a policy and a government document?
Well, I think you would be diverting the discussion to not all government documents are a government policy, that's all.
All right. So it's not your responsibility for the transport stuff inside the plan? Is
No,
that what you're saying?
absolutely. The transport elements, transport delivery is the responsibility of the Transport Minister
So it's your plan?
and the transport agencies.
All right. Is it correct that the government doesn't intend to start construction of any new metro lines or any rail connection in southwest Sydney until the 2040s?
No, I don't think that's a fair statement of what's in the INSW report. This is a baseline from which we'll work from here. Now, as we were talking about yesterday with 15th Avenue, we've already attracted $1 billion extra into that project.
Let's talk about this policy
Over time,
in a limited time.
Yeah, this is a snapshot that looks at where we are at the moment.
All right,
but
so
government will now work from here.
So you disagree with your own document?
No, absolutely not.
So
I
which is
spoke about
correct,
this
the
publicly.
document or the government policy?
Sorry, what was the question?
Which is
as well?
correct?
Which is correct?
Do you disagree with the plan?
No.
You agree with the plan?
Yes.
So there will be no new metro connections in southwest Sydney until the 2040s. That's right.
No,
isn't
you're
it?
misreading the document, Ms. Ward.
I'm misreading your own Aerotropolis precinct plan.
Yes.
All right. So you don't disagree with the document. It's taken you a week to walk away from your own document. Can you explain it?
I'm not walking away from the document. As we talked about yesterday, this is public communication about the order in which the government's working through these priorities in this crucial area of Sydney. For example, we've already doubled the road funding here.
Yeah, I want to talk about the metro, not road funding.
We will continue to step into that, both on the public transport side and on the road side,
Okay, so
to
can you-
drive this plan faster. We're clearing capital headroom in the budget.
but let's talk about the
We'll talk to the
plan.
Commonwealth and advocate for it.
Sure, but I'd like to
this-
talk in a
what this
limited time
sets
about
out,
the plan.
it is actually really important, Ms. Ward. What this
very
sets out
important.
is the sequencing of this, and what it enables is landowners, developers, people providing jobs in this region to look at the order at which this will roll out. And they
Okay.
haven't had that information before.
Let's talk
Often
about
it
the
has,
plan.
to credit the former government, the pipeline information
Minister, I just
going
want to talk
the-
about the plan, if I may. I've got very
Well,
limited time.
but
So
I'm
roads
trying to
was
explain
yesterday.
why
Let's
you-
talk this
yeah.
today, and let's talk this plan specifically. We can talk about the previous government. We can talk about roads. We can talk about other things. What I'd like to do
I'll
is
hear
talk
the-
about this plan.
I'll hear the point of order. I thought they'd mutually agreed to move on.
I think we've
but
moved on.
Well, my point of order was it would be helpful if this were to operate as a question and answer session. It's not courteous to the witness to talk over him when he's providing an answer that's directly relevant to the question that was asked.
It wasn't directly relevant, but I will move on.
Yeah,
Thank you, Minister.
I've
You're
already,
wasting my time.
I've already ruled the member knows how to conduct herself in
Thank
question.
you. Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, the Aerotropolis precinct plan says that new construction will start in 2040s. Is that the plan or not?
I can give you a status update, which is, as you would be aware, we're looking at rail extensions in the northwest and the southwest. Those business cases, which are currently being conducted by the government, will be completed either at the end of this year or in 2026. Once they've been evaluated, then we'll look at what the next steps are. And we'll
Minister,
look at
with respect, I've heard what you've had to say. We don't care about business cases. Your own document says it won't start until the 2040s. Is there some other secret plan we're not aware of, or is this the document that is published by the government and it's your policy? Which is it?
No, Ms Ward, you're misunderstanding the document. I was
don't think I
attempting
am.
to explain to you why, but you've cut me off, but that's fine. But no, you are incorrect.
How am I
You are factually
misunderstanding
wrong.
your own government document that says you won't start construction till the 2040s? Is there an asterisk that says actually that's not correct, and see Minister Graham for the other plan? I mean, you've published a document. It says no new metro till 2040. That's right, isn't it?
No, that's not right. You're misunderstanding the document. I'm happy to
Does that have
explain
a
to
typo?
you if I'm given the chance.
All right. When will construction start then?
On You mean in addition to the 3 metros that are being...
No, not the 3 metros that the Liberal
constructed at the
coalition put in
moment.
place. Any new metro
You're
from this
referring to
Labor
any new
government,
metros.
the 2
Yeah.
new metro that's in the plan that says 2040,
Right.
is there a typo?
No, there is not a typo.
Okay, so when will construction start?
Following the business cases.
2040s?
No.
2050s?
I don't expect it to be the 2040s. The business cases will be completed either this year or next year, and government will then make decisions. This is the ordinary
After 2027.
process of government working through. We're clearing capital headroom at the moment in the budget. We'll make future investment decisions. We're doing very, very well
So will
attracting
construction
money
start?
from the Commonwealth.
Will construction
much,
start?
Much better. We've got a much better
Will-
share
will
of the
construction
Commonwealth
start?
infrastructure pipeline at the moment than
So-
we had when we came into government.
Thank you.
I'm very happy with that
Well, you've
result.
opened a lot of metros that we put in place over many years, and that's a great thing for the people
And
of
the
New South
Premier's
Wales that we built
given
things. But
credit
Minister,
for
can I
that,
ask
and
you a question,
think,
please?
I think he took the
Minister,
right
can I ask you a
approach
question?
on that, I think.
So is that your commitment to start investment after the business cases, or is your commitment to start in the 2040s?
If you're asking, will we set aside the normal process of government and leap to investment decision before we do a business case? Absolutely not.
I'm asking you on behalf of the people in southwestern Sydney when these will start. You've got a published document saying not to the 2040s.
You're asking me to make an investment decision prior to getting a business case.
No, I'm
we
ask-
will not do that.
No, I'm asking why the plan says 2040s. Your own published document. I'm asking why that is.
Yeah, would you like me to? What I was explaining to you about what's going on here is this sets out the baseline for where we are now and the sequencing of projects. It's similar to the credit of the former government, the pipeline that was looking outwards to the construction industry, where construction industry people were able to look
Thank
at the
you.
sequencing of projects.
I'm asking on
this
behalf
now
of them.
allows a broader range of landholders,
Sure.
private interests to look at this information. I think it's a real
But
step forward in
it's
terms of
curious.
communicating.
Sure,
Except
and you
if
can
it's
put that in a press
deliberately
release.
misinterpreted.
Can I get to the
but
question,
obviously this
though?
is the baseline, and then we look to move through and attract extra funds.
All right, they're just wondering
make
what
further government decisions.
Minister, I have limited
in
time,
the
if I
ordinary
may.
way.
Those communities are just wondering what the point is of finalising business cases for projects that you don't intend to build for 13 years.
Well,
That's where
that-
it's coming from. You might take on notice what.
I won't take it
what
on
the point
notice.
is.
That is a deliberate misunderstanding
All right, I'll
of
move
what's going
on.
on here, and
Let's
that is
move on.
incorrect. That is
Minister,
not
when did Sydney
those
Metro-
community fears that you're raising
Minister?
are not required.
With your published document. Minister, when did Sydney Metro provide official advice that delivery of Metro South West would not be completed this year?
The crucial, so I was briefed on the Metro South West conversion as I was commissioned as the Transport Minister.
Yep.
And I was grateful for that briefing.
When did they provide that advice?
Yeah, the crucial, we've updated to say that the conversion will be completed in 2026.
When did they provide that advice?
The first time that was made clear to me, very specifically the advice that we then immediately made
When?
public days later, was after the work that had been conducted over the weekend on, I think, the 1st, 2nd and then Monday the 3rd of March. That work having been completed, that was the crucial work
So you were
that then
advised in
allowed
March?
us. That then allowed us to.
Minister, it's a really simple question. I've got a
Well,
lot of them.
I'm
We don't
taking
need to
through a
get
very
tongue
simple
tied.
answer.
When were you advised? So you were advised in March. Official advice.
I
that
was
it would be
I was
delayed.
briefed earlier than that, but that weekend I can't emphasise enough how crucial that work was. Until we had that work done, we were unable to get really serious advice about what the date would be.
So what
that occurred
changed?
on the Monday, and then I think Peter and I updated the public as early as might have been the Wednesday, certainly days later. So as soon as we were aware of the specific timing and we could give people some confidence about that, we immediately updated the public. It'd be my intention to do that with any of the projects that we're
All right.
dealing with.
Minister, you've said it won't be 12 months. Will it be open by June 2026?
Look, what I said is the government announced this line will be open in 2026. That's the commitment that's
Sure.
being made.
Yep. Will
I
it be
did
open by
observe
June?
in the course of that I don't expect it to be a 12-month delay.
Will
That's
it be
based on
open
the
by
advice
June 2026?
to me, but the government has confirmed it will be open in 2026.
Will it be open by June 2026? Yes or no?
I've let you know what the government's position is, which it'll be open in 2026.
All right. What's the advice to you about when it will be open?
Well, you're welcome to ask Metro directly, but
I know that.
based on the advice to
asking you.
me, that was what I felt comfortable updating the public.
All right, so the official
But you
Metro
can
advice
feel
to
free
you
to press the
is what?
nuance of that.
I will feel free, thank you so much. But I'm asking you, Minister, how much will the delay cost?
I'm happy to take that on notice. We're obviously still working through some of those details, and you're welcome to ask Peter this afternoon, but I'll take that on notice.
All right, do you intend to inform the public of the cost of the delay?
Yes, I would think that's very appropriate. There will be some cost impact, of course.
Yep.
I think it's clear that that there'll be some cost impact. We were upfront about that the other day, and of course the public would have an interest in that at the appropriate time once we're able to update on that.
All right, and when were you, did the government make a decision that impacted the delivery timeline?
Look, that's a very general question. I'd invite you to be more specific. Not that I'm...
Was it just delayed, or did the government
Yeah.
make a decision regarding the
Right,
delay?
okay. Look, I think the best way to characterise it, and this is how we characterised it when we made that public announcement, was these are complex projects. You would know how complex this particular one is. There were, however, 130 days that were impacted in one way or another by
Okay.
industrial action.
Understanding
that wasn't,
all of
I want to
that.
emphasise, that wasn't the only thing going on here. This is a very complex project,
Okay.
so there's multiple things going on, but feel free to ask
All right,
Metro
so
directly.
did the government make a decision that impacted the delivery timeline?
That wasn't... I would have to take that on notice to make sure that I don't mislead you, but no, that was not the major cause of what was going on.
Could you come
here.
back today before the lunch break to indicate? It's a very significant project. It's a very
Yeah.
significant matter that I think you would want the opportunity to answer. I just
Well, I'm
want to
happy
know,
to take it on
is
notice and we'll
just to
be
be
as
clear,
cooperative as possible. That's what I can
Sure.
promise you.
Is it delayed because of delivery issues, or did the government take a decision to change the delivery date?
No, I think this is an issue with the project, and we've been very upfront about what has been causing some of those project delays. But I do really want to emphasise it is multifactorial.
Sure,
It is
understand.
very complex.
Thank you. Mr. Is Sydney Metro West still forecast to cost $25.32 billion?
The advice to me is that the project budget has not changed, but I invite you to clarify that this afternoon with the
And I'm asking you
with the
now, is the
officials.
Sydney Metro West still forecast to cost
And
$25.3
I'm confirming that the project budget has not changed. Is still 25.3.
It is?
Yeah.
Right. So has the government been provided with advice regarding whether the project is still on track to be delivered at a cost of $25.32 billion?
Yes, that's the latest advice to me as I've been briefed on this project.
Okay. Are you aware of analysis or costing which show the delivery of Metro West will now not be delivered for $25.32 billion?
Sorry, you'll just have to repeat that question.
Are
I
you
didn't
aware
quite
of
hear you.
analysis or
You
costing?
might have to pull the microphone closer to you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mookie. Are you aware of analysis or costing
There's no need to
which
flatter me.
show that the delivery of Metro West will not be delivered?
Now
for
you're going to have to repeat the
25.32?
question again. You're distracted.
You are wasting my time, but I'll go there again. Mr. Regan, are you aware of analysis or costing which show the delivery of Metro West will not be delivered for $25.32 billion?
With all of our projects, we look at a full range of outcomes around the likely outturn costs of the project. As the Minister has confirmed, we're still working to the same budget of $25.3 billion. I'm not sure which specific analysis you're referring to, but...
Have you provided advice that it might cost more?
As I said, we provide analysis looking at a range of outcomes, probability assessed outcomes that sometimes would exceed budgets before other mitigations are put in place.
Sure,
I would note on
understand that
Metro
context.
West that we're still 7 years to go.
Sure, but
and we are
Mr.
still
Regan, my
tracking
question
to
is very
deliver that
specific.
project within the budget.
Thank you. My question is very specific though, so I'm going to ask it again and give the opportunity to answer. Are you aware of analysis or costing which show the delivery of Metro West will not be delivered for $25.32 billion?
I'm aware that there is, of course, analysis of a range of outcomes on the project. some of which are above and some of which are below the budget.
So there is analysis that shows that it may not be delivered for $25.32 billion.
Of course there is.
Thank you. We got there in the end. Has Metro West experienced any cost escalation?
Cost escalation. Since the project was announced in 2019, there have been significant areas of cost escalation and additional scope that's been added to the project that was not funded. That is something that we've been working through over the last couple of years to work out how to bring the project budget consistently with a greater degree of confidence towards the original number, and how to deliver the project for the original budget. So there is, as you would expect, given the timeframes and the challenges that have happened since then, there are all sorts of pressures on that budget.
Thank you. All right, so another specific one in relation to Metro. So is Metro Western Sydney Airport still within budget?
There's been no change to the budget on the Western Sydney Airport, as the Minister indicated and I indicated before. There are some challenges we are working through around the timeframes. To date, the delivery of the tunnels and viaducts and the heavy civil works which have been completed within budget. We are working through with our delivery partners the timeframes and costs and the attribution of costs to go. So at this point,
but I'm asking about the budget estimates.
Yes.
I'm asking about the budget.
Yes, there's been no change in the budget.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so let's just be absolutely clear. Has Sydney Metro provided advice to the government concerning risks that Sydney Metro will not be delivered by I'll say that again. Has Sydney Metro provided advice to the government concerning risks that Sydney Metro will not be delivered within $25.32 billion?
Yes.
Yes,
Absolutely.
Absolutely,
we
that's
have.
the normal
Thank
process
you.
of government. We're routinely updated about risks with
Thank you
all
very
these
much.
projects.
All right, I've got just a minute. So Metro Western Sydney, will the Luddenham Station Minister be open and operating on the commencement of services on the Metro Western Sydney Airport line?
I would refer that to the officials.
Well, I'm
on
asking
this.
you.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel confident giving you a black or white answer on that, but I'd refer that to
I can
Peter.
confirm, Ms Ward, that the 6 stations on the Western Sydney Airport
Just
Metro
Luddenham.
line, including Luddenham, are all scheduled to be opened at the same time.
Okay, so that will be open upon the commencement of services on the Metro Western Sydney Airport line.
That's the current plan.
Okay, and thank you for that. Minister, what's the status of the EBA negotiations between Metro train services and the RTBU?
Between Metro train stations and the
Metro
RTBU.
train services, so the EBA
Yeah.
negotiations, Metro
Yeah.
and the
Well-
RTBU.
Well, look, we're in the. I understand we're in the early stages of that
Yep.
process, unlike the broader industrial
Sure.
relations issues that have
Just
occupied the
Metro.
public mind, and have certainly occupied a fair bit of my time.
Thank you.
Since I've been commissioned.
Thank you. Minister, what's the government's position on continuing drivers on driverless trains?
Well, the position is that there are not drivers on the driverless trains,
Mm-hmm.
and the government's position is that will continue to be the case. There will not be drivers on these trains.
So the drivers are so-called customer service officers who are able to drive a train, able to drive the driverless train. What does a customer service officer on a train get paid?
Ms Ward, you're incorrect in making that assertion.
What do
There
they
are
get
not
paid?
drivers on these trains. There will not be drivers on these trains.
All right. What does a customer
and
service
that's
officer
the-
on a train get paid?
That's the position of the government.
Yes. What do they get paid?
I'd refer that to the agency, to Peter.
So when we'll drive, while you're looking at that, you don't have an answer on what drivers on driverless trains are paid?
Well, they're not paid because there are no drivers on these trains.
Customer
So
service officers, if you
It'd
could
be
come back to me on
irresponsible
that.
to then pay them if they weren't there.
Well, they're there to drive apparently.
I'm sure you'd.
Could you come back to the committee
chase
on what
me
a
around the block
customer
on that one
service
if we were.
officer who can drive will get paid?
Yeah, so I
please?
would happily take that on notice. Yeah,
No, could you come back today?
I will take it on notice, and we'll be as cooperative as we can be.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Collins, just trying to close off that loop around the maintenance costs.
Yes.
Given that we don't have a ferry service as part of this wharf at the moment, and it's largely a wharf for recreational fishing, and you can tie off recreational boats, is it the intention of the department that maintenance fees will be drawn from the fees that are contributed by recreational boaters through the Waterways Fund to cover the cost of maintenance for this wharf.
I will take that detail on notice. Obviously, as we know, some public wharfs are maintained by Maritime, some are funded by other sources from transport. I'll take that particular one on notice. As you say, it's not only a great place to fish, and the disability fishing area I checked out the other day looks good, Mr. Benaziak, but also we have seen vessels already using the wharves for recreational boating, and we also have seen our Camo Rangers as well, who work in the area for the national parks, use the wharves as well. And the other thing is we've seen people use it as walking off their lunch after a great lunch in La Perouse, or even at the Matt's Plates fish shop in Kernell. So it's a good opportunity to say, I'll check with you and come back to you on where those operational costs are.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Collins. Minister, can I just go to the Just Terms Act and acquisition? Minister, if you recall, on August 10th, 2022, you stood next to Abigail Boyd from the Greens when we tabled the report into the Act and in major transport projects, and you were quoted as saying that your now department, that when you knock on the door of homeowners, that it's not the beginning of hardline commercial negotiations. Do you stand by that statement?
Yeah, look, I didn't recall the date, but I'm certain you're right. But I do recall the report and the evidence that we received in that committee, and I did have concerns at the time, and I still hold them, that we've got to distinguish here between big businesses who might take a tough approach in land price negotiations and ordinary homeowners who shouldn't be approached as a tough commercial.
So what changes have you implemented in your department to see that cultural change actualised, where your department distinguishes between a hard-nosed business negotiation versus a mum and dad who just wants to get a fair price for their property so they can move on to a comparable home?
Yeah, well, I'd highlight three things. Firstly, I reiterate that view publicly and just make it clear that my expectation is that the agencies will make that distinction as they're working through with the ordinary humans caught in these big projects being built. Secondly, there has been active consideration of the Just Terms Act, particularly how long some of these processes can take place, and there's been active government decision making around allowing a faster path through, which in my view is better for the homeowner, better for the project. Thirdly, we made some commitments at the election about broader reform. That's still an ongoing government discussion.
That election commitment for broader reform seems to have stalled. If you go onto the website that looks at that reform process, it doesn't seem like you've actually got past or even completed the public consultation phase.
Yeah, well, look, I don't think it's fair to say it's stalled. It is...
Well, from the I guess the public perception of the front-facing website, it looks like it's stalled. So I'm providing the opportunity.
Look, I think that's, as someone who was involved in those discussions, I take that feedback seriously. It is an active government discussion about the operation of the Act and about potential reform of the Act.
Have you committed to the report recommendation to have letters of offer provided early? Have you changed anything with your department's processes to see that actualised?
I'd like to refer to the agency just about how that is operating and how it has changed. So, but I might take that on notice, and we'll give you a
okay.
A
Can you also? I might as well just throw them all out there. You committed to partial upfront payments. Just what you've done within your department to see that actualised. Independent valuers and mediators, and I guess we've already covered off the legislative change, and you also committed to ripping up non-disclosure agreements of homeowners. So where are we at with those
Yes, I'll make one distinction here. So I'll take all those on notice.
Yep.
We'll get you an answer. I think they're fair questions. I'll make one distinction here between the government's election commitments and the committee report recommendations. So our election commitments were quite specific, but I'll report on each of those things about the current practice and where we're up to.
Thank you. Can I just go to the electric bus deal that's now been reviewed by the Anti-Slavery Commissioner?
Yep.
Are you aware that the Australian Uyghurs Women's Association has asked your government to rip up the contracts?
Sorry,
And
you'll have to just say that again. I missed
the
that.
Australian Uyghurs
Right.
Women's Association, yeah, it's a bit of a mouthful,
Yep.
is calling on your government to rip up the contracts and strengthen procurement mandates. Are you aware of that call?
I was not personally aware of that call, no, but I'm obviously aware of the issue and the interest it's generated after it was raised in the Parliament.
You're aware that I raised, I guess, this issue of down the line modern slavery occurring in other countries, and then we use those components in our renewable energy projects. You remember I raised that with the Treasurer at the time in 2023,
Yeah.
and he acknowledged that that was an issue and that your government does need to look at that.
Yeah, look,
What has your government done since 2023 in addressing this issue? Clearly, the law, as we designed it, has this giant loophole that companies can actually ship their modern slavery or anti-slavery practices offshore, and then we still buy their products.
Yeah. I'll answer largely in reference to the issues that have just been raised, but I think it does go to your general point, which is I don't think it's clear there's a giant loophole. I don't think we should lead to that conclusion, but these are now issues that are being raised that are some of the key tests for the legislation that the Parliament debated and put in place and was of real interest to members. And the government wants to see those issues tackled and wants to see that done well. Certainly, I know that's the view of the Modern Slavery Commissioner. I've spoken to him in relation to these issues to assure him that whatever assistance he needs from Transport on these issues he will have, and Transport's already met with him. It is the case where these issues will now be considered, and while there are strong protections in the contracts and the deeds that are in place to detect this, to ask companies to declare it, to cancel contracts if it's the case, this has raised issues about joint ventures, downstream partners, and what information the public has and the government has. And the Anti-Slavery Commissioner, in my view, is likely to work through that process using some of these live examples that people have raised, and that's welcome.
You don't think that an overseas company can set up a subsidiary company in Australia and funnel all their business through there, but commit all the acts through their primary company? You don't think that's a giant loophole in the Act?
No, I think if that was clear that was going on, then
Well, it's clear.
I think it
The
could.
that bus contract shows it's going on.
Yeah, on the evidence to me, that's not clear, but we're getting the Anti-Slavery Commissioner to have a close look at this, and Transport's obviously still investigating.
Did the Anti-Slavery Commissioner look at it when it was raised back in 2023?
I wouldn't feel obviously the Anti-Slavery Commissioner works most closely with the attorney. I wouldn't want to either speak for the Commissioner. I want to make that really clear. But nor could I update you on those issues that you raised and the Anti-Slavery Commissioner's response.
Have you had any discussions with the Anti-Slavery Commissioner about these matters at all? Given
Yes.
that there's obviously an intersection with your portfolio?
Yeah, no, I certainly have, both to assure him of the support, but I was very interested about how he was regarding these issues and how he might now tackle them.
Okay. Might pass back to the Chair.
Thank you. Minister, in relation to bus contracts, so there was the Auditor General's report into bus contracts. Hopefully you've been able to get your head around that in the 5 weeks that you've been in the position. Firstly, it's concerning the shortage of staff within Transport for New South Wales to be able to manage those contracts as identified by the Auditor General. Why has it been so hard, probably Mr Murray, why has it been so hard to fill those positions?
Thank you very much for the question. And while the Auditor General's report, I think, was disappointing for transport, we acknowledge a large number of areas that it did call out for improvement, I would say that they mirrored the Bus Task Force reports, of which the last of those was delivered in Q3 last year. And we have, of around 60 recommendations from the Bus Task Force, we've implemented already more than a third of those, and will continue on the path. One of those that you call out is recruitment. That began with the establishment of the Coordinator General Division. Recently, in recent months, we have appointed an Executive Director of Bus Transformation to continue that work that will change the way that we administer the contracts, the fleet and the driver issues that have come up in both the task force and for the Auditor General. We have appointed an asset management leader and bus inspectors in terms of the asset provision. So there is a wide range response. There is more to come. Mr Collins and I discuss regularly the requirements around the resourcing for bus, but it's also a difficult area. Our contract providers are doing the same in terms of their asset management. So we want to get the balance right, but we are committed to those changes.
So with the, in the organisational chart that I've got in front of me, underneath Director Service Delivery, it says that there's 8 vacant positions. So are all of those positions actively being recruited now? And I suppose the question is, how long have you been recruiting for those positions?
I'll ask Mr Collins to comment perhaps in more detail, but what I would say is we are going through the restructure of the division and the branches so that under Mr Collins he has both a Executive Director of Public Transport Contracts, which is largely responsible for our bus and ferry contract improvement, and then, as I say, the Executive Director of Bus Transformation, which is the improvement program. Mr Collins?
So, Mr Collins, is that some of those may not be filled? Is that just maybe in one sentence, and I'll come back to you this afternoon?
I'll try and keep it brief. Yes, we've been working on a combination of temporary assignments to bring in some talent. These are very complex contracts.
Yes.
They are very difficult to recruit from. We're reorganising. We know we need more quality staff in this area. And as Mr Murray has said, I have 2 very senior experienced people now looking after the bus task force and also the asset assurance process. But I certainly support the fact that we need more time and effort. And one of my jobs is to ensure we rebalance the resources for this critical operational area of the business.
So as a result of the Auditor General's report that you, Mr Murray, said reflects a little bit of the Bus Industry Task Force reports, are you boosting the positions in the contract management section, Mr Collins, as a result of that?
I think as the task force has said, as the Auditor General says, that for many years this area probably has been undercooked, and as we moved into significant complex contracts over the last few years, we do need additional resources, not only in numbers but also in the quality, and we've been working through that, and we have recruited a number, but there's still more to be done.
Okay.
And that is urgent.
Thank you. I just wanted to get to the issue of bus driver training. Now, I understand that the government subsidises private bus contractors for training each individual driver. Do you have the figure of how much contractors like Keolis Downer are provided by the government for training each individual driver?
I'll take any of those figures on notice, but it is quite complicated because a number of the bus companies provide incentives themselves sign-on bonuses, retention bonuses. We have simplified the way that people can obtain a licence to operate vehicles, which I know my colleague Sally Webb has assisted us with. But if in comes of your direct question, I'll take that on notice and see whether I can find information regarding that area.
Minister-
I don't think there is a significant amount of figure. It may be more about us simplifying the process.
Minister, there are concerns. I have had a whistleblower contacting my office who was a driver for the company Keolis Downer, who suggested that in fact it's $6,000 that the government provides for each driver to be trained. It costs the bus company roughly $1,000, right? That's a pretty good profit for the company to make, $5,000 per driver. I understand also that the company Keolis Downer has reduced driver training, the time required, that it used to be 4 weeks under Sydney buses. It's now just 5 days. Mr. Collins or Mr. Murray, you aware of that?
I think in the old days training may have been 4 weeks long, whether people actually did 4 weeks. What we have looked at is where does this individual come from? If they're a private car operator, they will need more than 4 weeks perhaps. We tailor now, and there's a pretty comprehensive process for assessing people's skills, and some of those people who were former heavy vehicle drivers are very skilled in that area. They just have a few different customer skills, so it may be quicker.
Thank you.
But I assure you that we do check and make sure that the training is provided to the required standards.
So, Minister, there is a bus industry dashboard that reports every quarter. If you have a look at the bus industry task force report, which I'm assuming is a key responsibility for a number of people in Transport for New South Wales, it does show that there is a worsening safety record over time. So we've got, which I'll go into in a second, but we've got potentially lower training. The company is getting incentivised $5,000 per bus driver on top of what it, in terms of what it expends on training. So I've got quarter one 2023 report has 3,431 incidents, and then quarter one 2024 has 5,718 incidents. That's an increase of 66.6%. And if you have a look, it actually is increasing over time. So doesn't this seem to indicate that there is a problem that the private companies are reducing the training to profit from government training subsidies? Shouldn't this be inquired into?
So, Ms Fairman, I thank you for raising that specific issue, and I'd be very happy to work with the team to look at that and make sure that the public's reassured that if there is public support, it's being adequately used to address this problem. There is a big problem though, and I want to thank the agency, and particular Minister Halen, for the work they did. We've got a long way on the driver challenge. We had more than 500 driver vacancies. Now that number's just over 150. We've still got the fleet issues that came as a result of buses simply not being bought that we're working through. All these have contributed to the safety challenges, but the specifics you've raised will examine.
I mean, it is very, very concerning. Again, these two quarterly bus industry dashboard reports does say that the proportion of crashes attributed to driver behaviour has also risen. There are, as we know, there's been a number of recent bus crashes. The bus with passengers which crashed into a home at Bonnyrigg Heights in Sydney's southwest. I mean, these are serious issues.
And as that bus work rolled out, I mean, look, you saw one of those specific reports really dealt with some of the bus safety issues. Now, obviously that was as a result of a specific incident, but also the sort of concerns that you're dealing with, and that's something that I know both Minister Halen and Minister Aitchison were working on.
This person who contacted my office also suggested that it's something that the companies do in some ways to make it less attractive for the workers because the companies are getting incentivised again to continue training new drivers. So will you commit to looking at the training incentive to see if that actually has perverse incentives for companies and for the safety of drivers and passengers?
Yeah, we're happy to look at the specifics you've raised. We're working with the system we've got, so we need to work with these privatised bus companies who've been left as a result of these contracts. We need them to do their job well. We need new drivers into the system, and we need new fleet into the system. That's one of the reasons we've announced 60 new buses will be purchased just this morning.
Thanks, Minister. 2.5 minutes for the opposition.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister Graham, can you explain to me again the Aerotropolis precinct plan
I'd be happy to.
published by the government? How is that not government policy?
No, I think I was simply making the point. This is a government document. I'm not backing away from that at all. Describing it as a policy was the matter I was quibbling with. It's not a policy, it's a government document.
It's not a policy.
This is a government document. This is the accurate record from INSW of the current pipeline, and we've talked that through earlier in the session.
So the Aerotropolis plan published by the government is not the plan?
No, that is incorrect. You're mischaracterising.
Well, explain
this
it to me
document.
then.
So, as I was explaining to you earlier, this is the INSW document. What it does is sets out, in the same way that the infrastructure pipeline to contractors sets out the forward program for what work will unfold, this sets out the infrastructure baseline for this area.
So
now, that's
is
not to say that projects that are in one column or another will be delivered at the end of that column. It's not to say that there might not be additional government funding, either from state government decisions or from federal Commonwealth decisions,
Sure.
which we've been very successful at, or from developer levies
Yes.
that are paid in this area.
But let's
and
talk about the plan.
We've reformed those as well. So
So-
all those things and future decisions
Sure.
may well
So-
impact on what's there.
Is the Aerotropolis precinct plan the plan?
Yes, I support
It is the plan.
INSW issuing this document to really let people know the sequence that we're moving through this. I think this is a step forward, but I do want to emphasise it's building on the good work that the coalition government did
Sure,
with that
and I have 30
infrastructure pipeline
seconds, so I'll just get to that.
to
So
contractors.
the current pipeline for 2040 Metro, the current plan says, and you support that it says 2040 for the new Metro.
Your question was, are we going to...
And my question is this, the current plan says that you support, you just says that Metro will only be delivered in 2040.
No, that's totally incorrect.
That's what the
You're
plan says.
deliberately misrepresenting. Read the document.
I have read the
You need
document.
to-
I'm putting.
you need
Have
to
you read the
document.
document? The document says 2040. Do you
I
disagree
encourage
with the
you to read
document?
I agree with the document.
You
and
agree
should read it
2040 is
closely.
the plan for the government to deliver Metro in South West Sydney.
No, I don't agree. You're deliberately mischaracterising it, and I encourage you to read the document again.
have you read? So
Yes,
you
I have.
disagree or agree?
Order.
have read
We
the
have
document.
You said two different
order.
things.
It's my time now. Minister, there was an article in the Sydney Morning Herald last year by Max Madison that revealed transport tunnelling workers, metro workers I believe, being exposed to silica dust at 208 times the workplace safety standard. The report said that Safe Work had agreed to meet with the union about these concerns. Are you or Mr Regan, are you aware that that is taking place and what action has been taken since that report?
I just want to say on the
Whatever you
before I
know
hand to
first,
Mr.
Minister.
Regan, this obviously is of concern both in relation to metro tunnelling, but also our road tunnelling projects. It has been a focus of the government. It has been a focus of Safe Work and of transport in my time. But I might hand to Mr. Regan.
Thank you, Minister. It is absolutely our top priority at all times that the safety of everyone working on and travelling on the metro is paramount. We've worked very closely with our contractors and with industry through the development of tunnelling on metro since the commencement of the metro to improve the standards in this area, especially as this has become an increasing focus and people have really developed a much better understanding of the potential risks around silica. So absolutely we're aware. We're working very closely in this space. I think it is important to note that the controls that are in place in the metro tunnelling and I understand across broader tunnelling portfolios are quite multifactored, and that goes to how the work is done. So, for example, wet cutting of rock.
What
and
about
silicone.
union involvement, Mr. Regan? That was the question.
Sorry, what's the exact question?
Has Transport for New South Wales Sydney Metro met with the union regarding this and spoke? And
So we work very closely with our contractors, who are the employees of the workers and their subcontractors. Certainly aware of the issue. We've been working very closely, and including with Safe Work New South Wales, to assist in any information there. Certainly we require our contractors to meet all standards, and there are monitoring arrangements in place around that. So we're working very closely. We have been working with our contractors to also increase the level of personal protective equipment in addition to the broad ventilation and other things in the tunnel. So absolutely, we're totally involved in this.
Okay, right, that's time. Government questions?
Yes, thank you, Minister. You mentioned a little while ago the shortage of buses, and I wondered if you could talk a little bit about what action the government is taking to alleviate particularly the shortage of articulated buses, which I believe is particularly bad on the northern beaches.
Yeah, so look, I know there was some questioning on this issue before, so I did want to indicate that help is on the way for the northern beaches in particular, with new buses now ordered by the government. We're aware that people, especially on the northern beaches and the North Shore, have been hit hardest by some of the fleet issues that have been had with those articulated buses. We're now addressing the gap. We're moving to buy 50 new diesel-powered Euro 6 articulated buses, as well as 10 double-decker buses to supplement the B-line fleet. It's very good news for these regions. The Northern Beaches bus region, known as Region 8, has faced challenges. Those 83 Volvo articulated buses were temporarily removed from service in October 2024 after safety concerns. More than half of those buses would normally operate in this Northern Beaches region. We know this will improve reliability on the B line. It'll increase capacity across the Northern Beaches, on the North Shore, and the wider network. These will be the first new articulated buses that have been bought in 14 years. So it is a big step forward. We know that there's been an impact in this area. The new buses are expected to roll out and enter service toward the end of 2025. Repairs to the first of the existing articulated buses are currently underway. They're forecast to return to service in April 2025. So between that repair program, these new buses on the way, help is on the way, particularly for the Northern Beaches and North Shore, given the challenges that we faced with the ageing bus infrastructure that we were left with from the former government.
Thanks, Minister.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now break for morning tea. We'll be back at 11:15.
Thank you.
Kick things off. Okay, welcome back. We'll go straight to questions from the opposition now. Mr. Damien Tudor-Hope.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Apologise for not being here for your vibrant first session.
I did miss you.
Minister, you'll recall in the House serious concerns were raised in relation to the letting of bus contracts to Photon Mobility Distribution. Are you aware of that?
I do. I recall your questions, and there was some discussion and interest in the House.
You recall that I tabled a document in the House relating to, which was a summary of work by Global Works Lund AB in respect of supply chain screening. You recall I did that?
I recall you tabling a document, yes.
Do you recall the date of that document?
I don't recall the date of that document, but I understand that the report itself was in 2023.
Would you accept from me that it was June 2023 that report was made?
I'd always be happy to
Good, thank you.
accept your assurance on the facts.
Thank you. And you'll recall, have you had an opportunity of reviewing that document?
I have been briefed on the contents of the document as I've followed up on the issues that you raised in the House.
Well, in relation to that briefing, can you tell us what have you done in respect of the issues which were raised with concerns about the letting of contracts which have been called into question by Global Works as part of their serious concerns, or as they describe it, risk category very high in respect of exposure to modern slavery?
I will refer to two. So obviously there, as I updated the House, Transport has been looking at these issues in relation to the particular companies that were named in questions and working through, and we're happy to update about some of those details today. But Transport is examining those to make sure that we have as many of the facts as we can assemble on this. These are important issues. I think. It's
Well, on the facts that you have been provided to you, have you been able to satisfy yourself or not as to whether there is a supply chain issue in respect of the supply of batteries for these buses?
Second, I might just say before I turn to that question, the second thing I've done is talk directly to the Anti-Slavery Commissioner.
Thank you.
Firstly, to offer the assistance of the transport agencies in this matter and make sure that there's no barriers to
Thank you.
any of the information that should flow to him to do his work. Transport has met with the Anti-Slavery Commissioner on Friday to discuss these matters initially and to see what information could be provided, but also what advice that the Anti-Slavery Commissioner's got as we deal with this issue.
Well, have you been able to satisfy yourself that the batteries being supplied to this supplier is not tainted with anti-slavery issues?
Well, I've sought advice on the report, and we're working through that process now with the great assistance of the Anti-Slavery Commissioner. So I can assure you firstly, Mr. Tudor-Hope, the issues in general will be taken very seriously. These are important issues, and you've raised them in the House yourself over the years, but these specifics will be closely examined to make sure that we're able to assure ourselves on the specifics, but also whether the processes in place in Transport are sufficiently tight enough. I've satisfied myself that they're very tight, to that the deeds that are in place here really do provide significant assurance, but we'll also ask from a Transport point of view, and we'll ask for the assistance of the Anti-Slavery Commissioner on this question.
When you
about,
say you've satisfied
things,
yourself in relation to the deed, tell me
No, that's not an accurate caricature of what I just said.
Well, you are reasonably satisfied, I think, was the...
That's a better caricature.
You are reasonably satisfied that the provisions in the deeds deal with this issue in a sufficiently robust way, if I can use my word.
Yeah, I think there are strong protections in the deed. We'll examine the specifics, but we'll also examine, are there other
Well, if it is true,
provisions in
if
the,
it is
in the
true,
deed that are required over time.
if it is true that the batteries used in these buses have been identified as being tainted by the blood of Uyghur slaves, what steps will Transport do in relation to the contracts which it has entered into?
Well, Mr. Tudor-Hope, are you suggesting that, in fact, cattle is linked to state-imposed forced labour in Jiangxing? Is that what you're
That's
suggesting?
what the report suggests.
Well, it's not
Minister.
what the report suggests.
Well,
But are you suggesting that
What are you gonna do?
this company is linked to state-imposed forced labour in
Yes.
this province? You are suggesting that.
correct.
That's not what the report suggested.
Well-
You're going further than the report.
Yutong is a major Chinese bus manufacturer with a large electric bus production in Chengzhou, Henan province. In contrast to BYD, Yutong does not develop or produce batteries. More than 90% of Yutong e-vehicles run with CATL batteries. The supplier agreement with Yutong and KTL was renewed and expanded in August 2022 and will be valid until 2032. As a result of the downstream forced labour risks enter Yutong's supply chain through CATL, a company that we analysed in section 5.4. Are you saying that that doesn't demonstrate that the CATL battery component of these buses is not tainted by anti-slavery concerns?
I'm stating that the report certainly identifies risks. They're risks we're examining. The report does not agree with the statement you made that this is the case. That is not what the report
Well, when
says.
you say-
And I'm asking you, are you asserting that this company is
Well,
linked to
I'll ask the
state-imposed
question.
forced
I'll
labour?
ask the questions, Minister. I'll
Well,
ask the
no,
questions.
but it's I
I'll
wanna
ask the questions.
but
If I put it to you,
I do
if
wanna
I put it to you and you
understand exactly what you're
disagree,
putting to me,
just tell
Dave.
me. If I put it to you and you disagree, just disagree. Minister, do you disagree that these batteries are tainted by anti-slavery concerns?
You'll have to put that the double negative again. So
Is it the case that you disagree that the batteries are tainted with anti-slavery concerns?
I'm making the observation that the report does not confirm that this company is linked to state-imposed forced labour. You are asserting that. You have just asserted that.
Correct.
That is not what the report asserts. It identifies risks, and those risks are being taken seriously. However, I'm observing, Mr. Tudor-Hope, you are going further than this 2023 report in the position you're
that's a
putting.
concern you can
and I'm
raise.
seeking clarification as to exactly
that's
what
a concern that you're
alleging
entitled-
here, but it's not an allegation made by this report, to
So
be clear.
is it your position? Is it your position that you've been able to satisfy yourself that the batteries being used in these buses are not tainted with anti-slavery issues?
No, I don't. I think it would be absolutely
Good.
fair to say you've raised these concerns. They're being taken seriously.
Well, in terms
We
of the
haven't been able
concerns
to,
I have raised,
work
in-
through that, and
in
I
cer-
think that's very fair to ask that question.
Well, what questions have you asked the company? Have you asked the company, in respect of which you've entered a contract, to demonstrate that they are not in breach of their supply chain requirements in relation to anti-slavery provisions?
Yeah, so there's a couple of answers to that question, probably three steps unfolding at the moment. Firstly, there's very significant assurances in the deeds that are signed for any of these procurement processes. I encourage you to look through them.
What it is, self-certification, is that what you're saying?
I went through in the House, but they're significant protections. They require companies to be upfront if, for example, there are convictions or if there are issues identified that they're aware of. There are penalties then and potentially contract cancellation. So that's the first thing. Secondly, Transport is working through the process to identify any extra information. That process will take a little bit of time, but we're working through that process.
So is it self-attestation?
Thirdly, let me firstly answer your first question and I can come to that. Thirdly, we have, Transport has requested and I have offered the support to make sure it happens in a way that is of assistance, has asked for support of the Anti-Slavery Commissioner to work through this. I'm satisfied that the work that will now unfold at that end will take this issue seriously. They're complex matters. That was really the thing. I don't want to speak for the Commissioner, but what came through to me as I
Do you
spoke
agree
to
with
him
me
was
that
he's
the
aware of the complexity of these issues and making sure that we're
Do you
we're
agree
sorting
with
through
me that the process in place at the moment is self-attestation?
I think it goes. Look, I think that's a broad categorisation. I agree that's the first line of defence, but these are. Look, the deed is very extensive and really requires a lot of information from these companies. Bear in mind the company.
But just to answer me the question, though, Minister, is it self-attestation that the current process adopts for certification that they are not engaged in anti-slavery supply chains?
The government processes do have an element of self-attestation. Self-attestation is not the only...
What else is there?
Well, we will be working with the anti-slavery...
Well, what else is there, Minister?
Well, there's, as I've indicated, the 2 steps we're also following here. Transport, looking in more detail, given the issues...
What detail did they look at? Did they look at this report, for example, before...
Yes.
They did look at this report?
Looked at this report, and they don't...
When?
And
when?
You are... the position you put...
What is being taken, excuse me, Minister, Dr Kane.
Don't need to run cover.
Keeps trying to keeps interjecting. The minister's trying to answer the questions legitimately and honestly.
Yes,
Yes,
thank you. I will uphold the point of order
Okay,
at this
thank you.
point because there wasn't much time for the minister to respond.
Thank you. Minister, when did Transport first look at this report?
Well, that is a question you'll need to put to the agency. But
Have you asked them?
since you raised these issues, I've certainly been briefed on these reports, and the position you put in the House and the position you put this morning goes beyond what is in the findings of the report.
Well, did Transport, in their briefing to you, tell you that they had looked at this report as part of their...
Yes, they've looked at this report.
When?
I'll refer you to the agency for that precise date. I don't want to mislead
So
the committee about
before they
precisely
let the contract?
I'd refer you to the committee on that, Mr. Tudor.
So you don't know?
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Did you also, in terms of the due diligence in respect of the contract which was entered into, on the 30th of January 2025, the former Minister for Transport stood alongside Mr Neil Wang, a part owner and CEO of Photon Mobility, and announced in Nowra once our partners at Photon get this plant up and running, there will be an extra 100 quality manufacturing jobs right here. Besides the order of 126 Photon buses placed with Photon Mobility in December 24, was Photon Mobility formally or informally guaranteed further orders by Transport New South Wales?
Mr. Tudor, these are exactly the same set of companies who your government has ordered buses from previously. I note that
we didn't have this report. We didn't have this report.
I know the former Transport Minister is campaigning against these 100 jobs in Nowra.
We didn't have this report, Minister.
Andrew Constance is out there campaigning to close these jobs down in Nowra, these 100 jobs. He wants them sent elsewhere out of Nowra, even though he was announcing something very, very similar with a similar set of companies, something I find quite astonishing.
Well,
but I perhaps diverted from the question. You
did divert from the question, Minister. But did you do the due diligence in relation to that company, and if so, your partners at Photon in relation to the proposed new and the prospective 100 jobs? Have you guaranteed to this company additional contracts?
Yeah, there's significant due diligence. Have
you guaranteed?
Look at the deed. Look at the anti-slavery provisions of the deed. It requires...
No, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about...
there's significant due diligence is the point. You're asking about due diligence. The due diligence is extremely extensive, Mr. Tudor. I'm reassuring you.
Have you done company searches?
About that.
Did you do company searches in relation to the shareholders?
Well, I personally did not, no.
Well, did anyone in Transport?
I refer you to the agencies.
Well, has the agency briefed you? These questions were raised in the House, Minister. Have they briefed you in relation to the company searches which they may have done in relation to the shareholders in this company?
I've been briefed in relation to Photon Mobility.
And have you satisfied yourself in relation to the ultimate beneficial shareholder in relation to this company?
You're referring now to your questions in the House, I take it, that you raised. I just want to be clear exactly what you're asking.
I'm asking you, did they do any investigation in relation to the ultimate beneficial shareholder in Photon Mobility?
As I indicated in the House, Transport has examined the issues that you raised in relation to
And what advice have they given you
mobility.
about that advice? In
to
relation to that?
To Photon Mobility.
Yep.
And its shareholders.
Yes. What advice have they provided to you?
I would refer you to the Secretary. I'm happy to give you a caricature of that information. But
I'd like you to give it to me, Minister.
Yeah. I'd encourage you to seek further information. The individual who you were asking about, and I provided some of these details in the House, was not a director My advice from Transport is now that he's in the process of exiting Go Zero Group and therefore the joint venture with Photon Mobility Distribution regarding the South Narra facility.
So, but at the time they entered into the contract that they he wasn't proposing to exit, was he?
He was. Well, I don't know, Mr. Tudorhope. That's not clear to me.
So if there was
nor have I been briefed about his intentions. I'm merely advising you.
As a matter of
facts
principle,
I have been briefed on, and I make that distinction between a directorship and a shareholding.
Well, you might. But in respect of a circumstance where the ultimate beneficial owner of an entity with which the New South Wales government is entering into a contract has a history of tax defaulting, as a matter of principle, is that something which would concern you, that you would continue to enter into contracts with that company?
Firstly, your government bought.
No, I'm not asking about my government, Minister.
From companies associated with this individual.
About whether
from the companies you formally asked about with these batteries. So let's put that on the record first.
These,
I think that is.
that we didn't have.
I think that is. I think that is relevant.
What's the date of this report,
You're now
Minister?
asking about.
What's the date of the report, Minister?
You're now asking about this individual. This individual was
Yes.
involved in some of the contracts your government signed.
Correct.
You were the Minister for Finance.
Correct.
At the time. You agree with that?
I'm asking you about, as a matter of principle, you have concern. I don't laugh about this, Minister, I must say. I have to say this is a serious matter of principle. Do you, in fact, think it is appropriate where the ultimate beneficial owner of the company has a history of tax defaulting to continue to enter into contracts with a company in those circumstances?
And the second thing I was going to say, Mr. Tudorhope, was the advice to me, but again, I'm open to the agency providing some nuance here, is that there is not a conviction related to this individual. And that's one of the reasons why.
It's not a conviction, it's a liquidation in circumstances where a company goes into liquidation owing significant money to the Australian Tax Office. Is that something, as a matter of principle, you would endorse the New South Wales government entering into contracts with?
No, I mean,
where there is...
Obviously, it's of concern. You've made a range of allegations under parliamentary privilege. I've taken them seriously, Mr. Tudorhope, and we're continuing that work.
And similarly, do you have similar concerns in relation to circumstances where...
I just make the point that this individual was associated with buses you bought, and you didn't seem to have concerns at the time.
But Minister, I'm putting to you the proposition that this is now also the same company where your government becomes aware of significant issues relating to high risk of anti-slavery avoidance. This is the circumstances where potentially more diligence should have uncovered these things.
Well, in relation to this individual, you're asking for a standard you did not apply in office. I am now taking these issues, but you've now raised it, and I'm taking these issues seriously, and I assure you,
Well,
Mr. Tudorhope,
if you take it seriously, what will be the circumstances? What will apply, or what will follow, if in fact the assertions being made in relation to this company are true?
You're now asking not about the individual, but about the company, that is the batteries.
Well, no, I'm asking about the circumstances where the ultimate beneficial owner of the company has a history of tax defaulting. What steps will you take?
Yeah, well, we'll examine two things. Firstly, the facts. Secondly, the standard. You're asking us to apply a higher standard than you applied. I'm open to examining both those matters. The individual concerned and any things that the government should take into account there. And I'm open to looking at the standard you're now asking us to apply, although I do make the point
and the
you
dates
never applied this when you were the Minister for Finance.
Well, be very careful about that, Minister, because the dates of the phoenixing may not tally with exactly what you're now asserting.
Well, I'm simply indicating what I've been
and work
briefed
health
on,
and
Mr.
safety,
Tudor, but
work
I'm-
health and safety, Minister. If there are concerns in relation to convictions relating to work health and safety, is that a standard which you will accept for the ultimate beneficial owner of a company that the New South Wales government enters into a contract with?
Look, I'd certainly be concerned in those circumstances.
And was due diligence applied in relation to that issue?
Well, due diligence is being applied as we speak.
Okay, we've got
Order,
questions
Chair.
by the opposition.
Sorry, I just have a
sorry,
very brief point of order, if I may.
Oh, point of order. Right.
Thank you, Chair. Just the Honourable Dr. Sarah Kane is a very enthusiastic cheerleader for the Minister, but I ask that she contain her comments. If I can finish my point of order, please. Ask that she contain her comments. There is government time allocated for you to respond, but this running commentary throughout other members asking their questions is disrespectful, and I just ask that you let her know not to do the running commentary.
Thank you. I will uphold that point of order and to ask for
And Mr. Dad.
the little comment gallery over here to just yes, there is 15 minutes that you can use to give your opinion and ask questions. We've got questions from the crossbench. Ms. Tanya Mihalik.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Minister. I just wanted to ask you very briefly, have you already released a statement of expectations to the point-to-point Commissioner, as you're required to each year? Have you done that in the last 2 years?
In my 5 weeks in the job, I don't.
Can I just
have not.
remind you, Minister, that it's a statement of expectations signed both by the Minister for Roads and the Minister for Transport?
Yeah. Look, I'd have to take that on notice, just to be sure about the. I would have signed one over the course of my time, but I'd have to take that on notice to check the timing.
Okay, and in such that was issued to the point-to-point Commissioner?
It would have been, yeah.
Okay. Can I just clarify, Mr. Wing, did you receive a statement of expectations from the Minister?
I have had a statement of expectations from Ms Halen previously. There is not one this year as yet.
Okay.
There would have to be one this year.
Why is it, Minister, online, the only available statement of expectations is the one that David Elliott did? So I've been trying to find one from Minister Halen, former Minister Halen, but there isn't one. So I've been now advised that there is, but online, you've still got the former Minister David Elliott.
Yeah.
And
well, we wouldn't want to leave that unattended.
So the Commissioner's functions and priorities, and the only available statement publicly made available is from the former government. Their statement. Okay.
No,
well,
I'm
just bring it to your attention if you can.
I'm grateful for you drawing it to our attention, and we'll look to rectify that.
Yes, you should rectify that as soon as you can. That'd be great. All right, can I ask you a couple of questions about rideshare drivers and Uber? So at the moment we've got 172,792 passenger transport code registered licences with transport. I don't expect you to know that figure, so I'm just giving you.
Yep.
Do you have a breakdown of how many of those are held by visa holders, working visa holders, or how many are...
Yeah, I'd have to, for that specific detail, I'd refer you to the Commissioner. If the Commissioner's unable to supply it, I'd certainly be happy to take it on notice.
If you could take it on notice. I'll come back to the Commissioner because it will be a bit...
We'll take that on notice, but I'd encourage you to
I'd just like to know
if
there's a breakdown of these passenger transport codes that licenses, registered license that you're required to have to be a rideshare driver or an Uber driver in New South Wales. Can I also just ask you, we don't have Uber teens in New South Wales, right? You have to have an Uber licence, you appreciate you have to be 18, not licence, sorry, to ride an Uber or rideshare vehicle, you have to be 18 in New South Wales, is that right?
To ride and
if I could answer that. To drive an Uber vehicle?
No, not drive, ride, to be in one, to take one.
There's no such limit, and in fact, all the usual rules would apply around child booster seats, for example, if for young children.
No, but to hold an account, that's the parent holding an account for a child. To have an account so that you can use Uber in New South Wales
There's no limit in the law on that. So individual companies can set their own limits, but there's no limit in the law.
Oh, so it's up to each company. So, for example, Uber says you just have to you don't have to provide an ID on whether you're 18 to have an account.
Not to my
with
knowledge.
Uber.
You can certainly ride.
Yep.
Yeah, it's up to each company. We don't have something in the
Okay.
law.
So, Minister, how many,
Yeah.
do you keep any data on how many young people that is that are under 18 that are in that case utilising rideshare vehicles and Uber?
That, I think
in
that's
New
a very
South Wales?
interesting question. And I'm aware that, some of the rideshare vehicles have specifically moved to target particular parts of the market to reassure.
Yeah, well, Uber says you have to be, I'm just going by Uber's details. They're saying you have to be 18 years of age to hold an account.
Right, okay.
You might want to be aware of that.
To
Mr.
hold an
Wing.
account, yes,
Yes,
but not to
hold an
actually
account.
ride.
Well, what I mean by riding is to have an account. So without a parent, I get that
Yeah.
children can go with their parents, but it doesn't though require you to provide ID to verify that you're 18. So as such, you've actually got a lot of teenagers and young people, well and truly under 18,
Yeah.
utilising Uber and other rideshare vehicles because you're not required by any of these companies to provide ID. Is that something that you've had a bit of a think about, whether
Yeah.
there should be some policy change in that effect?
Yeah,
or-
I think so. As I understand it, at the moment, this is largely up to the companies. We should be careful in doing that we make sure there's appropriate standards in place. So I'm certainly open to some further discussions on that to make sure that we've got appropriate standards in place in New South Wales. I think these are important services for young people some of the time to be able to ride with or without their parents. It's an additional service that some people may well be relying on. So we wouldn't
ride
want
it to schools and
restrict.
to sporting events.
Yeah, we wouldn't
and-
want to
and so
restrict
forth.
that,
No.
but it is a really appropriate question to say what are the standards.
Well,
that the
because
state
what's
applies.
actually happening is a lot of kids under 18 are using it. They do have accounts. They're not being Uber and these rideshare companies are not policing or monitoring the fact that they're perhaps not over 18. So I put to you, Minister, that a lot of parents are actually expecting or relying on their children to use Uber to get to events and even to get to schools. And I don't think there's anything monitoring that at all at the moment.
Yeah, there's a couple
Commission-
different categories where they may be travelling. One where they've got a family account and they're dealing with it that way. So that would deal with the Uber requirement that an account holder, and that'd be more about the payment.
Minister,
facility is over 18.
Yes.
Or you may be right, there may be instances where young people
You're
are simply
right.
saying,
It may
"Look,
be they rely on their parent account or their own. In any event, they're entering these vehicles on their own,
Yeah.
or they're going into what's a shared
Yes.
Uber, where
Yeah.
it's a complete stranger next to them.
Yeah.
To have a passenger transport code registered licence in New South Wales, do you have to have a working with children check, Minister?
I'll refer to the Commissioner."
No, that is not generally required. The Passenger Transport Code relates particularly to having the necessary medical standards, but a working with children check would only be required where the Working with Children Check Act requires it.
Minister, do you know that in Transport Tasmania they now require everybody who wants to have an ancillary, they call it an ancillary certificate there, they actually have to have a working with children check if they want to be an Uber or rideshare driver. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that specific provision. I am aware I know that the Minister Halen was doing significant work on enforcement both across taxi and rideshare. It was one of the areas that she's been particularly active on. I think that's been a very strong agenda of the government in its first couple of years. I'd like to see that continue.
Okay, but
I wasn't aware of the specifics about
Yes.
Tasmania, but I'd be happy to
I think if
be
you can
briefed
look
on
into what
those.
Tasmania does, because we've got a lot more young people utilising rideshare vehicles and Ubers and so forth, and given they are required, the drivers there, to have working with children clearances, I would have thought perhaps we'd consider that too.
Thank you.
Given the number of people that we have registered as rideshare drivers. Can I just, because the reason this has come to my attention, Minister, I had an incident that was brought to my attention last week where a 13-year-old girl was in a vehicle, in an Uber. It was a shared Uber. There was a 40-year-old male using the vehicle as well. And she was actually going to school, so she was put in the vehicle to go to school. She was running late to school, and she was about 13 years of age. And the driver was particularly rude and aggressive to her. And now, it came to me to think, well, perhaps we should be a little bit tougher on who these drivers are, given that parents are relying on Uber and rideshare vehicles to get their children to school. And the fact that you've got Tasmania sort of out there ahead of the curve, making sure that vulnerable children and so forth are cared for, and that drivers are monitored in that way. I'm just putting to you that perhaps it's something that your government should consider.
Yeah, look, I think these are really essential services, whether it's taxis or rideshare. Families are using them
I include taxis as well.
Yeah,
but what I'm seeing in more common is the Uber and rideshare vehicles.
Yeah.
And the fact that you have these shared Uber trips now as well, where people don't even know who the stranger is in the vehicle. And in this case, this was a 40-year-old male sitting with a 13-year-old girl, and she was being dropped off to school. Now, the incident didn't involve the male, but the driver was particularly aggressive.
I think it's a good point. We want to continue to raise the standards here, and if there's ways that we can do that, there's been a particularly strong focus on enforcement, but I think we should look at a range of levers here, including training, including getting the companies to assist to raise standards. Particularly
perhaps you could make sure the companies actually do ID checks for anyone wanting to have an account. I mean, that would be a first, I would have thought. I'm surprised you can hold an account without an ID.
Yeah, and you've raised that issue, and I'm very happy to look at it.
Can you also, and look, I expect, and I'm not sure, I'll leave it, I'll come back.
Okay. Minister, just a general question again, because of the interim nature of you holding the transport portfolio with various things like the member just indicated. Is there a policy for you to put on hold some new initiatives, things to look at until the new portfolio holder, permanent portfolio holder, comes in? Are you kind of in a holding pattern for transport as minister?
Well, that's not my experience of the last 5 weeks.
So these new initiatives that you're committing to today, is there going to be a document that you will provide, or are you going to get them underway before you lose the portfolio?
Well, look, I don't want to speculate about the future. That's really a matter for the Premier.
Do you want the portfolio of transport?
Sorry?
Do you want the portfolio of transport?
These are matters for the Premier, and I encourage you to ask him about it. But things are certainly not on hold. I've been commissioned as the Transport Minister, and I've been heavily engaged in transport issues over those 5 weeks.
Minister,
quite a broad range of them.
Thank you. According to the latest People Matters survey for Transport for New South Wales, just 41% of people answered positively to the question, my senior executive, or the statement, my senior executives listen to employees. Does this indicate that there is a leadership problem within Transport for New South Wales that you need to have a look at?
Look, I'd be concerned. I'd want to know just a little bit more context around the figures, but on the face of it, I would be concerned by that. It is one of the things that the Secretary and I have spoken about, just that need in an organisation this big to focus on culture. I know it's been a focus for the Secretary. It is ongoing work. It's also very, very important. We should expect big public sector agencies to be leading the way in these areas.
So is there a potential, though, that the issue, if it's senior leadership, is anything being done for, say, potentially an external assessment of senior leadership with the general staff cohort? So if there's complaints by people, I do have a few people contacting me, again, kind of whistleblowers if you like, who are concerned and think that their concerns aren't being listened to, and that some of the people in director positions may be part of the problem. So I don't want to go into specifics, obviously, but doesn't the result of this People Matters survey, if you have a look at it, there's quite a few, just 36%, for example, I feel my senior executives support my career advancement. They're generally quite low. Doesn't that indicate that there could be a problem and you need some independent investigation as well, not by the senior leadership investigating their behaviour and culture?
Yeah, look, firstly, in my dealings with the transport officials, I found them extremely professional.
Well, I'm sure
it's been
they're very professional to the Minister.
Yeah, and I'm conscious of that distinction. But I do want to recommend to you that I have found dealing with transport as a Minister, I've found it a very professional organisation. Secondly, the specifics that you're raising about it, of course, the government would take very seriously. And I invite you to provide any of those confidentially or offline if you think they're helpful.
Okay.
Thirdly, those results aren't good enough. That is of concern if in an organisation this big, people don't feel their managers are listening or don't feel that they've got those that ability to have their career supported. So, but I'm confident that this is a matter that's being treated seriously by the Secretary, by the senior leadership. We'll judge those results first before going external.
There have been concerns expressed to me about the way in which the draft, the back to work policy was drafted around the consultation. Now, this is probably getting a bit into the weeds for you, Minister, but that it was a process that was essentially a hand-picked group of staff without much consultation. It was more a dictation than a consultation. Mr. Murray, what's your response to that?
Oh, thank you, Ms. Furman. I would say on the PMES, we do acknowledge that those scores that you read out are low, and as the Minister said, we would seek to change those. One of the other ones that was low was rating the management of change in the organisation. I'm not surprised by those. In fact, the executive team and I expected this to be a fairly tough year for the survey because of the amount of change ongoing in the organisation. And also I think it's worth noting that it was only in 2019 that two of the state's largest public sector agencies, Transport and Roads, were brought together just on the eve of COVID occurring. So a lot of what we're working with now are divisions and branches that were put almost into a temporary holding pattern while all of that was worked through. So very significant is the amount of change that's going on, and we really acknowledge that that has a large impact on people. Our Chief People Officer is here and could answer some more questions about that survey if you'd like. I would make the point that while participation and engagement in this year's PMES was slightly down, a number of our results outstripped the public sector averages, in particular safety and our focus on safety, which is very important to us as a team to ensure that that remains one of the standout markers for transport, and we will continue to put in place plans that develop on all those other areas. In regards to workplace presence, that's a process we are going through at the moment. It has had a big impact on transport. There has been a lot of feedback. The team and I have been presenting across the organisation, and we have been collecting. We are in the process at the moment of collecting that feedback. So I would expect the number of feedback pieces to rise, and people have expressed a lot of personal information about how these policies affect them as part of that process, which we are taking on board. So I give the assurance that even if there has been elements that people felt have been clunky since Transport first conveyed that we are going through a very detailed process, and the team and I have been personally involved in that.
Okay, I might come back with further questions later about that if need be. Central Coast Rail Line. Now, I've asked some questions about this in the past as well. It appears that the Central Coast train isn't getting any better. Its on-time running isn't getting any better, I believe. For the last year, the intercity data suggests that the Central Coast Line performance has only been above 80% for 2 months. It regularly drops below 50%. I understand there's been a big increase in complaints to even local MPs' offices. So what is the government doing? I think I got some commitment last time, but why is the Central Coast Line so abysmal? And also recognising that that's an area that this government is looking at dumping a hell of a lot more people including in terms of its housing policy.
Well, Chair, there's been some obvious issues with on-time running as a result of industrial action. Those matters are well known to the public, but I might throw to Matt Longland on some of the detail.
I think it's comparatively in terms of the Central Coastline.
Thank you, Minister, and I do acknowledge some of the challenges on the Central Coast for passengers travelling on the rail network. As we have discussed previously, it's a very challenging alignment given the age, the grades and the very steep alignment geotechnical conditions in that part of the network. What we are doing and what we committed to do when we last spoke is to review in detail the areas that we can look at to prioritise performance improvement. In positive news, we have commenced the rollout of our new fleet, the new intercity fleet, the Marryong train. Our first train went into service in the first week of December. We've now got 5 trains in service. We're progressively rolling that new fleet out. Feedback has been very positive from passengers about the experience, the reliability, the accessibility of that new train. We're also doing targeted works around rockfall and also flooding. So you might recall we discussed some of the challenges, Cowan Bank, Cockle Creek, some of the work we're doing to really look at what we can do to provide more resilience in the corridor. The third area, as I mentioned, is around freight. It's a mixed corridor, steep alignment. In fact, the steepest alignment on our mainline network is in that section on the Cowan Bank. That has resulted in both locomotive failure, so freight trains that are unable to lift their load on that steep grade, and also we measure the condition of rolling stock as they pass a certain point on the corridor that tests for any elevated temperatures in any of the rail wagons, axle loads. Those two combined have resulted in issues around being able to navigate passenger trains around freight trains. They're areas that are more challenging given the importance of that corridor for freight. There is priority in place for passengers in the peak periods. We have seen that the freight issues have become a problem in the inter-peak periods, so when we're pushing more freight trains through that corridor. What we intend to do is to continue rolling out that new fleet. That will address some of the challenges we've had, particularly with the older VSET trains, and continue to work on prioritised maintenance on those key pinch points along the corridor.
Thanks for that update. Okay, we're going back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, thank you. Minister, how many battery electric buses are anticipated to be in service on Sydney roads by 2028?
Well, we won't meet Andrew Constance's claim that we'll have the entire fleet electric
asking about
by
you.
2030.
You're the minister. It's not a trick question.
Something that became clear around
How many
this
by 2028?
table, it'd take till 2047. So I won't be making wild claims like Andrew Constance did about how quickly this electric bus rollout.
Minister, it's not a trick
happen.
question. It's
No, well,
while you're
sorry, I
the
was-
interim transport minister about how many electric buses you anticipate will be in service on Sydney roads by 2028. What is Transport's policy?
Well, Ms Ward, I do want to apologise, but I am still alarmed at what the former minister did in this.
Well, we're here to talk
space.
about
It was a
you.
wild
You
claim
seem to
that
only want to talk about the
came as
previous
a total
government. What I'd like to talk
surprise
about
to
is
the-
you and electric buses. So it's
the
on the
public and
website.
the
I can help
agency.
you out on your very own website. It does say in there. So how many electric buses are anticipated to be in service on Sydney roads by 2028, according to your own website?
I'm happy to take that on notice or to refer to the agency.
So can someone look up your own website while he's filibustering?
Yeah, feel free-
I don't
feel
need your
free to-
commentary. I'm asking the minister about his own website.
I don't want to misstate on something that specific, on a question that specific.
Well,
Ms.
there's plenty of
Ward,
people
as
here,
you-
plenty of
you know
people
that,
watching. Does someone want to look it up? www. All right. How many are currently awarded?
Sorry, how many?
Of the electric buses are currently awarded?
Yeah, I'll hand to Mr. Collins.
Thank you very much for the question, and let me just run through. There's 180 electric battery vehicles in service.
Yep, just how many are currently awarded, Mr. Collins? I'm sorry, I've got very
It's
limited
quite an
time.
extensive list.
Okay,
I will
how many?
It's
I'll
about
go as quickly as I
300 excuse me, Ms. Watt. It's about 300 in the current procurement.
Yep.
And obviously under Bus Panel 4 we have
Yep.
staged rollouts of further procurements which are being worked on.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Murray. So, Minister, what percentage of local content will be completed for each of the 4 manufacturers?
Well, the government's commitment is clear. It's really looking at a 50% local content target.
Yep, this was your announcement in December 2024. You announced the bus order, so 50% of local content will be completed for each of the 4
I'll take the
manufacturers.
specifics in relation to those individual contracts on notice.
Well, but you announced it in December. The bus order was announced. So what is the percentage of local content for the buses that you ordered in December 2024?
Well, when you say I announced it, I think you are referring to the former minister. So,
Your government policy,
yeah.
announced in December 2024, what is the percentage of local content for those buses you ordered?
Yeah, well, and I've affirmed the government's target. We're working towards 50% local content by 2027.
So is the policy working towards, or is it 50%?
No, it's what we're anticipating is that there'll be a minimum of 50% local content
Thank
requirement
you.
from 2027 onwards for
Okay.
fleet procurements.
All right, thank you. So to clarify, you've taken on notice the percentage for each manufacturer.
I think you're asking about specific contracts, and I'd like to take that on notice.
Yeah, from the December 2024 order.
Although, I mean, I'm happy to have the officials answer now or in the
Yeah,
afternoon.
they can do that this afternoon. Thank you. I've got limited time with you.
That's
So,
understood. Yeah,
so
but we
you,
can run,
Minister,
so
can you
we'll run
take on
through
notice
those.
the percentage for each manufacturer, or we can deal with that this afternoon, Mr. Collins? Thank you. From the 24 December
Yeah,
order.
so we've got all that information.
Thank
We'll
you.
be able to
All
take
right.
you through it this
I'll
afternoon.
move on. Thank you. Will the Uton and Photon city buses, as part of Wave 1 of the ZEBs, the Zero Electric Emissions Buses program, be at least 90% complete when they're driven off the ship at Port Kembla later this year?
I would want to take that on notice
Why?
as to the very specifics as they. I wouldn't want to provide an answer. Again, I'm happy for you to put that to Mr. Collins. this
Mr.
afternoon.
Collins?
It's a
will
very
those-
specific question, though. Ms.
Sure,
Wood.
Mr. Collins.
In terms of the order of 101 two-door city buses from Photon, whether they're literally driven off the ship or taken off the ship and finally assembled, I will have to take that on notice.
I do want to make the point, though, this is great news for Nowra. This is
Sure.
100 jobs as
But
this
I want
rolls
to be
out,
very
and I
specific
cannot
about the
believe
completion of
that
the
Andrew
announcement.
Constance is opposing it.
All you want to do is talk about the previous government. What I want to talk about is
It's
this
more
government and
specific than
clarity
that.
about
It's
your
more
announcement.
specific
So,
than that.
Minister, I'll ask you again, will those buses be 90% complete when they're taken off the ship at Port Kembla later this year?
Some of my comments about the former government have been quite praiseworthy, and I have already taken that question on notice.
So jobs in Shanghai is good for Nowra.
No, this is look, we are creating a pipeline here of jobs in Nowra. That's great news for Nowra. I
right.
can't believe the opposition's opposing this.
Well, Mr.
I can't believe you're
Minister
taking
Graham,
Andrew
I'm going to
Constance's
ask
lead.
you. This is very
huge
serious
news
matter.
for those.
These are very.
for Nowra.
I don't need your commentary.
If we get this right,
Minister,
this could be a game changer down in Nowra.
Minister.
And you are trying to oppose it here.
And all you want to do is talk about anything other than your government's program. I'm asking
I'm
about your government's
upbeat
program. So can I
about this
ask you this,
program.
please,
I'm upbeat
Minister?
about
Are you
what it will
aware?
deliver to Nowra. It is going to be more than 100 jobs, and it's
Thank
part
you.
of
We've
a
heard
broader
that, but Minister, I want to ask you
for
about
what
a
we can do
question
in
in
New
the
South
limited
Wales.
time that I have. Are you aware what the term disassemble, knockdown, design, or DKD means?
It's not. No, I wouldn't want to give you a definition without seeking some advice on that.
All right. Do the officials know, Mr. Murray? DKD, disassemble, knockdown, design.
I'd need some more context,
Mr. Collins?
Mrs. Ward.
Anyone?
Yeah, I can give you a view here
Wheeler?
that obviously initially, a bit like Bridge Leyland and many other designs which came in previously, it's a common term, but the intention is that as this factory is established and as Photon get established, there will be more local content and less
Sure,
direct
but I'm
import.
not asking about the intention with respect. I'm asking about the term disassemble, knockdown, design. What does that term mean?
Generally, those vehicles are imported and the final assembly is made, obviously, to comply with the regulation, the rules, and additional equipment like Opal facilities and other things added, seats, and those things are added locally.
Yeah, and are the Yutong and Photon buses DKDs?
Initially, I believe some of those vehicles which have happened in the past.
What do you mean by initially?
Well, I think the initial order will be to speed up the process to
Yeah.
get those much needed buses into areas which are so
Understand all of
important.
that, just interested in the
They
order.
will arrive as imported vehicles.
Yeah, so
and
the
then
bus order-
the progress will be to ensure that more content, more assembly.
Thank
is
you, but
done
I'm
locally.
asking you about the order in December 2024. So you're clear that those buses, the Yutong and Photon buses, will be DKDs. That's right, isn't it?
There will certainly be imported vehicles.
And they will be DKDs.
They come in various levels of sub-assembly, whether they comply to that
All right.
general term.
Let's try it
Most
this
of them
way.
are brought in and then finally assembled.
Yeah.
And I'd just make
That's
the point
right,
that this is a
Minister.
gateway to more than 100 jobs for the
I've
region.
heard that,
We've
Minister,
got
but
to
I'm
work
not
through
asking about the
this.
jobs. That was yesterday. Today we're dealing with transport and buses. So let me ask about that, and you can talk as much as you like outside of here about other things. Jobs in Shanghai are very grateful. They really appreciate the government's local manufacturing policy. For each of those manufacturers, how much of the product is made in Australia?
I think it's quite a remarkable position to put in that question, given the coalition's record of
Minister, I'm asking
sending.
you, why
this
are you
was
dodging
deliberate
today?
policy
Why
to
can't you answer your
privatise
government's contract
and
position?
send these contracts overshore
I
under
thought you'd
every
be bursting at the seams. This
It's
is your
quite-
policy.
No, but it's we are making our best endeavours to create jobs here and change the policies.
Minister,
we were
jobs was
granted.
yesterday. Today is
The
transport,
approach-
so let's
the
talk about
approach-
transport.
The approach was the opposite. Under
It was
Andrew
yesterday.
Constance.
So
It was
today we're
jobs
talking about
offshore.
transport.
And
So
it
my
was quite
question
clear
is
he wanted
this.
to privatise all of
Minister,
transport.
let's talk about your portfolio, your government policy as you sit here today.
I'd be happy
For
to
each
do
of
that.
those manufacturers, how much of the product is made in Australia?
Yeah, and I'm happy to take that on notice. I've been clear about the goal. We've got a number of levers here that we're using to drive that goal. Of course, you've got to build up over time. This is about reshaping the pipeline and producing long-term jobs. But this is a great step forward down in Nowra.
So you're the Minister for Chinese jobs.
I think given the coalition's record, given Andrew Constance's record, it is astonishing that you can put that question.
You're the Minister for Chinese manufacturing.
It's astonishing. I'm genuinely surprised that
For
that
bus
is the
panel
line
4,
you're
Minister.
pursuing. It's very inadvisable. It's
For
not
bus
up to
panel
me
4,
to tell you how to ask questions, but I wouldn't have gone there.
You've had the opportunity, but for bus panel 4, can you explain how the contribution margin is used to define local content by bus panel 4?
I would want to refer to officials on that specific question.
Mr. Murray, Mr. Collins, for
All
bus
of
panel
the-
4, can you explain how the contribution margin is used to define that local content by bus panel 4?
All of the 10 providers that have been pre-approved for bus panel 4 contribute through that process around their local content guidelines. As the Minister has said, we have a 50% target that comes into place, but we cannot sustain a 50% target from the current available market.
Yeah, but I'm asking about the contribution margin specifically in the very limited time I have.
Even the most Australian bus that we're buying from Custom Denim is 62%. And that is because, and if you know the bus history assembly industry well, chassis, Volvo, Scania, Mercedes, tend to be made abroad. All those components are included in that assessment.
All right, the contribution margin, Mr. Collins, or Minister, Mr. Murray, what is the contribution margin in layman's terms?
It is one of the elements that through the bus panel 4 commercial processes is factored in to assess all of those manufacturers.
Yeah, what is it?
Mind you, I don't have the detailed assessment of what that is. It's through the contracts team that is assessed. But mind you, we look at all of those providers for different parts of our bus supply chain, whether it be rural and regional buses, ZEBs, or this particular buses like we have ordered for Western Sydney Airport.
I mean,
Sure,
in
but my question is about the
terms-
contribution margin.
In
So can I
layman's
just-
terms, and certainly we can provide you the bus panel 4 details. In layman's terms, it's labour, it's original manufacturing of components, it's all those things, the interiors, the tyres, everything is
Equipment.
calculated in quite a formulaic way.
Yes, so can the profit margin between a company purchasing a bus from China, then selling it to the government, count towards the contribution margin?
I'd have to take that on notice in terms of the calculations as they're applied in the
It's not a
contract.
calculation. Can it count in any way?
Well, all of those matters are assessed in the value to New South Wales.
Well, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, can the profit margin between a company purchasing a bus from China then selling it to the government in New South Wales count towards the contribution margin?
We'll take some advice on that.
All right. Can you take on notice then if the profit margin has been used as a contribution margin?
Yeah, we'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Have any of the suppliers used the contribution margin to meet their local manufacturing or local content provisions for the government?
I think it relates to your previous question. As I say, we'll take the contribution margin question on notice.
Okay, and specifically, so that's the profit margin, whether it's been used as the contribution margin for each of those companies, if you could itemise that in your response.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Have you been provided advice or a recommendation concerning ordering the next tranche for the new buses fleet to be built from Victoria?
Already one of the providers that has been selected in the first tranche materials do come through Victoria. Again, these are offshore manufactured chassis, but there is local content through that process which conforms with the
Minister,
policy.
have you been provided that advice or recommendation about ordering that next tranche? Which one is it?
Look, there's obviously a fair bit going on with these contracts. I'd want to take that on notice. I would make the point that we're building up here a pipeline, and you're referring here to some of the complexities. The government's goals are very clear, and Transport is working through how to implement those. I'd see that as the normal pressures as we try and turn the approach in the way that the former minister was very much driving.
You keep wanting to talk about the former minister, and
support.
I keep wanting to talk about your government policy as you sit here, so
Could
I'll move on.
Could I just say,
Are the
though,
Vulcan
sorry,
buses,
in regards to the next tranche, the next wave of those, that's commercial in confidence,
Mr.
and
Murray?
we've not yet been provided a recommendation about the next tranches.
all right.
So I wouldn't want to speculate
Minister?
on who will be involved.
All right, Minister, when we order the Vulcan buses that are built in, they are built in Victoria, what benefit does that have to the New South Wales economy?
Well, I think we're not going to... the Secretary's just indicated these are procurement processes that are in train, and it would be inappropriate to speculate about who these contracts are going to be awarded to.
Why? What are we hiding?
Well, these are commercial processes with commercial players who stand to benefit themselves, and
All right.
these
Okay.
I'm
I'll move
open
on.
to any questions that.
Sure, well, let's ask the questions
no,
then.
let me
When a
make
bus
this
is built in
distinction. I'm
Victoria-
open to providing information which is
Okay.
of use to the public.
Let's
I'd be
use-
very
let's go there.
cautious about answering questions that may benefit
Thank you,
one
Minister. Can you-
specific provider or another, and then narrow commercial
Then I'll
interests.
ask a
I'd be cautious
question,
about
if I may get one in. When a bus is built in Victoria, what benefit do we receive to the New South Wales economy?
Yeah, well, we'd certainly have a bus which would transport passengers around New South Wales. Most of these contracts...
I'm talking about the
and
economy,
I'm
the benefits
speaking
to the
more
New South
broadly
Wales
here,
economy.
actually involve components from a range of places, and that's they tend not to be, we're a single nation. There's many New South Wales businesses I've visited who are making components for...
You visited places interstate. I'm going to ask you again, Minister, to be clear, can you explain what the benefit is to the New South Wales economy when a bus is built in Victoria and we buy it here?
Look, I'll refer to officials.
I'm asking you. You're the
Mrs.
Minister,
Ward.
you want to talk about jobs, you want to talk about New South Wales, you seem to only want to talk about the previous government, the rest of Australia and your visits there.
These
I'm asking you
questions
again,
show a
can
remarkable
you
ignorance
explain
of how the
benefit to the New
manufacturing
South Wales
process
economy?
works in New South Wales, in Australia and around the world.
You just don't know. You don't know, do you?
There's many New South Wales businesses benefiting from the fact that they're making components of a range of products that are then built elsewhere in Australia.
Minister, there's nothing in the talking points about this, is there? That the buses built in Victoria have no benefit to the New South Wales
Well,
economy.
there probably
That's
is
right
something in the talking points,
Well,
but I'm
you're
not
struggling
using
to
the
find
talking
something.
points. I'm struggling to understand the question.
Someone please search it up and text it to him. I just want to know how Victorian jobs help the New South Wales economy.
Well, a robust manufacturing... ZEB is going to have immense investment over coming decades.
Minister,
Battery
I'm
electric
asking
buses.
the Minister and also the Minister for Jobs, who wants to talk about jobs. Let's talk about that. How does that help New South
Look,
Wales? You should
we are
be
going to
across
see
this.
it. We're going to see a transformation in the transport jobs in New South Wales as this manufacturing policy rolls out. It's also, to be clear, probably going to help Victoria as well. That's a benefit to them.
Is that your job?
But it's really rebuilding New South Wales jobs that we're looking at. You've asked a range of questions that indicate, yes, it's difficult. Well, let me put this view to you. It's made a lot more difficult by the policies we were left with. That's
Thank
what we're
you, Minister.
tackling
I'll
here.
ask you about your portfolio. How do jobs in China and jobs in Victoria help the New South Wales economy?
Look, this is your sudden interest in this after 12 years in government
Well,
is
are you the
encouraging.
Are you the
I
Minister
describe
for
it as very
Victorian jobs?
encouraging.
Well,
And
so
I take it
are
as
you,
a
Minister? Are
wholesale
you the Minister
endorsement.
for Jobs in New South Wales or the Minister for Jobs in Victoria?
I take it as a wholesale endorsement of the direction of the
I'll move
government.
on.
But it is important
raised
to
jobs.
say the details of
Okay,
this.
a point of order's been taken. The member has said she'll move on, if
I'll
we're
move
happy
on.
to leave it
Sure.
there.
Thank you, Minister. Who would receive the payroll tax for the procurement order if it's built in Victoria?
Just ask the question again,
If it's
please.
built in Victoria, who would receive the payroll tax for that
If-
procurement order from New South Wales?
Well, I assume if the labour is for a firm manufacturing buses, if that's the question you're asking,
Yes.
is in Victoria, then
Yeah.
the Victorian government will receive that payroll tax.
Okay. That's a concern, isn't it?
Well, no, I wouldn't put it as high as it being a concern.
You're not concerned?
New South Wales, the manufacturing chains are very complex. New South Wales
Sending
companies
jobs
benefit.
and payroll tax to Victoria, and
and I
you're
would
not
expect
concerned?
for a range of Victorian goods that are manufactured,
Wow.
you'll find a range of New South Wales firms who benefit from supplying components or expertise or services to those companies.
China,
That's the
Victoria, payroll
nature of
tax.
a modern.
So jobs in China,
that's
jobs in
particularly the
Victoria,
case between
payroll
New
tax
South
to
Wales and
Victoria, that's
Victoria,
okay with you?
Because you're talking about 70% of the Australian
Okay,
economy.
I'll move on. Minister, when can commuters expect Sydney Trains to reach its target of 92% on-time running consistently?
Yeah, well, it has, as I indicated before, the on-time running has certainly been impacted by some of the events that the public well knows about, some of the industrial action that was taking place. We're grateful that we've moved out of that period with the assistance of the Fair Work Commission. The briefing to me has been that should have a very positive impact
Yep.
on on-time running, and we'll move back towards some of the targets.
So when can we
But I'll
expect that
refer
target to be
But
met?
I'll refer to Mr. Longland
Well,
on the
very
specifics
briefly, I have
of your
Mr. Longley
question.
this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. I do acknowledge the impact that industrial action
Sure.
has had on
When
performance.
can we expect it?
We're currently sitting at about 85% across the network
Yep.
for peak on-time running. Target, as you said, is 92.
When
We're
can we
working
expect to meet?
really hard both through operations and infrastructure to improve performance, and hopefully passengers will see that in coming weeks.
But my question to you, Minister, is when can we expect to see that running consistently? Because since coming to office, your government's only hit the reliability target twice. The last time was January 2024. When will it hit the target again?
Well, I'll refer you to the answer
You
that
can't
you've just
answer
been
that?
given by... Well, Mr. Longland's answered that question very
Are you not
successfully.
asking Mr. Longland, when are we going to hit our reliability? We've got all this disruption on trains. What's your expectation about a date about when we should hit reliability on our train services?
I think Mr. Longland has answered your question very successfully.
And you haven't.
Well, that's a matter for you to judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Minister, what is the New South Wales Government's policy on container shipping?
Look, we're broadly in favour of container shipping.
Anything, I really would hope that there's more. Have you got an official policy?
On containerisation, are you asking about containerisation of a particular...
Ports.
Of a particular port,
Port,
are you?
yes. Well, a particular port, no, just broadly. Whether the government, I understand, is finalising a policy, is that correct?
On containerisation, I'll refer
Yes.
you to the agency on that, on where we're up to on that.
Ms. Fairman, the Transport has been working with our freight partners on a number of efforts that improve the efficiency of the ports. There is a number of reviews coming to bear on that. Ms. Mayers, did you want to cover the freight angle?
Thank you. I'm not sure if you're referring to the freight reform program.
Yes, I'll ask a different question at this point because I can follow that up later
Right. Yeah.
today. So New South Wales Ports is in the stage of, I understand, getting approval for a state significant infrastructure development to expand the DP World terminal. Minister, I know you've followed this while you've been in opposition as well, but has the government given any assurances that generally the port's policy will be favourable to them over the Port of Newcastle. Of course, this is getting onto the into the situation of the limits on the Port of Newcastle that many people have been following for some time. What's happening with that in relation to the New South Wales Ports proposal?
Great. So I think the next step forward on this will be when the freight reform work is released to the public. There's been some very serious work spearheaded by Kerry Schott and a team who's been working closely on this. It is likely to reflect on the questions that you're putting. Certainly in opposition, we were very critical about the artificial arrangements put in place that constrained the Newcastle port. I, as Minister, would like to see a more neutral arrangement. It shouldn't be the case that the government's putting in those artificial constraints for short-term financial benefits, but ultimately long-term economic damage. I think you'll see that, but that next step forward will be the freight reform paper. Will release that publicly, and it will chart the direction on exactly the question you're asking.
So what's the time frame exactly for that?
It's imminent, so I wouldn't want to give you a specific time, but it really will be quite soon. A lot of that, the work is complete. I've been briefed on it, and the government is expecting to release it shortly.
Is it your understanding then, if you've been briefed on it, can we expect to see reform to the extent that Newcastle Port can indeed become more of a container port without the significant penalties that the former government said was contained in those deeds?
Yeah, I think this is the best way to state the current position. The current port policy has a focus on port botany. It says it will...
The current
port policy. It'll remain the New South Wales container port, and Port Kembla will be the location of a second port when it reaches capacity.
That's very different to what's...
There are those arrangements...
Oh, sorry, this is the current, or is this the one that Kerry Schott's... Is this what we're expecting?
No, this is the current
state
of affairs, But and I note the those previous arrangements which were in place that charged the Newcastle port, required them to reimburse, have now been extinguished after the IPART determination process and the Act which was passed by the Parliament in 2023.
Okay, all right. So any month, week?
Yeah, I think that work, the work that's done in the freight reform, it's the first whole of freight. Look, it's really an excellent piece of work. Yeah. I've got to talk to my colleagues about it, but we will be looking to release it and we'll reflect on these questions.
All right. We'll look forward to that. Minister, I've asked the former Transport Minister these questions, similar questions in budget estimates in relation to the airport station's access fee. I've asked questions about airport workers. This is a question I failed to ask you yesterday due to time in terms of roads, but it ties into transport as well. The road into the Sydney International Airport is incredibly congested at the best of times. That new one lane, it is just very frustrating that it's a new road and it's one lane. So don't you think, given that I understand is a new arrangement for people to get into the Sydney International Airport, it's incredibly frustrating, it's banked up a huge wait, that the government should reconsider its position on the airport station access fee, that arrangement that makes it very expensive for people to catch the train to the airport, because of course Sydney Airport wants to get the fees every other way. So what's the government doing about that?
Yeah, look, it's a good... firstly, I think you're asking on the road element about the Gateway project, which, by the way, is operating very well in relation to the domestic and the international terminal, but you're asking about a specific element that I'm happy to take away and have a bit more of a look at. But overall, that project's working very, very smoothly. In relation to the station, access fee. I'm aware of the issue. I've obviously spoken to the airport about it. It is, if you've got the sort of employment challenges that the airport's got, it is having an impact on that. We are constrained with the agreement that was entered into in 1995 that's still in place till May 2030.
Yeah.
That is a significant constraint on government policy setting here. From my perspective, that shouldn't be the end of the matter. I think there's a common sense question that you've asked previously and that is being put. So I'd like to continue to look at it, but that contract is a significant constraint.
Okay, all right. Pop that on your little handover document if you don't end up keeping the transport portfolio, because it's an important one. There's the worker access fee as well. So
Yes,
there's the general
yeah.
access fee. I understand.
And it's the worker access fee that to me is the most common sense question,
so Sydney
but it's
Airport's
still a constraint.
Okay, so Sydney Airport's apparently working with the government through the budget process of a proposal. Do you have any updates about that? Again, I think it's been more than a year that this has been ongoing to try and get that access fee removed entirely for Sydney Airport workers.
I won't obviously confirm anything about the budget. I will confirm that Sydney Airport's been very cooperative and looking at a range of ways that they might contribute to help to do this. They're obviously not the only player in the precinct who's got significant workers, so that's a real complexity. And of course the ultimate complexity here is the tight contract that was signed that's in place till 2030.
Yeah. Thank you, Minister. Strategic Cycle Corridors Program, Strategic Cycleway Corridor Program. I understand that the government has just committed to, within the New South Wales Active Transport Strategy, has committed to delivering 100 kilometres of new strategic cycleways. That's across the whole state, mind you, 100 kilometres, which isn't that much at all. That was agreed to under the coalition, that 100 kilometres. Is the government looking at extending that or increasing the investment in active transport and cycleway infrastructure?
Yeah, look, I feel obligated to really call out the work of Minister Halen in this area. She drove this area very strongly and it was a real priority for the agency. As a result, we are looking at better ways we can embed active transport in the ordinary business of the transport agencies.
Okay, one question I'll jump in relation to this then. I was advised that last budget estimates, or I think question on notice, that a business case is being developed for that. What's the update on the business case?
I'll refer to the officials on the specific business case.
Did you want me to take that now?
Thank you.
So we have, just to update your previous question, we've got 45.5 million in the current year's budget and 121 over the forwards and over 200 grant subsidised active transport projects along with the 21 active development and delivery projects. I can bring you the timing on business case work later, like after the break.
Thank you. Mr. Benazia.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'm just going to get some documents handed up to you. 21st of February, Transport for New South Wales entered into a contract worth $4.5 million for the permanent cycleway on the Bridge Road in Glebe. What I'm handing up to you is an independent safety audit that was conducted, and I draw your attention to page 53 with the auditor's conclusions that say it is likely to increase
which page?
Page 53.
53.
The auditor's conclusions state that it's likely to increase the conflict, number of incidents, and ultimately the chance of potentially severe collisions between two or more vehicles and cyclists and pedestrians. That was provided to the department on both in October and December last year, and yet the department didn't respond to that report until February this year after the tender was awarded. So my first question is, were any actual changes made to the design or the project in considering this report that basically says it's serious concerns around vehicle collisions with cyclists, collisions with pedestrians.
Yeah, look, I know this has been a much discussed particular cycleway. I can't see the reference you're making to page 53 in this document. There is not a page 53, but I accept the characterisation you're making. There have been changes to the scope. I'd probably want to refer you to the officials.
I might pick that up with the officials in the afternoon. I've got some other questions I want to
throw
you.
But I know there's been much discussion on this, and there have been changes as a result.
Okay. Well, we might pick up with the department and see what those changes are in the afternoon. Minister, given that government members of the Upper House inquiry into e-scooters and e-bikes supported a recommendation to allow these devices on footpaths and a speed limit of 15 kilometres per hour, has the government's position changed from the advice that was given to them by the Road Safety Advisory Council that said don't allow them on footpaths and keep the speed at 10 kilometres per hour?
Firstly, I'm very grateful for the work of the Upper House Committee. I think it has been one of the good examples of the committee's work. The government's certainly taken that work seriously. Of course, we've also got to have regard to the advice of the transport agencies, including the Centre for Road Safety, as we formulate a position. I have been briefed on those matters. We're still formulating the government's position. It is a detailed area, so it would be unfair to say we've taken the step forward that you're asking about.
Okay. Are you aware in Queensland that accidents involving e-scooters and e-bikes is now the second highest reason for admission to emergency, and that their department is now, and their government is reconsidering their stance on e-scooters and e-bikes on footpaths?
Yeah, look, I am aware of some of that dynamic, perhaps not the, I'm aware of the hospital admissions issue, perhaps not the individual specifics. I've spoken to the Queensland Government about their regulatory arrangements, including how they're working over time. I think my view, without going into all the details, are we can learn some things from the Queensland experience and the changes they either have made or are considering. The government response in this matter is due in May 2025 to that individual report, but work is ongoing in this area.
Right. The interesting one I found, the Road Safety Advisory Council briefing paper, I think that was done in 2024, stated that the minimum age for riding an e-scooter is 16, but then also states that they can have a maximum blood alcohol level of 0.05. How do you respond to that contradiction and discrepancy? That we're saying that you can be 16 and, by the way, you can have a couple of drinks while you're riding the e-scooter.
Well, I think it is a contradiction, and I think any government final landing in this area should make sure that we're sending the right signals rather than contradictory ones.
Can I just go to maritime for a bit? Minister, the Evans Head Classic is a fishing competition that attracts thousands of people to that area. Obviously, crossing over into your portfolio of jobs and tourism, etc. Currently, the bar crossing is about 50% silted up. That was before Tropical Cyclone Alfred came down upon us. The Richmond Valley Council is refusing to dredge that crossing. Is you and your department prepared to do some emergency dredging before the Evans Head Classic in July, so we can actually be having a fishing competition rather than a sandcastle competition?
When's the specific date in July?
4th of July to the 7th of July or 11th of July. I think it's quite an extensive competition.
Great. Okay. I'm not aware of the issue. I can understand the impact that's having on a key event. I'm happy. Do you want to pick that up with the officials this afternoon to get what information you can? But I'm certainly happy to deal with that request that you've made. I think it's I don't know the background, but I think it's a good question.
Yeah, sure. Where are we at with the maritime infrastructure plan, Minister? The last one expired in 2024. Essentially, it's supposed to be the master plan that takes into consideration the inclusion plan, the maritime safety plan. I guess it's the Bible in terms of what we do with maritime infrastructure. And we're over a year overdue for actually seeing it. How do we build stuff when we don't have a plan to do it?
Very good. I'll refer you to the agency on that matter.
Yeah. Obviously, as you know, Mr. Banasiak, $360 million from fees and licensing over the next 4 years. The ED of Maritime has certainly identified a number of areas, one of which is the new boating infrastructure and dredging plan, and I will certainly take away your comment on Evans Head and see what we can do about that. That is laid out, and asking obviously again, as we have the former process for contributions. We do have a strategy of investment of a number of locations in terms of maritime infrastructure, and also, as you know, Maritime has taken on board a number of former Commonwealth assets in terms of jetties and other Crown lands, and we're working through that infrastructure plan.
But this
now.
plan was due mid-2024, from my understanding, was the last evidence you gave, Mr. Collins, and we are now into the third month of 2025, and there's no sign of it.
Yeah, I think what we have done is, in the interim, we have provided good information to the industry of our more short-term and medium-term plans for maritime, including the $44 million investment plan for both dredging and also infrastructure, and also a number of infrastructure programs which are currently ongoing across the state, and the achievement of which has in the past been very successful. But I'll take on notice the actual plan, and when is the date, if we intend to publish that for that overall strategic infrastructure plan.
Mr. Banasiak, just in relation to Evans Head, can
Yes.
I just formally take your question on notice, just so we definitely
Yes.
get your response? But also I can indicate that in the government's coastal dredging strategy, Evans Head is one of the 9 priority locations, but we'll come back with a specific answer on notice for you.
Yeah, that'd be great if we did get an indication as to whether it will be done before July. That would be great.
And Mr. Banasiak, just to add to Mr. Collins' response there, I can confirm that the Maritime Safety Plan is progressing, and the actions in that plan are continuing to be completed.
Yeah, I was asking about the maritime infrastructure plan.
And
you've got lots of plans
yes,
on your website. They're not a lot of action.
Yes, and
So-
and in addition, a discussion paper on a review of the maritime infrastructure plan is being prepared and is due for release in the middle of this year.
Shouldn't we have really had that discussion paper out well in advance? You know, the last plan ceased in 2024. Shouldn't we have been forward thinking, actually planning for that, and having a discussion paper ready to go even while that other plan was still in existence? That seems like common sense to me.
We want to inform that we want to ensure that that plan is informed by community and stakeholder input.
Yeah.
Okay, questions from the opposition,
Yeah.
Ms Ward.
Thank you. Minister, Glebe Island Port, what's your view about keeping the port?
Thanks for the question. Look, firstly, the government's unapologetic about its housing priority. We just actually have to lift the number of houses that are being built.
Thank you,
in
but I'm
New
asking
South
about
Wales.
the port, not the housing aspect.
Yeah, no, but I think it's a really
view on
important
keeping the port
Yeah.
as one of your responsibilities as interim minister. What advice have you received about keeping the port there, or the impact of removing the port?
Yeah, so I understand your question. However, I think you have to start at that place to say, look, it is such a priority to drive housing for this government. However, I do understand the issues that have been raised about the importance of the port as a key part of our supply chain. I have been briefed by Transport on that. I'd certainly spoken to the former minister about that and had the benefit of her perspective. There are some really serious land use conflict issues here that the government has to sort through. A decision has not been made in relation, which would impact on the port, but there has been plenty of public. There's been plenty of public discussion as well, and I've noted the position of some of the business groups.
Sure, I understand
who
those.
put a strong case for the.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate those. They've been quite vocal about their concerns. Will a port stay there, or will a port go?
Well, there's no government decision.
Okay, who's making that decision?
Look, I might ask you to put that to the agency just so we properly capture everyone who's involved.
All right, I can do that this afternoon, but are you in the loop on this decision-making process?
Yeah, I would say, look, ultimately this is, the scale of that decision would certainly be the subject of cabinet discussion, would be my cabinet or its committees.
And are you making that decision, or is there another minister or another group?
Well, there's a cabinet office process to deal with these issues. So it is, obviously it impacts on a range of ministers.
So someone has to take a paper to cabinet. Who's the responsible minister
well, I
that would be taking
commenting
that
on the
paper?
cabinet
Not you?
processes.
No, but you just said
it'd be
a decision will be made.
inappropriate
We're just trying to understand who will be making that decision. Who will be taking that to cabinet?
It'd
Is that
be inappropriate to disclose who will be taking a particular cabinet paper. It'd be inappropriate to disclose those cabinet
Is there
processes.
a timeline?
But I can tell you, though, it is a cabinet office-led process.
Yes, but somebody needs to take it to cabinet for that decision to be made. Someone is
I agree
the
with-
lead
I agree
on
with
that.
your
That's how cabinet
observation.
works. So, is there a timeline on the decision? When will it be made?
I would need to take that on notice. I wouldn't want to mislead on that. Obviously, it's a complex issue. But I'm happy for you to pick that up with the officials.
All right. So you won't be part of that decision making, or you will?
I anticipate I will be involved in that.
Assuming you stay in the gig.
Look, it has been. It's already been the subject of discussion at a top level in the government. As you would expect, given
is there a timeline for this year then?
As you'd expect, given that there's these housing pressures, we're looking at every option we can. But there's also been significant commentary on this in public. So as you'd expect, of course, it's been discussed.
So could you expect a decision to be made this year, 2025?
I wouldn't want to comment on the timeline other than to say that I've brought this, I've taken that on notice.
Okay, we'll go to crossbench time, Ms Mihaly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, can I just confirm with you the last point-to-point commission annual review? Online it says it's at the 22-23. Where's the 23-24 annual review?
Sorry, I missed the last part of that.
I want to know where what's the last point-to-point commission annual review online. I can see the 22-23. Is there a 23-24 annual review?
I'm going to refer to the Commissioner because I understand we have an update on this.
We are preparing, finalising an update, and we'll put that online.
So it's not online yet?
It's not online.
Do you know why there's a delay?
We've had a change of minister, and so I want to make sure the new minister is aware of it.
Well, I think the last minister could have done it, okay, given it's a 23-24. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Minister, can I just ask you about the, I need to know whether the Transport New South Wales or Point-to-Point Commission have a policy regarding unaccompanied children who are transported in a point-to-point trip, be it a taxi, Uber or other vehicle. Is there a policy document?
Commissioner?
Are you aware, Minister?
I'm not aware whether they have a policy
Transport New
document.
South Wales, is there one? Mr
Good
Murray?
question.
I'll refer you to the Commissioner.
Mr Wing? Yes
we
or no
have-
answer? I know you've got the child restraints. I just need to know yes or no. I haven't got time.
So the question is there a general policy about
Is there a
unaccompanied
policy
children?
regarding unaccompanied children who are transported in a point-to-point trip in a taxi, Uber or other vehicle?
Well, the rules apply the same as for everyone else, which is there are strong rules
I'll take
around.
that as a no. There's no
strong
policy.
rules around
You've got
checks on
child restraint
drivers.
policy. You don't have one on that. Okay, thank you. Can I, Minister, back to the 172,000 trips for point-to-point. 172,000 point-to-point drivers, and that's for your 22-23 data. I don't have the 23-24 data. I suspect that number's higher. Does Transport New South Wales or Point-to-Point Commission hold any data about how many of those drivers have a working children's check?
I'll have to refer you to I've noted your
I know,
sensible
but I
question,
want the
but I'm going to have
specific
to
question
refer.
asked.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'd refer you to the Commissioner.
Can I just ask first, Transport New South Wales, do you hold any data in that regard?
I don't particularly, but it
No,
would come through
you
the
don't
Commission,
particularly,
I would
right.
expect.
And Minister, you don't know whether there's data kept or not, is that what you're saying to me?
I don't hold it, and I don't know the answer to the
Okay.
question you're asking.
Thank
but
you. Mr
Commissioner.
Wing, would you like to answer that question?
We don't have data about working with children checks. We would have to get that from the working with children check area. What we have is strong data about all the checks that are required and done on drivers before they're allowed to drive.
Okay, so you have no idea how many of the 172,000 plus drivers, point-to-point drivers that we have in New South Wales, how many of them hold a working with children clearance check?
Well, the requirement under the law is that strict checks are done on them, that they are required to have
They just have to
background
fill out a
checks.
form.
They're required to have background checks. Well, we actually run a online portal which is checked 70 million times a year by industry, which gives near real-time updates on all these drivers. So we provide all that information, but that's all about the requirements that are currently in the law. I think you've asked the Minister
I get
about
it.
the
The
working with
law's not
children.
there. I get it. I
check,
just
yeah.
want to clarify that that data's not sought, and you have clarified
Yep.
that you don't seek that data. Okay, thank you, Minister.
Okay, I won't take up the remaining 12 seconds with the question. Any questions from the government members? No. All right, thank you very much, Minister, for making yourself available 2 days in a row for us. Of course, the officials will be back after lunch, but that's the end of your time with us. The committee will now break for lunch. We'll be back at 2 p.m.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Welcome back from the lunch break. We'll kick things off straight away with the opposition. Ms. Natalie.
If I may, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for coming back, everybody. Mr. Murray, when were you first made aware of the complaints regarding the culture of the Point-to-Point Commission?
Thank you for the question, and as mentioned earlier today, we've also had the opportunity just to clarify some of the points made. I should stress the advice to Transport is not that this is an investigation by Safe Work. However, there have been some complaints that have been conveyed to Safe Work, and a review is happening.
By who?
Sorry.
A review by who?
By Safe Work.
Okay, Safe Work are not investigating.
That's my understanding.
But they're doing a review.
That it's not a formal investigation, but they have instituted some reviews with the Point-to-Point Commission, which includes the provision of information from the Commission and some documents. Transport does not have a large degree of information about what that constitutes. That hasn't been shared, but we have been in contact with Safe Work. Additionally, to try and bring this to a close, because it has been going on for a number of months since Safe Work, we understand, began that review process, we have instituted some culture work from Transport and the Point-to-Point Commission, so we can also ensure that there aren't any issues that we need to follow up on separate to that. So it's a work in progress, but it's difficult for Transport to know exactly what Safe Work is doing and where they're up to and when they will close it out for those employees that may be impacted. I think this morning you referred to 30 complainants. We have no evidence that that is the case, but we do know that there are potentially 5 staff who have been speaking to Safe Work about that issue.
All right, thank you for all of that. There's a bit to unpack there, so I'll go into that. So how many formal complaints are there if there's not 30?
Well, as I said, we believe, again, these aren't complaints to Transport, but we believe the number may be 5 individuals are talking to Safe Work, but again, I don't have formal identification of that through Safe Work. We have asked for information, but that is with them
when
at the
moment.
moment.
When did you ask for that information?
I believe that there was work done in December and January to gain more information through this process.
Okay, so you don't have a large amount of information, but have you asked if there are these 30 complaints? Or have you asked if there's any more than 5?
We have asked, and our information is there is not 30.
Okay, so you've been told there is only 5?
The information to me is that we understand there are 5, but we don't know the level to which they are providing information. That's why we have done the other process that you referred to this morning, which is a Transport-initiated process, to look at any cultural concerns in the Point-to-Point Commission so that we can put this matter to bed more quickly.
So who's responsible for that work then? Is that under your leadership, or is that the sole purview of the Point-to-Point Commissioner or Safe Work? It seems there's a lot of different bodies here. Who is ultimately responsible for this?
That second piece of work that I just referred to, the culture work, is being conducted by Transport.
All right, and the complaints themselves are being dealt with by Safe Work or by the Point-to-Point Commission?
Again, this is what we're trying to... Transport doesn't have visibility of the work that Safe Work is doing. That's their role to do that. We have provided some information and we have sought some information, but what we're doing is our own proactive piece of work to try and close out any issues, which would be our responsibility anyway through Transport.
All right. So what's the difference between an investigation and a review?
Well, you'd have to direct that to Safe Work.
Well, but I'm asking you, you have clarified with Safe Work that they're not doing a formal investigation, they're doing a thing called a review. Did you not say what's the difference?
Well, I understand an investigation is a more formal piece of work. This is some concerns that have been brought to their attention, and which is outside of a normal process, obviously, for either for a personnel style complaint that would normally come through Transport for New South Wales, and there are other processes if the person is not satisfied there. But this information has come to them. We've been advised by them that this is not a formal investigation, but it is a review of some matters that they have become aware of.
But some contact was made to you personally raising these issues also, so it was brought to your attention. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
So then when you say that they've gone off somewhere else, it's actually come to you as well. What steps have you taken since those complaints came to you outside of the safe work complaints?
Yes, that's why Transport is doing its own work to identify any cultural or other issues at the Point-to-Point Commission, of which we have limited information about, but we are exploring those. And again, I don't want to breach any confidences around some of those matters, but we're obviously following those through to ensure that we can be clear about any issues that are raised through that process.
Okay, so is that culture work separate to the Transport Internal Standards investigation, or
That's
is that
the same piece.
The same thing, okay, just different names. And is that an investigation or a review?
I wouldn't necessarily call it either. It's Transport looking at any cultural complaints at the Point-to-Point Commission based on the fact that we know Safe Work has had some interest and has not yet closed out those processes. And it's not necessarily our role to ask Safe Work to provide all of that to us. They may have different areas they want to look at, but certainly we want to be assured that we're doing everything for the employees of the Point-to-Point Commission if they have concerns.
All right. When it was first raised with you, why was the Minister not told, either the current interim Minister or the previous Minister?
Well, because it was very difficult for us to get information as to what were the exact concerns. As I said, we understood that Safe Work had some interest. We wanted to find out who was in fact involved and what those elements were, while still protecting people's identities or anything that they wanted to bring forward. My advice is that work continued on that through December and January, but we have been trying to clarify exactly what Safe Work was doing through the process
Sure,
as well.
but separately to the Safe Work complaints were raised directly with you, so you were across those details and those complaints. That wasn't a matter of going through Safe Work, given that they were not a part of those direct reach outs to you. So
well,
why?
Again, I wouldn't want to talk here about things that people bring to me, except to say that I receive emails from employees across the organisation and our agencies every day of the week.
I'm sure you do, but my question is this.
And so it would be wrong, sorry, Mrs. Ward, to qualify those as complaints. I do receive people bringing me information that I make sure gets to the right place, but is also handled confidentially if that's what they ask of me.
I'm not asking about the confidential handling. I'm asking why, when they were brought to your direct attention, separately from Safe Work, why you made the decision not to raise it with the former Minister or the current Minister.
Well, I am the employer in this regard, and I have to make sure that items are looked at properly so that I have all the information before I then go and escalate them to that degree.
So at what point do you escalate it to the Minister and say we have had a number of complaints from employees which are of concern? Safe Work is doing an investigation. They've come to me directly. At what point do you brief
I come back
any
to what I
minister?
said earlier. I haven't had a number of complaints from employees.
Have you had more than one?
Not that I'm aware of.
You've had some direct complaints to you though?
I know I've got at least one person who has come to me with some information that I've passed on to be looked at.
Okay, but you haven't raised that with the Minister and you didn't think that that was
In an
something you needed
organisation
to
of
do?
30,000 people, I obviously inform the Minister or Ministers of multiple operational or people elements that happen every day of the week. But I also have to do my own due diligence on where those elements are up to and make sure that they're being looked at by the appropriate authorities.
What will be the outcomes of your culture work?
Well, I'll have to wait and see when that's complete, and then it will...
What's your expectation of the outcomes of that work?
I don't know yet.
You don't have an expectation of what will be the outcome?
That report hasn't come back to me at this stage.
Okay. Are there... what will be the outcomes of the internal investigation?
No, that's the same piece of work.
Okay. So you don't have any expectation of what those will be?
Well, information was sought in December. Information was provided in January. I don't want to go into it too much more than that, but that will now make its way to me so that we can have a look at as to what
All right.
it identifies and how many people it may require us to talk to.
Thank you. Mr. Wing, can I ask you, what are the nature of the complaints?
We've been approached by Safe Work, and as the Secretary said, were told that they were commencing a review based on a number of complaints.
The nature of which was what?
Well, we haven't been given much detail about them, either the people involved or the complaints themselves. And I understand that Safe Work needs to properly go through its review.
Were there any allegations of bullying?
We got allegations of interpersonal conflict. I think it was probably what was there, but what we don't have is details.
Were
and
there
that's the difficulty.
Certainly. Okay. Are there any issues of bullying in your organisation, in your view?
Well, I hope not, but if there are, I certainly want to address them. I'm looking forward very much. We are working with Safe Work. We are answering all their queries, so I'm looking forward very much to any further information, because we definitely want to address it if it occurs.
Are there issues of nepotism in your organisation?
Certainly not that I'm aware of.
None have been brought to your attention?
Nepotism. I've not been advised of issues of nepotism, no.
Okay. Issues, are you aware of any issues in your organisation?
Well, we've had Safe Work come to us and say that they've had 5 complaints and that they are conducting reviews, so I would suggest that is definitely the case. We've had that brought to our attention, but we've not got the details, and so we're looking forward to getting more from Safe Work eventually.
Okay, so we're in March now. This came about late last year. How long will it take?
I would love to be able to tell you, but I
Have you
don't
asked Safe Work?
Yes, we've been told that they are continuing to conduct reviews. They've not escalated to an investigation as far as I'm aware.
Have you asked why not?
Why not escalate it?
Yeah.
I presume they've made decisions that they don't see a need to escalate it.
You don't see a need?
Well, I would like to I would like them to actually, give us any further information they have, so we could take appropriate action. That would be very good.
So what are the KPIs for compliance officers on shift?
So all compliance officers obviously are required to work in accordance with the directions of their managers. They may have rosters at various times, depending on the workload.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the rosters, I'm talking about their KPIs. While they're on the job, they're compliance officers. What KPIs do they have in place to do
They are
their
required
job?
to comply. The compliance officers are required to comply with the directions of their managers. They are out there working extremely hard. They're often there at 7 o'clock in the morning at the airport for the first flights. They're often there at late at night, past midnight, for major events, and on Saturday nights in the city.
I'm not asking about the rostering, I'm not asking about their shifts, I'm not asking about their managers, I'm asking about when a compliance officer is on shift, what KPIs do they have to fulfil?
They are required to meet the obligations. The directions are given by their managers about where they go, for what kind of work they do, where are they patrolling that time. Before any major event, we'll have a compliance activity plan that will set out what we expect of them for that event. Those are the requirements. So they often have to work. We often have to set different rosters depending on.
I'm not asking
what
about
happens.
rosters with respect, and I have limited time. Do they have a minimum number of compliance activities that they're required to carry out during the shift?
Yes, in the last year, they were very hard. In the last year, my compliance officers have inspected 16,000 rideshare and taxi vehicles.
Yep, so when they're on shift, I'm a compliance officer, I've turned up on time for my roster, what is it that I have to do during that shift?
You have to do what you're expected to do by your manager, which may involve going to these places, going to the airport, going to the city, patrolling these ranks. There will be a specific plan for
Do
it.
they have a certain number of cabs that they're supposed to check?
Well, they have activities they have to do. They've inspected 16,000 vehicles in the last year, but the number of cabs or rideshare vehicles that they inspect is going to depend on how many are at any particular rank or rideshare pickup area they go to.
So you can't provide any clarity to the compliance officer's role, having turned up for shift, about how many rideshare vehicles, cabs they're supposed to inspect, what steps they're supposed to take, that you can provide this committee today?
Well, what we provide them with is where we expect them to be looking, because after all, how many they inspect will depend who's there and how many are there at the time.
So can you take on notice, please, Mr. Wing, for the past 3 months, all the plans for compliance officers?
Yes, sure, I can take that on notice.
They turn up for shift, they're given a plan by their manager. Can you provide to us the last 3 months' worth of plans?
3 months ago. Yes, but I do want to say they're extremely hardworking.
No,
They
I've
are
heard
working-
that, and I'm sorry, I do have limited time, so I'm happy for you to put that in your answer. But what are they doing when they're on shift?
Right, so
The information we're after is what is it that they're doing
Right,
when you
okay.
provide that information, so detailed information.
So we have on-street inspectors, and they are either out in uniform, they are patrolling ranks, they are going through rideshare pickup areas, they are inspecting vehicles.
Right.
Some of them are in plain clothes, and they are jumping into the back of vehicles and catching them. They've issued more than 1,000 fines just
Sure.
for taxi fare-related
Could you
offences in
take
the last
on, thank
2
you.
years.
I'm interested in their overtime for this financial year and last financial year. Could you take that on notice to provide how much overtime has been paid out this financial year and last financial year for those compliance officers?
This financial year. Yes, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. What's your expectation, from the enforcement notices that have been issued in the last 12 months, can you provide them in itemised form, so on notice and by month?
So by enforcement notices, you mean prosecutions or fines, or is that the kind of thing?
What is it that they do? If they're issuing notices or they're issuing fines or they're issuing whatever you call them, could you take on notice for the committee how many of those in itemised form have been issued in the last 12 months?
Fines in the last 12 months. Yes, look, a certain amount of those on our website.
And
but
by
I'll-
month,
I'll take
January,
it on-
this many fines, enforcement, compliance, what the nature of them was.
But can I just say overall, in the last year they've issued some 2,000 fines all up, and just for taxi-related fare offences in the last couple of years they've issued over 1,000 of those. So they are issuing plenty of fines, but we don't have numbers of targets for fines. That would be like a revenue target.
How many complaints for overcharging has the Point-to-Point Commission received this year and last year?
I would have to just look for overcharging.
All right, can you take that on notice?
Mhm.
How many tickets have been issued for overcharging?
In the last couple of years, we've issued more than 1,000 fines to taxi drivers for overcharging or similar offences, such as refusing to use the meter.
All right, could you put on notice then in a specific question about how many complaints have been made to the Commission, again for this financial year and last financial year, that is from passengers? So that's the number of complaints from passengers, not fines, that's a separate question, but this one is the passengers in the back that are making a complaint. How many of those? If you could provide that to the committee.
I'm happy to do that. We have
If you
a
don't have it.
hotline which people report to.
Yeah, let's go to that. How many complaints have been made to the hotline?
I'd have to go look at that numbers, but several
Take that
thousand
on
complaints.
notice.
We've had, as I say, more than 3,000 people have received refunds through the hotline, and we've also been issuing fines as well, where my officers have been both doing plainclothes operations as well as on-street operations.
Sure, but on notice you'll give us that particular number of how many complaints for this financial year and last financial year.
I'll take that on notice, yeah.
Thank you. And if you're able to break it down into the nature of those complaints, that would be very helpful.
We'll see what we can find, yes.
Yeah, how many about are overcharging? How many about not turning the meter on? I think you've just suggested that that's something that you're able to identify.
Yes, where people actually, yes, we can go through and look for that, yes.
Okay. And do you have that number to hand about how many complaints have been made?
I think I'll have to take that on notice,
Okay.
especially for the breakdown.
Sure. How many officers are on mental health leave?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
How many of those compliance officers are on mental health leave?
We have 2 officers who are on work
Or
cover,
other
work cover leave.
work
Yes.
is- yeah. 2
2. Yeah.
in total?
We have 2 officers on work cover leave. Yes.
Thank you. And, excuse me, what is the average annual salary for a compliance officer with overtime?
Oh, I will definitely have to take that on notice. Yes.
How many compliance officers do you have?
We don't like to talk too much about exact numbers because that just helps people are trying to avoid covert work get around it, but let's say approximately 30 across the state.
Sorry, you're not prepared to tell this committee how many compliance officers there are?
I prefer not to give exact numbers. Of course, I will if you definitely need to know, but I would say there are approximately 30 across the state.
All right, will you also take that on notice and give us the exact number of compliance officers employed by the Point-to-Point Commission in New South Wales?
Thank you. Some questions about ferries. Now, the government recently announced the return of the ferry service to the Elliott Street Wharf in Balmain. Just wondering if there's any more details on that, including timeline of when that will be operational. Is there anybody here to talk? Mr. Collins.
Just let me. Yes, there has been an announcement. We're working on the safety checks, the installation of the equipment for its recommissioning. I certainly will, if I don't find it in the meantime, I will find some information for you regarding the projected return to service. It also requires us to make a ferry service change, and we've looked at a number of options of how that wharf can be serviced.
Yes, that's correct, and I understand that to be incorporated as a stop into on one of the three current routes in the second half of this year. I'm also interested, Mr. Collins, on the whether there's public consultation on that, whether there'll be opportunities for commuters and stakeholders to feed into those options.
It would be, I think, along with my colleague from community and place team, I think that certainly is an intention to ensure that we engage with the local community prior to it opening and also get feedback. We do think we are fairly limited in what services we can provide, and that's due to we only have 40 vessels at the moment. Obviously, as we grow our vessel fleet with the arrival of the Parramatta River class and also the retention of more of the first fleet, we might be able to do a more comprehensive change, but at that stage that's one of the constraints.
Okay, thank you. So the Glebe ferry, the
Meemaw
F10 service, the question about the Opal network, government has said plans are underway to incorporate the F10 service into the Opal network by the second half of this year. How's that going, Mr. Collins?
That certainly is our intention. We're working through that issue. We're also working through the opportunities and understanding of the impacts of the fish market, the new fish market, and the options of a ferry service there. As you know, we only have one of those small Meemaw vessels, so we really want to make sure that we get the maximum use out of that, but also are there other options going forward to provide more of a service. That area, as the government has said, has high potential for improving access for people by the water.
Yeah, so that's the next question. That's around the Annandale, potential Annandale stop. Again, that would be that service, wouldn't it? With just at this stage service by the one boat.
Yes.
Is that correct? So are there plans to at least double capacity?
We're looking at that. I think the difficulty is we don't think it's advisable to order another one of those small vessels. They're very limited in their operation, but we've got to take into account the wharfs they serve, the type of facilities which are there at the moment, and obviously part of our ferry strategy going forward is to look to provide regular inner harbour type services which will support more access for those areas.
What work is being done in relation to looking at those ferries then? Because I understand that in relation to the Annandale stop, so Roselle Bay, that it's because of the shallow nature of that bay that smaller vessel has to be used. So are there other smaller, other vessels that fit more people in that you're looking at? Surely, I assume dredging isn't an option?
It is a sort of last resort, but obviously that is part of the strategy. You know, obviously the Parramatta River class vessels have a very low draft, as they call it. Whether they're able to operate in that area, we're doing that investigation. Obviously, we're expecting further funding to be granted, which will give us the opportunity to open up more of the services in Roselle Bay, for example.
What does opening up more of the services in Roselle Bay
Well,
mean, Mr.
we're looking
Collins?
at, you know, in the next 3 years, the opportunity, you know, for Roselle Bay. They are also looking at, obviously, committed progressing urban renewal plans in the Bay's West area. We're working with that master plan to understand what this means for ferry operation, because as you put in more housing or change the current way those bays operated, we want to make sure we're linked to those plans, and I know Trudy Mayers has been working with that. You know, for example, the fish market, it's not just the ferries, we're looking at light rail, we're looking at the bus connections, and there are a lot of other projects in that area which will change the setup of our ferry services.
Okay, so in terms of the government's commitment to a ferry service at Annandale, which is what they've committed, when can residents expect to see a ferry service at Annandale?
I think in the detail, the government has certainly committed to this. I think in terms of the actual funding envelopes for this works, I would take on notice what has been provided, because I think not all of those plans are currently funded in Transport's budget at the moment. But obviously, as we work through with government the ferry strategy, I do expect those things to become more solid, and we could then give you some time scales.
No, it does sound like this financial year, at the very least, doesn't potentially even sound like the next budget. But we'll come back to it at the next budget estimates. Maybe we'll get the same answer. So buses now, the government's commitments while they were in opposition. So the 370 bus route, from the opposition Labor promised to reverse the coalition's cuts to that bus service. As far as we've heard, we haven't heard anything that Labor doesn't intend to meet that commitment. Is there any work within the agency around the 370 bus service in terms of restoring the Liberals' cuts?
I know we've done a lot of work, and we have so far in the 2 years government's been in power, changed and added some of those services. I think the former minister has always said that they have a commitment. The timing of those commitments obviously may vary. I will take on notice if we do have some time frames, and as my colleague Trudy Mayers knows, for the 370. We are going through obviously the review of a number of those bus regions in terms of services. We've made some improvements or some changes in the eastern suburbs, the northern beaches. The difficulty we have, and the practical thing at the moment, is we are desperately short of vehicles. So promising reinstating services, I'm sure at the time of the new government they weren't aware of the state of the vehicles and the loss of those Arctics. But I think we are now seeing, as Minister Graham said earlier today, that the number of vehicles arriving and the repairs is a very, very live project now.
Is it vehicles or drivers, Mr. Collins? Because another question I have here is around the alternative city bus service for Annandale, again in the inner west. Quite a few constituents there have suggested a service that operates between Johnston Street and the CBD via the Anzac Bridge would make a significant improvement in their lack of general access to transport. In January last year, the former Minister for Transport said that couldn't be achieved due to driver shortages. So I understand it's a combination of both, but has the driver shortage in this instance been addressed, for example, to assist with the potential bus service for those for those people in Annandale?
Yeah, I think this time last year, and certainly the Minister and I were fully aware of the state of the driver shortage, over 550 drivers missing. We have worked pretty hard on that. It's not a game of whack-a-mole, but you think you've got something under control and then something else appears, and of course we knew that there was a delay to the delivery of the electric fleet and the infrastructure which goes with it, but then on top of that we lose 83 vehicles, so it changes from one particular resource constraint to another. But I genuinely believe if we keep working on the bus recruitment, and we have been very successful on that, if we now focus on the return of the fleet and new vehicles, this time next year we'll be in a much stronger position, and I do think it's time that buses actually got that attention.
Thank you. We'll go to questions by Mr. Benazziat now.
Thanks, Chair. Ms Webb, on notice, are you able to provide the committee the advice that the Centre for Road Safety provided to the government that informed the regulatory change that saw e-bikes go from 250 watts to 500 watts?
Yes, I can take that on notice.
Thank you, Ms Webb. Mr Wing, can I just go to you? I asked some questions of you in budget estimates last time around the review of the Act, and you came back and saying that's going to start in the 1st of August 2025, and then the report will be tabled on the 1st of August 2026. So in reality, we're probably not going to see any action or on this until probably the new government comes in 2027. What representations have you heard from the industry about the issues that they're having with the Act and the regulation as it stands?
Yes, so I can, obviously, Mr Benazziat, I can tell you about the representations I've received.
Yes.
The actual review will be run by Transport for New South Wales. I might also ask them if they've received others.
Yeah.
We've certainly had representations about the level, this is about the regulations themselves. We've had representations about the level of the authorisation fees in the regulations. They are, I don't know if you're across these, but they are essentially fees, annual fees paid by all authorised service providers, and they range depending on the size of the service provider. We've had some smaller service providers argue that the fees should be lower.
Can I just go to that? Those that are advocating, some of those smaller providers that are advocating for, I guess, a shorter, a lower bracket, because it goes in brackets from my understanding. 0 to 20,000 trips is the lowest bracket. Some of those smaller providers, actually tour bike operators that are calling for this, that wouldn't never probably reach 20,000 trips in a year. Is that the case?
Yes, that includes tour bike operators who would really be at the lower end of that bracket, as you say.
Okay, and did you pass on any of those concerns to the former Transport Minister around how tour bike operators are feeling disadvantaged or unfairly pigeonholed into this Act?
So, yes, I met with one of them in Wollongong, and also we've had correspondence with others, and explained that the fees are set in the regulations, so I have no power to vary them, but they would need to be varied by the Minister, generally on the advice of Transport for New South Wales as the policy department. I said that I would take that up the line. What I did was I raised it with Transport for New South Wales, and they briefed the former Minister's advisors. And I understand at the same time that this provider's local member also wrote directly to the Minister raising the issue. Okay.
Do we know how many of these tour bike operators have stopped paying their authorisation fee, so effectively gone out of business since they got put into this regulation?
I know of one, and this is the one I was speaking to and met with, who has surrendered his authorisation. We don't really have a definition of tourist bike operators, so I don't have any information on others, but I know of one, yes.
Okay. So there's no way of identifying tour bike operators within these authorisations?
No, they're not required to tell us that that's, that they're tour bike operators.
So how would you do specific compliance on those people to make sure that they're adhering to the Act? If you can't necessarily identify who they are and where they are.
Oh, right. So what I'm saying is that we can't just pull out of the data how many tour bike operators would have surrendered authorisation because of the fees, but what we do is we audit people based on risk. We get reports from people, we do our own investigations, and when we go and audit them, we will look at are they complying with the law.
Right. I've just been informed by some people in the industry that over 10 have ceased trading because of the fees, and just it's not financially feasible. Obviously, combined with what happened with COVID, that's fine. Can I just go to some other questions on notice, Mr. Murray? I asked you about the medium-term bus plan development of a strategic business case. How much of that $24 million that was earmarked has been expended so far?
I'll ask my colleague, Ms Mayers, to talk about the medium-term bus plan.
Yeah, we've drawn down 10.6 million, but we have only spent, I think, 3/4 of that to date. I'll just have to get the exact figure for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, if you'd like, I can take that on notice.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
We've started work. Yeah.
I asked questions around the Centre for Maritime Safety and its funding allocation, which came back at 5.5 million and a staff of 14.75. I'm just wondering whether I could get a breakdown of how much of that 5.5 million is attributed towards staffing.
Yes, we can take that on notice.
Sure. Thank you. Who is on the Maritime Investment Committee? That came back as an answer to a question on notice, a mention of a Maritime Investment Committee. Who is on that committee?
Mr. Benaziac, do you mean the Maritime Investment Committee? I'm not aware of that, but I'm aware of the Maritime Advisory Committee.
The answer I got was the Waterways Fund has a separate governance committee, the Maritime Investment Committee. The Waterways Fund is subject to the normal Transport for New South Wales financial policies and Treasury approval process. So who is on this Maritime Investment Committee? And more broadly, what's their experience in maritime infrastructure planning and delivery?
We'll take that on notice. Just check that you've been given the right name of the committee there as well.
If it's the wrong name,
yep.
The second question still applies. What's their experience in actually delivering maritime infrastructure?
I'm sure we can come back to you quickly on that one.
Yeah, sure. Another question, another answer you came back on the Eden Wave attenuator. You said that was $9.4 million paid from the Waterways Fund. Can you explain how that answer of $9.4 million for a commuter wharf upgrade contradicts with the answer to a question on notice number 3127, where you state the following: 100% of the fees that comes from recreational boating has been reinvested directly back to recreational boating. How does a commuter wharf upgrade benefit recreational boating?
I would have to qualify that just with the responses you've been provided, but obviously the expenditure from the fund is governed by its terms of reference. We just need to marry those up with the project that you're referring to.
Sure. How much has been expended so far from the demolition of the Manly Sea Life building? I think it was 10.6 million.
Just ask Ms Drover to check that one.
Yep.
We may need to take that on notice, I think.
Sure, no problems at all. Do we have a start date for the construction for the Darling Point Wharf? That might be you as well, Mr. Drover.
I
don't have it off the top of my head, but if you give me a minute, I'll
Yep.
see what I can bring back.
Sure, I'll leave that with you if you want to come back. Another question I asked was around the $3.1 million for the Manning River entrance, and you said that the council is responsible for that project. Have they actually applied for any funding for this project under the new boating infrastructure and dredging scheme?
I think we can take that on
Done
notice.
notice. Yep.
Yeah, and just what their committal has been in terms of their contribution. Can I get an update on the vacancies in maritime too, Mr. Collins? I think you.
Yeah, I can talk to that. Every week I go through a process for filling roles. We do have a handful of vacancies at the moment for boating safety officer, education officers. If you want the detail.
just on notice, how many of these vacancies are currently being backfilled and how many are being advertised?
Yeah, it's an ongoing process.
Yeah.
Our intention is always to ensure those posts, frontline posts, are filled.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Collins.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the opposition? Ms Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Murray, or perhaps Mr Regan, has advice been provided to government concerning industrial relations implications of the Transport Administration Amendment Sydney Metro Governance Bill 2025?
I think you'd have to stipulate what you mean by that. We're obviously working through that at the moment. We have officers from...
So any implications of industrial relations implications for that structure?
We are covering off all of the governance implications of the changes that have been progressed through that bill. I'm not aware of any specific industrial relations matters that are in the front line of those changes.
So you don't know of any? Did you
I'm
say?
not aware of any specific industrial relations matters that are at the front line, as I would say, of that change. Obviously, we're working through structural reform to the governance side, but it's not specifically an IR consideration.
All right, Mr Regan?
That's my understanding as well.
I should say the employees will remain unaffected. So the employees of Sydney Metro, the organisation, will be unaffected by the governance change, which would make it unlikely for IR issues.
I'm just trying to get to whether the bill... So will the bill have no industrial relations implications to Sydney Metro operations moving forward?
Not that we envisage.
And you're not aware of any, and advice hasn't been sought or provided?
No.
On that, okay. Mr Regan, do you support those changes?
Those changes are a matter for the government.
Okay. Okay. Metro West, what's the current forecast date for the line wire contract to be awarded?
I think it's the line-wide contract, which is the power and rail systems contract. It's in its request for tender phase at the moment. The bids for that contract are due in next month, and we don't have an exact date yet for the award, but I expect it'll be in around the third quarter of this year.
Okay, Q3 2025. Thank you. What's the current forecast date the train systems maintenance and operations contract will be awarded?
Yes, so that contract, which covers the train systems operations and maintenance for Metro West, the tenders have been received. They received just prior to Christmas. They're currently being assessed at the moment, and again with an expectation of award around about the same time as the line-wide contract. So those contracts are quite interlinked in their works. So again, I'm expecting around Q3 this year.
Okay. Will those carriages be built overseas?
So we haven't selected a preferred bidder at this stage, and that's obviously a decision for government. There are different tenderers who've offered different solutions for those trains.
Any of those solutions offered involving overseas?
Yes, there is no current manufacturing capability for automated trains in Australia.
So none of those would be wholly Australian?
That's right.
Okay, and are there local content rules for the procurement of the carriages?
So there are, we have significant local content policies across Metro West, and obviously some significant components of Metro West can only be delivered locally, particularly the construction, the trades and the like.
Yep.
The procurement for key items, we do take into account the local employment and local content plans that those bidders can provide.
Sure.
But in the case of the
Just
rolling
the
stock,
carriages,
it is highly specialised. They do come as a set off production lines globally. They don't come in components.
So a train set, so to speak, that you have to take it all or nothing. Okay.
And I think, just to clarify on that a little bit further, it's also the integrated nature of the train itself with the signalling system. So they are part of the same system, and hence the way they're packaged together, the trains and signals. And that's the system. It's quite a different technological solution.
Thank you. And is the capex for the new contracts already in the government's pipeline?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And so that's already budgeted in the 4 years in full?
It's definitely within the Metro West budget. I think some of the expenditure would extend beyond the 4 years, but it's within the existing budgets for the project, correct.
Thank you. Can I ask about the Mariong fleet? How many Mariong carriages are currently operational as of today?
I'll ask Mr. Longland to talk to that.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Murray. We've currently got 5 trains in service each day on the Central Coast and Newcastle line. They're operating 17 services per day.
Yep.
And my advice is we've got 2 additional trains coming into service later in March. So we are progressively rolling those trains out. At the moment, only on the Central Coast and Newcastle.
So how many carriages is that?
The trains come in, you can do a combination of 4 carriages, 6, 8 or 10, based on how you couple the trains together. At the moment, we're operating 8-car consists, so 2 4-car units coupled together.
2 times 4-car units by 5?
Correct.
So how many carriages, plus the 2 more that are coming?
So currently there is 5 8-car sets, so 40 carriages are in service.
Okay, and the 2 that are coming will be how many carriages?
They will be 8 carriage trains as well, as my understanding.
Okay, so 2 8-car carriages, 2 by 4s, so the total number of carriages. Okay, thank you. And how many are forecast to be available by the end of the year? So those 4 plus just the additional 2? Sorry, the 5 plus 2?
It's a progressive rollout, so we're obviously working through, there's sort of 3 key areas around the implementation. The first one is the actual train modification in terms of the new operating model.
Sure, I just need a
second-
number, just how many will be operational by the end of the year?
By the end of this financial year? I'd probably need to take that on notice if that's okay.
Okay, and also by the end of the calendar year also?
So end of the financial year and end of the
calendar
calendar
years,
year.
please.
Okay.
Yeah. How many are forecast to be available, just the number?
Number of carriages. I'll give you the number of trains
break
and
it
then we'll
down.
multiply it by
that'd be
carriages.
great, thank you.
Okay.
It's
End
in
of
your
financial
interest.
year and end of calendar year.
Thank you very much, Ms Longland. Is the fleet currently providing an all stations service on the Newcastle line?
Yes, it is. So I think we had 2, so the 4th and 5th trains came into service about 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
And they're now stopping on an all-stop pattern.
Okay.
And the next 2 that go in late March will move also to a weekend pattern. So we'll be
Thank you.
starting to spread the service out through the week.
Terrific. And when's the fleet forecast as of today to service the South Coast line?
South Coast will be calendar year 2026. So the rollout pattern is...
Now, just the date.
I don't have a date. I'm not sure. Miss Drover and I are working together on the rollout. I don't think I'm certainly not aware of a specific date. The phasing is Central Coast Newcastle, which we're on at the moment.
Yeah, sorry, just South Coast. So when's South Coast forecast to come on?
The calendar year will be 2026. I haven't got a month.
Yeah, the deployment plan is the Central Coast, Newcastle, then the Blue Mountains, and then the South Coast. So we'll get the Blue Mountains in, and then the South Coast will follow that.
So when will that rollout be complete for all carriages in service for the South Coast line?
I don't have a definitive month for you or date. We're just focused on getting Newcastle in, and that, as I said, then the Blue Mountains, and then the South Coast is the last deployment, which was always the case.
Okay. And what about the rollout of all of the Mariong fleet, all of the carriages for the whole fleet? When will that be complete?
In terms of the phasing, as my colleague Ms. Drover highlighted, so it's Central Coast, Newcastle, followed by Blue
Yep,
Mountains.
I've heard that, just the whole
Followed by
lot.
South Coast.
When's it due?
We'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, if you could. So that is all the trains and carriages in service for what the taxpayer has paid for and ordered. When will all of that be online?
All 62 trains in service.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. And so is that forecast to be first quarter, second quarter 2026 or complete by end of 2026?
I think we'd probably need to provide that detail on notice.
Okay, and your expectation for all carriages in that order, is that do we have a year for that? 2027, 28, 30?
Certainly be a lot sooner than then.
When?
As I said, 2024, so in December we started the rollout on the Newcastle Central Coast.
Just the
Late
other
2025 will be focused on the Blue Mountains, 2026 on the South Coast. Now in terms of the duration of the rollout, we need to take our time to ensure that we can line up the training, the accreditation, the infrastructure
Just looking for
works
the
as well
final
as the
number
train.
when it's all
That does
online.
take time.
Okay, thank you. So what's the total cost for the modifications?
The total cost is within the envelope that was identified in the state budget. So in terms of the project delivery, my understanding is that the next 4 years in the current budget, 973.8 million.
Yep.
So we're confident that we will be within that budget.
Okay, so total cost across the 4 years for the modifications, 973.
Look, I can clarify. The budget was reset, as you may be aware, in late 2023. We're still working within that reset budget, so the program is still within the current funding envelope.
Okay.
And those modifications are part of that funding envelope.
Thank you. The Tangara fleet, where is the business case for the Tangara fleet up to?
I'm happy, Secretary. So the Tangara has obviously two elements. The first is the life extension of the current fleet. So we've got 55 8-car Tangara trains that we operate primarily on the T4 line, so Sector 1.
The business case, Mr. Longland, if I may, where's that up to?
Might just clarify if you mean the Tangara life extension, which Mr. Longland has just started on, or the future fleet, which is the replacement for the Tangara.
Let's do both.
Excellent. Well, I'll finish on the life extension, and I'll ask the Secretary to talk.
Actually, no, let's just do the new fleet. Let's not worry about the extension.
Oh.
Just do the new fleet. I know what you're doing.
It's a very exciting project.
I'll ask Ms. Drover to talk to the
Thank you.
future fleet program.
Yes, you may be aware that in July last year we launched the Trains for New South Wales document, which was a 30-year vision for the replacement of all the fleets in New South Wales. The first business case we're working on is the replacement of the Tangara fleet. So we're in the strategic business case phase of that. So that's where that status
So
is
you're in
at.
strategic business case, and the new fleet final business case is?
That will be commencing this year.
Okay, first half, second half?
It's about the middle of this year.
Okay, 2025. Given we're in March, so we're looking at
It's commencing shortly.
Okay. Thank you. So will that be available for an investment decision by 2027?
That's our intent.
Okay. Thank you. So my understanding is the government is planning to design a brand new train using internal resources. Is that correct?
I wouldn't quite categorise as that. What we are looking to do is standardise the design so that every time we need to replace a particular fleet, and noting we've got multiple fleets across New South Wales, that we're not redesigning all the components every single time. We'd like to come up with a standard design which reflects a standard operating model and provides some consistency so that we can get some economies of scale out of the manufacturing process, but also we provide a consistency to our staff and workforce, etc.
Thank you.
So that's our intent.
Thank you. That would be a unique design though, wouldn't it, rather than an off-the-shelf design?
Well, some of the components would be or specific to New South Wales, for example. The suburban fleet, as Mr. Longland of course knows, is a double-decker suburban fleet, which is somewhat bespoke to New South Wales. So there would be some elements which are particular to New South Wales and reflect our existing infrastructure. There'd be other items which would be standardised, and there'd also be a reflection that with time technology does change. But we're talking about more of a standard design as it relates to the customer-facing components of the train and also the workforce-facing components of the train.
Speaking of the workforce then, is the union involved in the design?
The union has been widely consulted on the approach. We're not actually at the design phase at the moment, given we're in the strategic business case phase. There will be engagement with the unions and the workforce, but we're not at the design stage per se at the moment.
Okay, but the union's involved in ensuring the standardised design.
Well, I characterise it more as involvement of the workforce when we get to that stage, as would be normal for any train design, manufacture, procurement process.
I would say, sorry, just to add to that, when this process kicked off, the unions were invited, along with the National Rail Advocate, to participate in the original market soundings. And then Ms Drover's event last year, which showcased the future trains market release, the unions were certainly at that event. Not just the train crewing unions, but the manufacturing unions, obviously.
Okay. And so how does liability work for a construction partner of a train that they haven't designed?
So that's very much some of the issues that we're looking at the moment and will be considered as part of the business case. The approach to the design, but also the way the program is packaged up and procured, and what is procured.
So who would
that's the work we're doing at the moment.
Yeah, who would take the liability responsibility then to ensure that standardised design or new design or whatever you want to call it is functional, considering it hasn't been used before and it's not off the shelf?
Well, as I said, there'll be different facets of the design. And just to reiterate, it's more the customer-facing aspects of the design and also parts of the design that impact workforce, particularly operating model. But say, for example, the traction on the train, the traction braking, that could be a system that the supplier would design and deliver. So I think we're just working through that detail at the moment, what makes sense and what elements can be standardised and then built on a consistent basis and which ones will not be.
Okay. Is that being designed to have a guard outside the driver?
We are assuming that the current operating model used in Sydney trains will be the basis of the Tangara fleet, yes.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. All right. And the liability question, am I correct in understanding that could be different liability for different components?
Exactly.
Is that normal?
I'm happy to maybe add a couple of points. Ms.
Yeah,
Trevor, I think
I'm just struggling with it because ordinarily you'd buy a train off the shelf and liability would follow.
Just comment
if
on
you have
that?
component parts, it seems like it's different.
As opposed to Metro, New South Wales for Sydney trains has never bought a train as we would describe as off the shelf. You certainly buy a manufacturer's base, but no train for Sydney trains in its history has been regarded as off the shelf.
But it's been a very long time since Sydney Trains has designed its own design for a train. So that is unique in a sense. It's been many years since that has been the case.
certainly, I think the intention is to develop a functional specification about the way the train will operate, customer features, ensuring that we get a level of modular operation between operating the train on multiple parts of the network. The actual construction and manufacture of the train clearly would be the accountability of the train manufacturer. And we have history in New South Wales, both in the Hunter and also in Western Sydney, a depth of understanding and design and manufacture of trains.
A long time ago, Mr. Longland, not recently. It's been a very long time since we've designed a train in New South Wales. So in your words, are we designing a new base?
What Mr. Longland has said, I don't think we're doing detailed design of the train, but as Mr. Longland said, some of the design parameters, etc., we will be specifying.
All right. In your words, are we designing a new base?
We will have specifications which we're going through that setting stage, which we will give to this process. That's why it is, and that is the same as previous procurements. We develop specifications, we give base
Which previous
standards such as
procurements?
the operating model, and then that is put to manufacturers to come up with proposals that meet that desire. And usually they operate from fleets that they may have already put into play.
All right, but we haven't done it this way before, where we have specified and put the design together, whether we're intimately designing it or specifying component parts. That hasn't been done before.
Well, if I can give you an example, for example, on the Marion fleet, an awful lot of work was done on human factors, and particularly the accessibility requirements or outcomes of that train. We would like to not redo some of that work, but pick up some of that very good work and apply it to the next fleet. So that's the sort of consideration that we're doing. If it's working well on a new fleet, then why not reuse it and leverage that, as opposed to starting again or waiting for a manufacturer to come up with their own considerations in that area, for example.
I think the other unique point is that over 30 years of train procurement, they've either been not procured or procured at once across successive terms. And what we're trying to do here with the long-term look at the plan is to ensure that these procurements can roll from one to the next.
Thank you.
And that has precluded the ability to
Thank
have
you.
that
Just
level
quickly
of
on
buy-in.
buses in the last question. Is the Brookvale bus depot expected to be completed by the middle of this year?
Yes. Electrification of the bus depot?
On track?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon to all of you. As you have probably clocked onto by now, I come to transport estimates every session to ask about accessibility of the transport network. I asked some questions on notice and got some answers in relation to how many train stations are currently independently accessible across New South Wales, and was told that only 253 out of 353 train stations are independently accessible, which means there's still 100 stations that people with disability can't use independently. Given that the original deadline for all states and territories to make all train stations accessible was 2022, I think, how are we this far behind?
I'll ask Ms. Drover to talk to the specifics of the program. We have received significant budget funding over the last 2 years, which we are going through a rollout of new stations and including the design phase of the next round of accessible stations. And we have a number of design and delivery partners who are rolling from one to the next to speed up that process. But Ms. Drover, I'll ask you to give any detail.
Look, I absolutely accept that we haven't met the target that was set some years ago. I think we're in the same situation as many other jurisdictions across Australia, but we have certainly committed all the funding that we've been allocated to date and are expeditiously getting on with those station upgrades, but also ferry wharf upgrades. You'll note in the last month we have also opened 2 new ferry wharf upgrades for accessibility. We're definitely, any new infrastructure being delivered, like the Metro program, it's all accessible stations. There are some challenges with legacy infrastructure, particularly stations that are over 100 years old. But as per our website, there is a criteria for how we prioritise the stations.
Yeah.
It's based on demographics, accessibility needs, etc. So we do prioritise based on that, and we're getting through them as quickly as we can based on the available funding. And we'll be approaching government with the next round.
Thank you. As we've seen with the, I can't remember which station it was now, is it Strathfield, the recent one that's been had the issues with the accessible toilets? In any event, we know that when there is an issue, even with just one of the lifts at one of these stations, we're getting signs being put up by Transport saying, if you've got an accessibility need, go an extra station, go over to the other platform, then come back to this station, you can get up on this platform. Like, it's quite ridiculous, the extra amount of effort that people are having to go through just to get around. And I appreciate what you're saying, that these are legacy, but that's, and the new ones are accessible, but that's why there was this program. One of the other questions I asked in that set of questions on notice was how many will be independently accessible by 2027 under the current funding, under the Safe Accessible Transport Program. And I was told that by the end of that program, we'd still have 94 stations that won't be independently accessible. I then asked a further question, which was the estimated timeline for when we would have fully accessible for all of the 353 stations across the network, and I was told that Transport couldn't tell me the answer. Given that we've only got 6 new ones that will be fully accessible within 3 years, and we have another 94 to go, my calculations are it will take us another 47 years to get full access. We're looking at almost half a century before people with disability and mobility needs can move around our 21st century network. Again, how can this be, and what are you doing to make this faster?
I can talk to that, and look, we obviously hope it's not that long, and it will be a function of funding, but I can share with you all the projects where we're doing development at the moment, those where we've got target engagement underway, where we've got construction underway, and also where delivery contracts have been awarded and where we're actually in delivery. I could take you through those, or I can provide that on notice. So in terms of development, we've got... there is quite a lot of information. But I can assure you we have many, many projects against each of those categories. So we've got a rolling program of development, engagement to understand community need, procurement, delivery, etc.
Thank you. If I could turn to the point-to-point commissioner. Hello. I think you know what I'm going to ask about as well. And apologies, I don't know if it's been raised at all so far today, but the this taxi rideshare disability discrimination news story. I have previously been in these estimates asking about what the Commission is doing in relation to the numbers of people who are being abused by taxi and rideshare drivers purely because they've got a disability, being turned, like not being allowed to get in, being turned away with their assistance animals, all of that sort of thing. I wasn't surprised, but I was still horrified when I saw the recent media coverage. Can you talk us through what you are doing to ensure that people with disability become a priority for protection under this government?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Boyd. So yes, like you, I saw the pictures coming out of Victoria of the Victorian wheelchair taxi driver really abusing the customer, which was horrifying. Yes, we want to not have that happen here, and if it does happen here, we want to take action against it. We do actually prosecute and ban from the industry wheelchair taxi drivers who who breach their safety duties. And so we have done a number of those. We had one upheld just last week by the District Court, which was good to see. So we will take action and ban drivers who do the worst things. But we also we know that not all customers or passengers feel comfortable in reporting things. So very recently we've started doing covert operations in wheelchair taxis based on the successful covert operations we were doing last year with Guide Dogs New South Wales. We ran the first of those recently. The good news out of that is that we didn't see any severe significant safety breaches. The bad news is we still had to fine 2 drivers for starting the meter before the passenger was loaded in. We'll continue to do those because I think they're important back up to following up on reports and complaints and etc. But we also, and the government announced this just before Christmas, we're also developing training as well for, so we've got consistent statewide training for wheelchair drivers. And one of the things we got feedback on consistently across the state was last year when we went around the roundtables, was that yes, there was safety training out there, but people were reporting quite inconsistent customer service, depending who they caught it with and who they went with. So that also is being developed, and we'll make sure that's reported, that is rolled out across the state so that everyone has that training. Training's good, and it needs to be backed up by enforcement, as you would undoubtedly agree.
Yes. Can I ask, because one of the reasons that they caught that Victorian example was because they were looking at it for fraud purposes. Otherwise, obviously a lot of people with disability are non-verbal, they're not able to actually talk about their experiences. Has there been any thoughts about, randomly, I guess, looking at CCTV coverage in New South Wales to see if any of this is happening? Because these people can't speak for themselves, so it's particularly ripe for exploitation.
So we did look at that because I suppose we can really only pull down CCTV footage when there's a reason to do it. We have to have a complaint or a report or suspicion, but otherwise there are workplace surveillance laws and etc. But that's exactly why we've started doing covert operations, because we're never going to, if we can't pull down the CCTV footage and if some people can't report it, that's where we need to go and work with volunteers to get these drivers, any drivers who do this kind of behaviour.
Can I ask, a number of people have expressed to me that they're quite frustrated because they have been talking about the discrimination people with disability have faced in this industry for some time, and they feel that action's only been taken now because they've also uncovered this fraud component where people are, being overcharged, and suddenly it's not just about people with disability, we are giving it a bit of attention. Do you have enough resources from the government to actually properly target the experienced people with disability and ensure their safety?
Well, we're simply just prioritising it. We've also been spending, and you've asked me about this before, we've also been targeting those rideshare and taxi drivers who refuse guide dogs and other assistance animals. The fine went up for that to $1,000 last year. We've issued 15 fines in the last year to rideshare and taxi drivers for that. But we're also, as I said, doing covert operations as well, where we just get in or we work with volunteers from Guide Dogs New South Wales.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Benazia.
Thank you. I'll just go to some questions from your annual report from last year. In the section on safer waterways, it mentions a maritime behaviour change campaign. How much did that campaign cost, and where was that money drawn from?
Thank you very much. I'm aware of the campaign. I'll take that on notice in terms of the costs.
Can you also take on notice as to where it was drawn down from, whether it was drawn down from the Waterways Fund?
I'd imagine it would have come out of the Waterways Fund, and in general education, as you know, the Waterways Fund consists of a whole load of expenditure, of which one is boating education.
Sure. That section also talks about receiving some new purpose-built incident response vessels. Are we still using Yamba Mechanical Engineering to build our maritime vessels?
On the section regarding, we have actually deployed those vessels up in the north of the state in the last few days. In regarding Yamba, that marine company, I'll take on notice and let you know.
Sure, no problems at all. In the financial overview section, you talked about $16.2 billion being spent on significant capital works program. How much of that $16.2 billion in capital works was spent on recreational boating facilities and infrastructure? Happy for you to take that on notice.
That was last year's report, so it's last year's funding as opposed to this. Yes, I'll take that on notice and give you and just to confirm the investment committee you talked about, Mr. Benazia, just to answer that question. It is chaired by Mark Hutchins.
Yes.
It has some very good, very experienced people in the MIDO team, and bring in also engineers to understand that. So that's that particular team, and happy to give you more detail.
If any other details you can provide on notice, that'd be great. About that team, can I just go to the number and remuneration of senior executives? How many staff within maritime are paid under the transport senior service levels of 1, 2 and 3?
I think currently there is it might be 8 or 7. I'll just double check that.
Happy for you to take it on notice, and just where their salaries are drawn from, whether they're drawn down from the Waterways Fund as well.
I will again take that on notice.
Thank you. Just still on employee remuneration, obviously outside of the senior service level, how many, there's a table 21 in that annual report, how many employees in each of the annual salary brackets work within the maritime section of Transport for New South Wales?
I can
how and where their salaries are drawn from as well?
Just as a general point, I think it is important, might help you, that certainly all New South Wales waterway management, marine pollution control response, the safety campaigns, the boating officers, the education, aquatic events, insurance assurances, investigation of maritime incidents, they're all drawn from the fund, and that's really the operation of maritime is not just on recreational boaters, it is also about the maritime roles where that fund provides that hypothecated situation.
Yep, sure. Can I just go to the section in the report about overseas travel? There was a Director of Maritime Infrastructure Delivery Office officer who went on a overseas trip to New Zealand for a public administration program. Can you just advise us what the total cost of that overseas travel was?
All those items are disclosed and published. I know this individual was part of a government-wide program for senior service individuals.
I couldn't see the individual cost within the annual report, so...
It's actually published separately, I understand, and we'll certainly make that available to you. I don't know whether it's been recently published, but certainly...
Yeah, I've certainly seen a post-trip report that should have gone on the website. If not, we'll make sure that's conveyed through to you.
Yeah, excellent. And just whether any alternative professional learning opportunities were considered before approving that expenditure.
There are a number of other government officials from all sorts of departments on that particular course, I understand.
Mr. Benasiak, I do have, through Ms. Drover, responses on Darling Point, Manly Sea Life and Bridge Road, if we cast our mind back.
Can we do Darling Point and Sea Life now, and then I'll come back to Bridge Road when I finish with Maritime? Yeah.
So the demolition of the Manly Sea Life, which is now the Manly Cove West, given it's gone. 4.2 million was the delivery cost, which included the demolition.
Okay. And Darling Point?
Darling Point. So we have finished the detailed design for that project, and we're waiting for the delivery funding for that. Similarly, Manly Wharf 3, the detailed design for that project is also complete.
Sure, thank you for that. Just sticking with the annual report, does the consolidated revenue for 2024 for boat licences and registrations account for the full impact of the fee increase that we saw last year, or will we see that full impact in 2025?
Yeah, I think the annual report covers up until this last financial year, so the fees were changed at the beginning of this financial year, so they'll be in...
So we'll see the full impact?
Full impact on next year's annual report.
Okay. I am just going to press a little bit on this marine infrastructure plan. I put to you, Ms. Webb, at the end of the session as to why wouldn't have we started this process of redoing this plan while the existing 2019-2024 plan was still in effect? Why did we wait until the plan lapsed before we started doing any work in the new plan? It would seem that you'd want to start that process early so it would be a seamless transition, which it hasn't been.
I accept that, but what I would say is that there's been considerable additional work has been being undertaken by the team. So in particular, there's been the dredging work that's been undertaken, the boating infrastructure and emergency repair pool, community grants programs, etc., that have been worked up. And there's been a lot of focus on that and priority to some of those. So we don't believe that the delays in the review of the Maritime Infrastructure Plan has had a significant impact on our investment in boating infrastructure. And the work that's being undertaken now, we are looking to consult with the Maritime Advisory Council before that as a next step.
I just see the advice that recreational boaters are actually receiving from government, including the Parliamentary Secretary for Transport, Ms Marjorie O'Neill, is that the Maritime Infrastructure Plan should really be driving all that other stuff that you mentioned, not the other way around. So I appreciate, yes, you've done some extra work in that space, but the advice I'm seeing in front of me is that it's really the Maritime Infrastructure Plan that should be driving all those other smaller components, like the Maritime Safety Plan, like the Disability Inclusion Plan, like South Coast Boating Plan, and the other 101 plans that you've got on your website.
And I note we have an existing plan, and we look at the range of initiatives to support maritime that occur out of that, and certain of those have been being worked on over the last couple of years, and acknowledge that there is also work going on to refresh the Maritime Infrastructure Plan, and the timing of those has meant that the others have come out ahead of the next refresh of the Maritime Infrastructure Plan.
Okay, with the new funding scheme, can you tell me how many applications have been received for that scheme? Anyone? Not necessarily you, Miss Webb, if you don't hold that information.
And we might want to clarify just which scheme as well.
I'm talking about the one that was announced by the Minister at the boat show, the boating infrastructure and dredging scheme.
Yes. Yeah.
How many applications?
The 18 and the million. Yeah. 44 million in total. 28 million towards public boating amenities over 4 years, and 16 million for dredging.
Yeah. A lot of that dredging money had already been allocated, though, to pre-existing projects.
Yes. I'll take on notice if we've had applications. I know that there has been a lot of consultation in that area. And while we're talking about dredging, Evans Head, Mr Banasiak, I'm sure the ED for Maritime will contact you regarding the opportunities we could do to accelerate that work if possible.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Questions from the opposition, Ms Rachel Merton.
Thank you very much. If I could, Mr Murray, just if I could touch back on the delays to the Southwest Metro, if that would be possible, in terms of the costs of the delays. I think it was touched on earlier whether we might be able to explore that a bit more.
Ms Merton will try and assist you between myself and Mr Regan. Obviously we are going through a process at the moment, as I think was referred to, about the sequencing of that work, so not all costs will be immediately apparent to us. This is something we're now working through, both to look at opportunities, but also there'll be flow-on impacts in that community that we need to take into account.
Mm-hmm. So if we could just, in terms of some of the costs, what in an event like this, and I'm sure we've had experiences like this before, some of the costs would include...
Well, some of the elements we've called out, and I'll come to Peter, but most particularly what we're talking about is the sequencing of the capital works, which has to occur during set times on the network, and ensuring that our delivery partners can be deployed for enough time at those particular junctures, and that can be properly scheduled out with them. But Mr Regan.
Thanks, Mr Secretary. Yes, so I guess you could break the potential cost impacts into a number of broad categories. The first one being prolongation, so just extending the time expended by all parties doing the work. So that's the costs on the government side of managing the works, the costs of the contractors who are on standby or who have been ready to do works but haven't been able to get on and do works. So there's a broad package of prolongation. There's also, to the extent that the project delay extends beyond the original timeframes, there's also prolongation of the replacement bus costs, which were put in place for a particular period of time, and certainly the commitment's been made by the government that the replacement bus service will remain until the line opens fully as a metro, so there is an increased cost there. There are, I think, probably the most challenging aspect of this, as the Secretary alluded to, is that where access to the line has been unable to be achieved as planned, that access has had to be replanned, and it's not a matter of simply going in the next day or the next weekend. There's a long lead in, a long sequence of works to match up potential impacts on the adjoining rail network, Sydney Trains and the ARTC freight network, with other planned works, with other essential maintenance, and to ensure that the disruptions that were needed to finish the disconnection between the previous Bankstown line, part of the Sydney Trains network, to allow it to be converted to the metro. Those works have had to be done when Sydney Trains lines and the adjoining freight lines are shut for safety reasons. Sure. And there is quite a long lead time to reinstigate those timeframes, and potentially longer than the time by which the actual impact itself was in place. So at the moment, we're working all of that through. In each case, we've got sort of 6 or 7 key contracts with private sector delivery partners that have all been impacted, and so we are working through the process of discussing with them the costs that they have incurred and the costs that they will incur. We are looking for opportunities to resequence works to try and mitigate some of the time that has been impacted, but there are certain aspects that at this stage we're not in a position to be able to compress, and in particular we haven't been able to commence the testing of the trains because we haven't been able to power on the system. We expect we'll be able to do that shortly, and that will then give us a good sense as to how much time needs to be provided for to reset the program through to opening, and we won't really know that till we're into testing. But certainly something we won't do at this point is compress the testing program. It's absolutely essential that we run through and get a really good sense of how well the system is working before looking at any opportunities in that regard.
And Mr. Wigan, if you could just remind us, and I think we touched on it this morning, what actually is the length of the delay envisaged on this in terms of the cost?
Yeah, so there's been a number of different impacts. If you look clearly and just specifically at where delays have been impacted by different types of industrial action where works weren't able to be completed, it's about 135 days of delay. Now, we are looking at how to reprogram and reschedule, but as a starting point, it's likely to be at least day for day.
Sorry, I didn't hear
at
that.
least
sorry.
day for day to the 135 days of impact. So,
okay, sorry, thank you.
So we don't have a final date yet. We need to work that through once we get closer into the testing and continue that work with Transport and Sydney Trains. But I think, as the Minister indicated, the intent is to open as soon as we can in 2026, but we're still working that through.
And which line was that for, Mr. Reid?
That's the South West Metro, so the Bankstown line conversion.
Yeah, okay. So in relation to the Western Sydney Airport, Sydney Metro, are elevated walkways, are they being factored into these designs? This is, of course, the access and egress for rescue efforts in incidents. Is that being factored into the design for Sydney Metro, Western Sydney Airport?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is it, what is the design exactly in terms of, I understand there's different elevations that have been being discussed, the fire and rescue might have a different view to Sydney Metro. Are those kind of aligning, if you like?
Yes, they are. We are we're working to install the high-level walkway. So there were walkways at 3 different levels that were being discussed. I think it's fair to say that there were pros and cons of each, depending on what lens was being looked at. But we have agreed we will go with the high-level walkway, which is most consistent with what's been implemented on the tunnel sections of the existing underground metro lines, and that's the base that the design's being progressed.
Okay, and they've been factored into the existing designs, or they've been tendered for in terms of construction now? So
they fit within so the tunnels are built that they would go in, but those tunnels have now been handed over to the railway systems contractors. It's the railway systems contractors who put in the track, the overhead power, the signalling systems, and they will also be installing the walkways. So it's being integrated into that installation through the tunnels of the railway systems itself. And that's fully underway, and design is highly advanced now for that.
Okay, so no delays from you're saying here in terms of that walkway and discussions with the union?
I think to be clear, it has added time to the program, and that is part of the delay that we were talking about earlier today. We are still working through the full extent of the range of impacts of that project, and that is one of them, along with the industrial action from multiple parties, along with other procurement issues. So that's a little bit more flavour for you on the number of different things that have been worked through. They are now all part of a single discussion with the delivery consortium to try and reset the program to a single end date and an incentivised target date.
Okay, Mr. Benazir.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, just continue with that about the infrastructure, boat infrastructure and dredging scheme. So I asked for on notice how many applications were received.
Yeah.
How many of those applications committed to co-funding in terms of the contribution from the proponent? How many of those, I'm happy for you to take this on notice,
Yeah.
how many applications were outside Newcastle, Sydney, Wollongong? What was the total figure, dollar figure requested by all the applications? How many were for dredging? How many were for the actual infrastructure? How many might have been for maintenance? And whether you could dissect the dollar figure for those three components.
Yeah, and as you know, probably, Mr. Benazir, but this is an ongoing scheme. People can apply. It doesn't mean to say there's a cut-off and everyone has to get their applications in.
As of today,
let's give you a full extent of what we have in the process.
Yes.
With those, geographic location, co-funding. I think I picked that up. We'll do that, but there is obviously a great opportunity for all components of the industry to continue to look at both those schemes in terms of the infrastructure and any advice and guidance on dredging as well. We would welcome over this period of time. This scheme is open. It opened in August 24.
Yeah.
So it's relatively early in its process.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Reardon. Just picking up on some of the answers you gave to my questions about the metro and the emergency incidents. Can you just confirm that interim fix that you spoke about? I've been informed that was based on a 12-month service level agreement, which is about to run out. Have you costed a permanent solution as part of this?
Yes, so to build on my answer earlier today, we are in discussions on a number of options, and those discussions include discussions with Sydney Trains, Metro Trains Sydney, and with Fire and Rescue New South Wales. The original agreement also included an option to extend the agreement, so it doesn't just drop dead.
Yep.
And we'll utilise that as necessary.
Okay.
Certainly, I'm confident that we'll reach a good long-term agreement.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon tea time. We'll have a break until 3:45. Okay, welcome back to our final session this afternoon. Kick off with questions from the opposition. Ms.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. Fourth quarter. Opal cards. Anyone? Anyone can
Yes.
Mr. Murray.
Okay.
Having utilised the 1 or 2 year contract extension for the provision of Opal services, what's the current drop dead rate? So when does the contract finish?
We are currently assessing the tender responses for the main RFP. That process is underway at the moment, and we will be reporting back to government shortly on the progress of that tender.
Sure, but on the current extension, what's the finish date for that one? Parking the tenders for the new...
Yes, that is the end of 26 for the first 2 year extension option, yes.
Okay, and so the exact date for that without further extension is
I believe it's December 26. This one.
Sorry.
For the first cubic 2 year extension.
September 26.
Okay, will you be using the second extension?
We believe we will use some of the second extension, yes.
Okay, for how long?
That is not determined. We have another 2 year available to us.
Yep.
We have begun the process of identifying that we would exercise some of that contract extension.
Okay.
Timing TBC.
All right, so you won't be trying the new Opal software 3 months before the election?
Again, we have a tender that is currently being assessed that will help us look at those timeframes and ensure that we have the right certainty for the rollout of the system.
But that new Opal software wouldn't be in place and being used 3 months before the election, that's right, isn't it?
The current, given that extension, will go
it's not a blame game, it's just a timing question.
I'm just thinking about in terms of where our timing is rather than election. The extension that we have is September 26, as we've just said.
Yep.
And yes, we would anticipate that we will go into that next contract extension. But I can't tell you at that point where we will be on the ramping up of the new provider because that's currently being assessed.
Okay, so, all right.
When I say
it just
new
wouldn't make
provider,
sense 3 months
I mean
before
the
an
contract.
election, like in March, if you extend it even till December or January, to be then rolling out a new system, almost in what you call pre-caretaker. I don't subscribe to it, but in caretaker or months before March 2027.
All I would say is that that's not part of the steering committee's deliberations. We're obviously looking at the contract availability that we have under the current Opal system, and then Opal Next Gen. The tender has not come up to the steering committee, obviously for consideration yet. It's being assessed. That will give us the availability of when we think new systems would start to come online.
Okay, so even if the tender was put out there and was awarded, that couldn't be in place before March 2027, could it?
We'll have to see what comes back in coming months. We're assessing the tenders at the moment. That will give us the biggest clue to the rollout schedule of Opal Next Gen.
Clues are good. So if the second extension is used, what would be the drop dead date for that?
Then it would take it to September 2028.
Thank you. All right, and so in terms of the procurement of those new Opal tenders, what's the status of those?
So the main tender
Procurement?
is in assessment at the moment.
All right, and then the e-tender website says for the RFI, the response from the department will be 31 March 2025. Is that still on track from the department?
We did extend some of the tender validity period because of the bidders all asked us for additional information. So we did that in collaboration with all of those that were participating. I would have to take on notice whether that date relates to our pre-extension date or whether that's been taken into account.
Okay,
I'll
so
take that on notice.
When will suppliers know of the next stage?
When we finish the tender evaluation, we
When will
would
that be?
notify all players in the coming months.
All right, I'm just trying to understand the timeline because it's obviously a big issue for the public to know, but also...
The contract respondents are all aware of the current process and the timing,
Yeah.
and have obviously submitted their applications, and we're working through that. They're aware of the expected timeline for coming back to them.
Okay, and so what is it? So yeah, just trying to understand how it's working. There's no trick in any of this. It's just the timing. So the date for extension of the tender validity is for how long?
We added 3 months to the response timeframe. That has now moved into evaluation.
Evaluation. Okay, and that's expected to take until when?
It'll be in the early in the second half of this year, I would anticipate, but I'm happy to take that on notice
If
in
you don't
terms of
mind,
any
yep.
guidance that we've given the market.
Thank you. Yeah. There's no trick in it. And what's the budget for the upgrade?
Ms. Wong?
Currently at 567 million.
567?
567.9 to be exact.
0.9 mil. We just found another 900,000. Good to know. All right, and so that then takes us to the... how long would the new contract be for?
That will be part of the tender assessments.
But what is the proposal? Is it 3-year, 5-year, 10-year?
I'll take that on notice. It's longer than that, but I will take it on notice. I'm just not sure of the exact number. I don't want to mislead you here.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. And so then what progress has been made on the Opal Next Gen upgrade since the delays identified in the 2022 business case?
The program is continuing to a level that we're satisfied with. I think you're referring to some of those media reports which related to an original business case.
Yeah.
And some other, what we would say is outdated documents. Certainly the current program and the budget that Ms. Wong has identified are all being met, just with the proviso of that extension to the tender open period for the bidders.
Okay, so all right, so in September 2027, is that still the targeted go live date, or has there been further slippage on that?
That would be, I believe that would be still the anticipated date.
Do you want to check that, or you believe that's so?
If I could just add to
Certainly.
what the Secretary said, it will be very much dependent again on the evaluation of the tenders and what has come back in terms of what the tenders have put in their tender around timeline.
So they've set their own go live date?
Well, no, but they will set within the tender what can be done, and we have also asked for some innovation included in there as well. So until the tender has been evaluated in terms of the content and the dates, that's when we can then definitively say when the go live date will likely be.
Okay.
Without going into too much detail for the purposes of an open tender, but delivery program,
yeah.
And any early deployment as well as cost will all be factored into that.
Yeah, of course. You definitely think so. But I guess in terms of that go live date, it would be a question of planning for that, but also those tenderers and the public having an expectation about whether it's a year after or what
And they were
rollout is.
they were the targets that were set within the tender response documentation. So we'll be assessing as to how bidders come back to be able to meet the targets that they've been asked to look at.
Okay. What contingency plans are in place to ensure that the Opal card readers remain functional until that new system is fully deployed?
That's a significant consideration from the team. It does relate to the contract extensions with the current provider that you've just spoken about, and in terms of their contract of service for delivering this current system. So we work with them very closely on ensuring that we have good response rates to both day-to-day maintenance, but also the longer-term availability of that technology.
So is there a contingency plan in place to extend them?
The contingency plan is the contract extensions that we've just spoken about. That
Mhm.
requires that provider to continue to provide that level of service, and we work with them very collaboratively on that.
And those readers will be in place? The existing Opal readers will be in place until the new system?
Correct. That's
and they'll
part
be
of-
fully functional?
Correct. That is part of
Mhm.
the program.
Okay, thank you. What actions have been taken to address the projected $154 million annual shortfall in fare revenue due to the reader shortages?
I'm not sure of the shortfall that you're referring to.
I haven't made it up. There's a projected shortfall in the fare revenue. What action's been taken to address it?
Well, we do have obviously availability considerations on the technology. No technology is available 100% of the time. The performance is constantly monitored in terms of the various formats of the Opal readers that are available and when they're online.
Mhm.
But that is factored into our revenue projections. It's not something that is identified as an additional risk or impact. It is part of the availability of all readers.
Okay. So have bus operators experienced increased operational issues due to Opal system failures?
We did have, it was about this time last year, we did have, and it was discussed at the time, but we had connectivity issues with the rollover of the on-bus technology, which was also related to the move away from 3G. So modems that were on board on buses had to be reset. That is quite a sensitive technology, and some of the fixes that were put in place didn't work the first time around. While I don't have it to hand, I'm happy to take it on notice, but we certainly monitor on a weekly basis the availability of on-bus readers, and we are within our performance guidelines around those.
Okay, so have there been an increase in customer complaints related to the Opal system failures?
There was at the time, and certainly within transport, we've been very mindful of getting on buses and finding that readers don't work. My colleagues around me here all let each of us know when we've detected one of those buses, and we let the team members know who follow that up with the individual bus companies. I think it's fair to say that the on-bus Opal reader is the most sensitive of all of the technology that we have, and that's one of the reasons why Opal Next Gen will look to a more robust technology.
Okay, do you
It
tap
is
off,
20 years
Mr.
old.
Murray? You're tapping off?
Always tapping off.
Thank you. And how's Transport addressing those concerns?
So we did have a replacement program working with the provider. They tested a number of technologies and also a different patch that ran the software for the on-bus modems. That has definitely settled down. There are still failures, and we encourage people to report those. We work with the drivers but also the companies, but that has definitely stabilised in terms of the number of machines that are out on any given day.
Okay, thank you.
It's within about a 2% tolerance.
Okay. I don't know what that means in terms of raw numbers, but...
Well, 98% of them work according to the figures that we receive, but we do monitor for any spikes or any losses of network.
Where are we up to with the DKD designs on the buses and the manufacturing, the contribution margin?
We're taking that on notice.
Okay. Have you got that information this afternoon, though? Are we able to step through that?
Unlikely to have that this afternoon. Obviously, it's part of the contractual basis. We have got the team providing some information for you, but I don't anticipate we'll have that today.
Okay, so, but you can confirm that the contribution margin and profit counting towards the contribution margin is being used, right?
No, I can't confirm anything around the use or calculation of the margin. We are looking into that to your specific questions, and we'll take it on notice.
All right. Can you explain to me then if profit counting is used at all towards the contribution margin?
No, again, we'll have to look at that outside of this forum so that we can understand the calculations from the team, but I won't have that while we're here.
Okay. I don't need the detailed calculations, I just need to know if it's being used.
Yeah, I don't have that information yet, Mrs. Ward.
All right. But you will provide that on notice?
Indeed.
Thank you, Mr Murray. How much of the supply chain of Transport for New South Wales procurement comes from organisations on the United States Department of Defence blacklist?
Now, I would have to take that on notice. I'm aware of the reference to the blacklist amongst the battery supply companies, the Chinese battery supply companies. I'm aware of how that's been raised by US lawmakers, or certainly it was during the election campaign last year. I'm not aware of any other providers that have been named in relation to that might have any connection to the transport supply chain.
All right. Can you take that on notice, including any companies that Transport is aware of?
I should make the point that the blacklist you're referring to relates to defence products.
Certainly, but I'm just interested in Transport.
It would be unlikely to have any connection between us and defence products, but I'm happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. So, if you could take on notice that detail about what steps were taken to provide that answer. So, I'd like to know what steps you took to provide Parliament with that answer.
No problem. I'll take that on notice.
Thank you, Mr Murray. So the manufacturers, I think you said you won't ask that. Okay, I'll move on. Just want to ask about Parramatta Light Rail.
I might ask the Coordinator General to discuss some of those elements.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Collins. Where are we up to on Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2? Is that fully funded?
Stage 2.
Yep.
I will do exit left and hand over to my colleague Camilla Drover.
Thank you. Ms Drover's the future. You're
yes,
the
I
existing.
just do the existing.
Got it.
So you're aware that we've both received both state and federal planning approval for stage 2.
Planning approval, yep.
Yep, and we've awarded the contract for the enabling package for Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2.
Yep.
That was awarded. Construction is well underway, so that's the enabling bridge.
Yep.
And we are working towards the final business case for the balance.
You started?
We're working towards the final business case, updated business case, for the balance of Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2.
Okay, so is it fully funded, Stage 2?
The state has reserved funding for it, over $2 billion. We are in discussions with the federal government about the balance of the funding.
Okay, so as it presently stands, is it fully funded for Stage 2 on the present funding?
No.
Thank you. I think the previous minister confirmed that, so I just wanted to see if there was any update to that. Putting aside the federal government conversations, that's not, as it presently stands, fully funded for the whole of Stage 2?
Not the balance of the project, no.
Okay. Just on the enabling works, so the enabling works package is not the major works. That's correct, isn't it?
The enabling works is part of the full Stage 2 project. So it's 1.3 kilometres of a new light rail bridge across the Parramatta River. I believe it's the first crossing of the Parramatta River in about 30 years.
Yeah.
So that will provide a crossing for pedestrians, cyclists and buses.
Okay. And so then just on the business case, so the business case isn't complete. You're still waiting on to do the final business
It's an
case?
update to the final business
final
case,
business
yes.
Okay. And when will that be completed?
We hope to do that this year.
So complete the updated final business case in 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And then just back to the funding. So did you say that the New South Wales government is seeking federal funding to complete the project?
The New South Wales government has provisioned $2.1 billion towards the balance of the project.
Sorry, did you say that you are presently, New South Wales is seeking funding from the federal government?
There have been some discussions with the federal government about the balance of the funding.
You are presently having those, sorry, I just couldn't hear you.
There have been discussions with the federal government about contributions towards the balance of the project.
Have they concluded those discussions?
I don't believe they have concluded.
Okay, so is New South Wales seeking additional funding from the feds as we stand here today?
I believe so. Well, they have previously, yes.
What was the response previously?
I'm not sure those discussions are concluded.
Okay, So are there further discussions to get an outcome?
I believe so. I believe those discussions are still in train.
Okay. So what would the balance be then that would be needed on a 50-50 basis?
Well, it would depend on the final business case, which I said we are updating. So the exact figure will be subject to that completion of that work.
How much are we seeking? We've gone to the feds to say help us out. How much are we asking for?
I'm not sure we put an exact number on it because that will be subject to the final business case, but it's more an in-principle discussion.
Just wanted to ask a question about the upgrade of Tom Uren Place at Woolloomooloo. I understand that in March 2023, Tahi and the City of Sydney reached an agreement in relation to that, the Tahi would fund and deliver the upgrade in consultation with the community. Once the upgrade was complete, the city would enter a 50-year agreement to take on the ongoing management and financial responsibility for Tom Uren Place. Now, this is the place in Woolloomooloo owned by Transport for New South Wales. Where's that up to?
Owned by the Transport Asset Manager, which is the new entity that replaces Tahi. So yes, owned by Transport, and I'm certainly aware of those discussions. I would have to seek the exact status for you on notice, and I may be able to come back to you this afternoon on that.
Okay, so just a bit of recent history on this. So in November last year, the member for Sydney asked the former Transport Minister a question on notice about the status. The Minister at that time said the City and Tahi were in discussions about the proposed works and a deed, a development deed. I understand that Transport for New South Wales may have now told the City of Sydney they don't have the capacity to design and deliver the upgrade. Is there something substantial that has happened, Mr. Murray? If that indeed is the case, that's what I'm hearing from a number of stakeholders, as to why this may not be going ahead?
Again, I'd like to get that detail for you specifically. I don't have it in front of me. I know it has been a project that has been difficult from both a stakeholder and agencies working together to get the right outcome there for the community, and a number of avenues have been tried while that was under Tahi's management. I'll get an update for you and take that on notice so that we can provide the latest detail.
Okay, all right, thank you. That would be useful. Going to buses, and a particular bus route that constituents have contacted me about. So this one is the 252 bus route that used to go all the way into the city. It now terminates at North Sydney. People have to, basically to get into the city, they need to either change and get another bus or change at Crow's Nest or North Sydney to the metro, to get on the metro. Now, is that a common occurrence, maybe Mr. Collins, that some bus routes have been stopped in their tracks, if you like, to funnel people onto the metro? Is that really necessary, given that apparently in that area there are so many buses that seem to just go by people standing waiting to get on the bus because they're so crowded?
I might answer that one
Sure.
Initially, Ms. Fairman, if that's all right. Certainly at the time of the opening of the extension of the metro, we did institute a number of changes, both on the Pacific Highway corridor and also the M2 corridor, in terms of bus services that would, rather than carry all the way through and add to any congestion on the Harbour Bridge or the north of the city, would instead use Victoria Cross or Crow's Nest metro stations to channel more people through. And I would have to say, overall, we were really impressed by the way that passengers in the north of the city did adapt to those. Not everyone, of course, it suited their travel plans, and there were a number of other transitional bus arrangements that were put in place for a number of months, actually, while we ensured that people got used to the metro services in the north. I would have to look more particularly at the 252 and the impacts on that. I did want to add to one of your previous questions that actually in the last 12 months in metropolitan Sydney, we've made more than 1,000 bus service additions across the city. And we have done that by utilising services such as the change to Metro, by being able to redirect services to other areas. We've focused on school bus services as the first element there. We're doing a twice yearly analysis of where other bus routes could be modified to produce benefit for more people. And then we're thirdly, as a priority, looking at growth services. We're adding net additional services to the region. But all of that's being done under the elements that Mr. Collins spoke to, which at the moment, our highest capacity buses, the articulateds and the bendy buses, are at capacity on the Parramatta Road, Victoria Road, Pacific Highway and Pittwater Road corridors.
Thank you. That's useful information. So this 252, as I understand it, it is a 12-minute bus trip. So it just does seem a bit odd or a bit ridiculous, this person actually says, that they have to include a change to the Metro, which obviously does inconvenience, for example, more elderly passengers, passengers with a disability. But I've put that on your radar now. I'm sure you've got many on your radar. They've also said the 288 and 292 bus routes, as well as the 251, very often at overcapacity, zero space in the morning, going past people by the time they get to Lane Cove. So, as we know,
those Gore Hill services were deliberately targeted during the opening of the Metro. Yes, your correspondent talks about 12 minutes to keep going into the city. I do recall at the opening of the Metro we looked at that. It may be 12 up to 17 minutes from, say, Crow's Nest, then into the city on a direct run, whereas the Metro, that's 6 minutes under, with just 2 stops into the before you get to Martin Place.
Okay, thank you. The Western Sydney Airport Metro, once again, Mr. Regan. So we're expecting it to potentially be delayed now beyond April due to you've said here today it will be delayed beyond April 2026.
That's our current expectation, although we haven't resolved discussions around the actual revised date. But we do expect that there'll be a change.
When will that change be announced?
When we finish the discussions with our contractors and delivery partners. Clearly we need to land those discussions, and there is a lot of interest, understandably, from the federal government as well, from the airport company. So we are working to ensure that once we have a firmer range, that we can be upfront about that.
Okay, so this next question may not be you specifically, but so what steps are being taken now then to ensure that passengers who do arrive, so the airport opens, it opens to flights that potentially come in at 4 a.m, what is being done to ensure that those passengers who arrive at that time of the morning have transport that gets them to where they need to go, and we're not talking an expensive Uber or taxi?
I'm happy to take that, Peter. Thank you. We're working with Sydney Metro on any alternative services if there are delays to opening for the Metro line. In addition, I know we have discussed before the bus funding that we've received, and there'll be 6 new bus routes. At the moment, they're scheduled to run on 30-minute frequencies from 5 a.m. till 10 p.m. We do have rail runs till midnight and starts again at 4:30 a.m, and there are night ride buses in place, but we are looking at the whole network, and part of that planning work we're doing immediately is also looking at whether we can fund some additional services to meet the gap. We're actively looking at 24/7 services.
Okay, so we've got at least a 6-month delay. It will be longer now for the Western Sydney Airport. We're hearing it will be longer at least by the time the Western Sydney Airport is operational. Those first flights hit. So what happens to the passenger that arrives at 2 a.m? You've just said buses from 10 to 4 p.m or 5 a.m, till 10 p.m.
In fact,
5 a.m. till 10 p.m.
5 a.m.
Yep.
to 10 p.m.
Yep.
Yep. What's there at 2 p.m?
Yeah,
2 a.m. Sorry.
So that's what we're currently funded for. We're doing all the planning for it, and it'll be subject to an investment decision to be able to extend the services. But we are looking at night ride options and other service connections.
So is that a guarantee that passengers that arrive, let's just say between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. for ease, that they will have public transport to, say, get into the city or get to the North Shore?
Yeah, we're committed to putting the best services in that we can. We are definitely doing all of the planning for that, and we are putting things up through the budget process, so we'll be able to confirm in next estimates.
Thanks.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Benazia.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Rowe, I just invite you to come back to me with those answers on Bridge Road, the cycleway. I believe you had some...
Yes. So look, I've been advised the Bridge Road Friends, which is a community group,
Yes.
they did commission their own road safety audit. That was done in August last year, and that was sent to the Secretary under a letter dated the 3rd of December last year. You might note that we are upgrading the Bridge Street cycleway. So it was a temporary cycleway that was jointly developed by the City of Sydney and Transport.
Yeah.
It's now being developed as a permanent cycleway. So we have been working very closely with the City of Sydney, and we have implemented some additional safety measures for the cycleway.
Were any of those safety measures in response to the findings of the independent safety audit conducted by the Friends of...
Yeah, some of them align with some of the concerns raised in their own road safety audit, particularly around we are putting in 2 additional raised pedestrian crossings, and that's to prioritise the pedestrians and increase the visibility of pedestrians on that safety. There's also new and increased signage and new and increased line marking. And we're also reinforcing the previously implemented 40 kilometres an hour speed zone for the alignment. The other thing I should note is the works that the contract has been awarded. The works have not yet started on site, but before the works are complete and they're operational, we will be doing our own independent road safety audit, a further audit, and that will be ahead of the new facility opening for cyclists. And that will be an independent audit done by a party that hasn't previously been involved in the design or the delivery of the infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
We also will be responding to the Bridge Road Friends in the coming week, within a week.
Excellent, thank you for that.
Mr. Benazia, I also can confirm that the travel report that you spoke about is on our website, the New Zealand training trip. The total cost of that exercise was $2,190.97, and the full report is available there if you would like to look at that.
Yeah,
for your question on the Centre for Maritime Safety, 2.6 million of the 5.5 million relates to staff labour costs.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I just go back to maritime? Can I just go to some of these plans that are on your website, the South Coast Boating Network Plan. Now, I don't expect you to give me a detailed rundown on every boating access improvement opportunity, but can you tell me how many? Because obviously there's quite a few there, and some of them are medium to long-term prospects. Some of them aren't prospects at all, but how many of those, just a number figure, how many of those are you actively considering, and how many are you in the process of actioning?
I'll ask Howard.
I'm happy for that to be taken on notice, Mr. Collins. There's a lot to look at there.
Limited time. We definitely have a number of those schemes. As you know, Maritime now has responsibility for additional 121, I think, wharves and Crown land matters, and there are a lot of interest certainly in the South Coast about improvements from what was a pretty neglected system of maritime features before. Certainly can provide you on those, Mr. Benaziak, if you want more detail of progress to that.
Sure, and just I guess the same with the Kima Harbour revitalisation plan, whether you have any updates as to progress on
Say
that.
again,
Happy-
which harbour is that?
The Kiama Harbour
Kiama, yeah.
revitalisation plan.
Yeah.
If you, I'll notice any updates on where we are
I
with
will
that.
certainly provide that. Don't have it here.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Wynne, can I just go back to you with some point-to-point questions? Just with the Uber Rankin Hale trial at the airport, for want of a better term, when is that trial due to finish? Do we have an end date?
The Uber PIN trial was started in September. It's due to run for 12 months, so that's the expectation.
Okay. Have you seen an increase in fines or infringements being issued at Sydney Airport since the introduction of that trial?
No, we put quite strong safety rules around the trial, including that there should be a boom gate that Sydney Airport has at the entrance, and also that Uber needs to put its own staff at the curbside to also make sure that people are complying with the requirements. But we continue to go through it, both to get data out of Uber, but also to visit it ourselves, and again, both in uniform and non-uniformed officers as well.
Okay, so if you had to put a figure on it in terms of man hours in compliance, how much would there be since it's not just, I guess, since the trial?
Well, I'd have to take that on notice, but I think it's essentially people who they're already at the airport, so they will also make sure that they go through the Uber PIN area as well.
Okay. So do you have permanent staff at the airport? Is stationed at the airport?
They're not permanent, but they're regularly there.
Regularly there?
Yeah.
And by regular you mean?
Several times a week.
Several times a week?
If not more, depending on busyness of the airport, etc.
Okay. No problems. Can I go to the press release that was published around the driver vehicle dashboard? Can you confirm that includes rideshare drivers as well, or is it just taxis? I know the press release talked about tackling dodgy taxi drivers, but didn't talk about tackling dodgy rideshare drivers. So does the dashboard capture them as well?
So the current dashboard, even before that addition, has information about every driver, rideshare, taxi, and whether they meet and any changes to their eligibility. And that's where I said earlier, I think 70 million checks are done a year on that by rideshare and taxi companies. But what we've added most recently, that was under the press release, is information about fines that have been issued to for taxi drivers who overcharge or refuse to use the meter. That can be checked by anyone that they are applying to work for, whether it's rideshare or taxi company. We've also added information about rideshare or taxi drivers who refuse guide dogs as well.
Okay. And is there any way to measure how often rideshare companies are checking this versus taxi companies are checking? Like obviously the concern is that rideshare's overseas company possibly limited interest in the minutiae of our regulatory system. How often are they checking to see whether there's dodgy drivers that they don't want to hire?
Yeah, there's probably two parts to that answer. The first is that Uber, for example, runs its entire driver database past the dashboard every second day.
Okay.
And DD is a similar amount. I'd have to check exactly, but similar. In terms of their ability or willingness to comply with the regulatory system, I should just point out that we actually do take action against all companies, including Uber and DD, for any failures to check their drivers. And I'm currently prosecuting Uber. You may be aware, I'm currently prosecuting Uber in the courts for allowing a number of Uber Eats drivers to carry passengers, which is obviously not allowed under our law. They haven't made the changes to fix that as we directed, but I still believe that they shouldn't have allowed it to happen in the first place and were seeking fines. And similarly, last year I prosecuted and fined DD, and they received $100,000 in fines as well. So we do make them pay attention to the local regulation.
Okay, excellent, thank you. I guess what you talked about a 2 strikes and you're out system. What do you constitute a strike? Are you talking about an infringement notice or a prosecution?
The rule is the change to the law that the government made late last year is that there have to be, if there are 2 convictions for any of these overcharging offences after the 6th of December, that will see the person banned completely from the industry, and not just that they can't then drive for a taxi company, they can't drive for a rideshare company or anyone like that.
Okay. And is there an appeals process in that, or not at all?
We have to convict, a magistrate has to convict them.
Okay.
But if they are
Yep.
convicted twice, it's automatic. There's no appeal.
Sure, thank you. I think that'll do, and I won't go
Okay.
push the 30 seconds.
All right, we'll go straight to questions from the opposition.
Can I just
again.
pick up on one of those points that you raised? So did I hear you say that you can check on individual drivers?
We have information that we provide to the industry about
Yeah.
any drivers.
So it's only industry, it's through your industry portal. An
Yeah.
individual passenger can't get in and check how many prosecutions they've had or compliance issues.
They can't, because for reasons to do with the Privacy Act, there has to be consent given. So no, that's not possible. It essentially is the company that the driver is with or wants to work for.
Thank you. Can I ask about the further on the bus contracts, perhaps Mr. Collins or Mr. Murray? In relation to the contract management procedures, has Transport for New South Wales conducted a formal review of contract management procedures and delegations?
In general terms, obviously the task force went into a great detail of the operation and the management of those contracts. We've had the Auditor General's report as well, and we are actually carrying out an organisational change and as I said earlier, strengthening and changing the personnel involved to ensure that we carry out the management of the contracts in a way that obviously those recommendations came forward from the task force and the Auditor General.
Yep, aware of those two reports, but in terms of Transport for New South Wales, is there a formal review being undertaken by Transport for New South Wales of those contract management procedures and delegations?
As part of our operational review of our organisation, the best thing we can do is to ensure that resources, and we know of the limits of the current team, and the best thing is to put in two things. One, end up with an organisation with the capacity to deal with those matters, but also we're putting in some additional resources to deal with a number of those contract issues which are outstanding at the moment.
Okay, understanding that is forming part of your wider reorganisation, but I'll ask again, has Transport for New South Wales conducted a formal review of those contract management procedures and delegations, Mr. Murray?
No, our response relates to the bus task force and ensuring that we meet the 58 accepted recommendations of the 4 reports of the independent bus task force.
Mm-hmm.
They are the blueprint for the changes that
Yeah.
we're making within the Coordinator General's division and the bus contracting team. And as Mr. Collins has just said, we're adding resource to some of those key roles around contract management, asset management,
Yep.
and obviously the focus with our private bus companies around driver numbers and ensuring that they also get the fleet through that asset management approach, which up until now hadn't been a strength of the operation of the contracts.
Okay, so in relation to the Auditor General's recommendations, one of which was to review and address gaps in that contract management procedures.
Yep.
And delegations. So that, just to be clear, there hasn't been a formal review of those contract management procedures and delegations. It's, I think I understand
That's
you said it's part of your wider...
We certainly believe it's complementary to the work that is underway to respond to the task force.
Okay, but there hasn't been, I'm sorry to be pedantic, but there hasn't been a formal review separately.
Get the point.
No.
I mean,
no.
You could do one or the other. You could go and now have another formal review and look at it,
Yep.
or we could get on with organising our team
Yep.
to have effective resources which does the job,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what we're doing. And to supplement that, because obviously organisational changes take some time, with the Secretary's permission, we are now creating a number of teams which will assist in a number of areas. That includes contract management, vehicle allocation and fleet, the setting up of a team to deal with the pending contract renewals.
Yep.
And supporting some of the optimisation of the bus timetables.
Okay.
Those
and
are all ongoing.
Are they new staff and new positions, or is it reorganisation?
It's
of
a
existing
combination
teams?
of the two. To do this fast and effective, sometimes you can't sort of reorganise your current resource. We will bring in experts in the short term, but eventually the organisational changes we are live and going through now will reflect the organisation and also support both task force and Auditor General recommendations.
It's very general. So what specific gaps or issues have been identified in contract management procedures since 2023?
Without going through the whole task force recommendations or the Auditor General's recommendations, there are some clear headlines.
This is to address those recommendations in
Yeah,
the Auditor
there
General.
are
So
some
you
clear
referenced both the
headlines.
task force and the Auditor General's report. Addressing those recommendations is now on transport. So what specific gaps or issues have been identified in that contract management procedure since 2023?
Or its capacity and depth
Yep.
of skill sets, to
Yep.
be honest. You know, it was okay when we're doing the normal day-to-day thing 5 years ago with STA, but we now have a fully contracted out bus, metropolitan and ultra-metropolitan bus system, and those contracts are quite complicated, and therefore we need the capacity of numbers, dealing with volume, and also the capacity of people. We've got great people who've worked really hard, but we need to make sure in the operations area we focus to ensure we have the right level of resources.
Okay, can you be more specific in the operations area? What specific roles?
I thought I was big, but I'll try and be even
For
more
you,
specific.
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I think in terms of transport, the task force clearly says that this mode has been neglected over several years.
Yeah.
And one of the things we are doing, and my role, is to bring some of the thoughts and processes that I bring from other modes to say, how do we get things done? And one of those is, we were struggling with the number of trains, so we ordered more Waratahs. We're struggling with the number of buses, we're ordering more buses.
So within
It's
those
practical things which make the change.
Yeah, okay. So within those contract management procedures, though, what specific gaps in those have been identified?
As I said, it's about skills, whether that's legal, contractual, understanding, turning around claims, of which there are many from the current contracts.
You can assume I know the answer.
Providing that information is all part of that.
Okay, so providing that information. Yep.
I would say in addition to that, the structures as they were and the resource capacity meant that there was very little flexibility in adjusting to what bus contracts brought forward.
Yes.
And the changes that we want to see, as was just mentioned in the previous question about linking in with new services like the Metro. So being able to be more responsive to our bus providers is one of the elements that we are changing, and we are working to have some specific responses to that.
Yeah.
The other key one that leapt out of the Auditor General's report, which the team is working on, is complaint management.
Yeah.
There wasn't the space to both run the contracts and respond to public feedback, notwithstanding we knew that there was dissatisfaction with the services as they were being provided.
And what about working with the providers themselves?
Absolutely.
With that flexibility that they may need to provide
We've
services?
really strengthened the engagement with our providers. Part of David Callahan's role, who is supporting me in the task force, is to have regular, even last Friday, I think we had a forum with all the providers. We've worked very well and collaboratively on driver recruitment. There are a number of other areas that we want to work with the providers and also manufacturers and the supply chain itself.
All right. And what ability is there for them to provide that feedback on what flexibility might assist them to meet those timetabling changes, working with the penalties that are obviously difficult for them?
Greater than before. I think the important thing is, we're not a rollover and just hand out money transport organisation. We are quite firm in how we manage those contracts.
So
These organisations provided those contracts, but there again we want to be reasonable in our approach. And I have twice weekly engagements with senior figures from those contracts as well as my team
All
to
right.
understand their issues.
Okay, thank you. One of the other recommendations from the Auditor General was establishing regular audits of operator responses to customer complaints, which we just talked about. Has Transport for New South Wales established a formal audit process to assess the accuracy and effectiveness of operator responses to customer complaints?
We're working on that now.
That is something we'll be setting up. You know, this got all devolved down to the separate bus companies. Questions were raised about their effectiveness, timeliness, and certainly we get, as well as ministers get, complaints about that lack of response. We believe there is a new system, and we're working on a process as recommended to
And that process
assure that those things are being dealt with.
All right. When you say you're working on a process, is that process establishing a formal audit process?
Yep, we certainly support that recommendation.
But is
we
that
will
what the
have a
process is that you are undertaking now?
Yeah.
It is.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And in relation to the progression of those recommendations to be completed by December 2025, so this year, and implementing a strategic planning and enhanced data analysis, can Transport for New South Wales provide examples of how strategic planning has been used to address recent or emerging challenges in bus service performance?
I'm happy to talk to that.
Our strategy partner.
Thank you. So we have referred before to the medium-term bus plan. So we've got a dedicated service planning team that is looking at the 10-year horizon for services for bus as well as short-term, so up to 3 years. They are focused on, I think Mr Murray touched on this earlier, they are focused on growth services, timetable optimisation, so opportunities to make changes that benefit the passengers within the timetable, and also a focus on school services, which we know we get a lot of feedback on. So that has resulted in some of the uplift in services already, but we'll have a plan for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
Then the 10-year program really looks at growth, airport, other land use, and we are uplifting planning capability to support that.
Okay, and working with those providers on timetabling,
Yep.
do they have an ability to have input into that?
Yes, they
Rather
do.
than just being penalised for not meeting the timetable that's been strictly, if there's some flexibility, they can very often prioritise, for example, school children when there's a shortage or some other issue
Absolutely.
over private charter or other
Yeah,
issues.
so Mr Collins's team does that daily,
Yep.
I would say, but then they also receive feedback from the operators that they can implement as part of the contract and timetable changes. That is absolutely data we use for the medium and longer term planning as well.
Okay, thank you. I think Ms Merton will take over for the opposite.
Thank you. If I could pick up the issue of buses relating to the North Shore and the Northern Beaches, and I appreciate the Minister earlier today was announcing the acquisition of new buses. If I could just ask, in terms of the removal of the bendy buses, articulated buses, when were they removed from service?
I think it was about October. I have got the actual date, but it was last year. Little bit of backstory. I'll try and keep it short. These vehicles, built in 2005-6, had a slightly different body design. STA had found cracking on them before and done some welding up. But when we did a thorough investigation on one of these vehicles, we found that the cracking, when the vehicle was completely stripped down, was sufficient for us, our engineers, to recommend that the fleet was withdrawn. That's 83 vehicles. Most of them, or 50% of them, are in the Northern Beaches area. As present, 6 of them are all taken apart. We are working. We've built the prototype. Volvo have provided the new modified turntable chassis, which makes the vehicle flex in the middle. That vehicle should be going through its final engineering design assessment, and then those 6 vehicles we've air freighted in from Volvo 10 of the chassis, and others will become by ship, and we're productionised that. We're going to go to tender for the repair of up to 50, maybe larger number of those vehicles. to speed up the response, because if you have one manufacturer doing it, you get a long line of buses waiting to go.
Thank you very much. Mr. Collins, so that was the removal of 83.
83, they're
83.
not all for the North Shore,
Sure.
but over half of them were. And therefore, you were lacking that capacity, which was much needed on the North Shore services.
And Mr. Collins, what did that represent in terms of the loss of seat numbers and capacity and passenger numbers? The removal of 83 articulated vehicles from the bus fleet.
I could give on notice that a lot. You know, an average bus, a rigid bus, capacity of 50 seats plus a few standing, where we know, and I use most days, those articulated vehicles coming down Elizabeth Street, they carry over 100 people at a time. So we had a significant loss. It's a shortage of vehicles itself, and then the ones we could substitute were smaller. So it's like a double whammy. That's why people have been waiting at bus stops. That's why there's been a challenge for us in moving those people.
Mr. Collins, and as you rightly say there, the impact on commuters has been significant, and I make reference to the very strong representations from the member for Willoughby, Tim James, on this. I think there's been over 50 representations relating to this. I mean, we've got reports still coming from, and I recognise Anna Usher of the Mossman Collective. We've got reports 700 metre queues, commuter chaos, kids late and school. That was as of the 26th of February. Then on the 4th of March, another report, 400 commuters waiting, queues at the CBD out of control.
Yes, I've been there. There's even a post from me with probably about 2,000 people with David Callaghan and the great bus people were trying to load on that particular day.
Thank
you. We do know this issue. We can't deny it. This is a major issue. What my job, my team's job is to, as a minister, we're very grateful the minister announced some additional double-deckers and some additional articulated vehicles.
So, Mr. Collins, I guess just in short, in the interim, what can be done to alleviate this situation before the new vehicles hit the road?
We are doing everything possible. Marshalling, identifying. We have prioritised on schools. We don't want to leave school children behind. Therefore, adults, I've apologised to you now. You may actually have longer to wait and your services are disrupted.
In terms of some more specific details around that, Mr. Collins, is that something you might want to take on notice?
At the end of the day, let me be frank about it. There's not a lot you can do if you haven't got a bus to drive. And I can't conjure up buses from thin air. For Sydney, they are specifically required. We have hold on to old buses. We're readjusting the fleet. As soon as those electric vehicles arrive in Brookvale, we will cascade other vehicles around the network to share the pain of those vehicles being removed.
Okay, all right, thank you. If I could go to Mr. Regan and just pick up issues around the industrial action relating to the delay on the South West Metro, and if I just quote from the minister, on his media release relating to these delays, industrial action has been very disruptive. Mr. Regan, what would be the financial cost? I appreciate we've gone through what the environment, but the financial cost of this industrial action?
That's a question we're working through at the moment. Within the project budget, we have contingencies for certain.
Is that something you could take on notice for us in terms of the financial cost?
Just to be really upfront, we don't have that answer yet because, as I mentioned earlier, we are still working through with each of our contractors what the impacts will be, and we need to resequence it. So once we've got a better sense, we'll use the contingency obviously we've got in the project. So it may not all be incremental, but it is used. There's definitely been a budget impact. So we'll work with it.
And in terms of interim measures on this, we're getting reports from commuters about on the T8 line that you're overloaded, no room. Is there anything being done in that space?
I wonder where that one might
I'm happy to address the T8 line specifically as a result of the Bankstown line being closed. Yes, so we have seen, in addition to the use of the South West Link buses to Sydenham, we've seen an increase in the number of passengers travelling up to Lidcombe on the rail network on the T6 line, and also some are heading south to access the T8 line into the city, particularly the faster trains that run from Campbelltown. So that is a pattern that we've seen. We generally see the middle of the week being busier than the Monday and the Friday. Haven't had people left on platforms, but certainly trains are fuller, and we're seeing that some of that patronage may well be passengers that are coming off stations that were on the Bankstown line.
Okay, thank you.
I know, I was just going to follow up just very quickly. Sorry, no mercy rule. I just want to thank you all for being here today too. Just on the buses, Mr. Collins, so if those buses are due to be delivered, did you say September this year?
Which buses are we talking about?
North Shore, North
Bendy.
Yeah,
the new
Bendy
diesels
and the
many
Northern
that
Beaches.
start to be, I think clarifying, start to be delivered towards the end of 2025.
So
yes, certainly September, October, we might see those first ones coming through, depending obviously on the order process and the delivery.
And so foreseeably, until then, or even starting then, there is not likely to be a change for those people
Repaired
on the
ones will
North
be
Shore and Northern Beaches.
Repaired Arctics will be back. We're hoping, as the Minister talked about earlier today, that the first of those vehicles will be back on the road April, May. There will be a steady stream of those coming back, probably at least 50. There will be the arrival of the electric vehicles into Brookvale and other locations as those deliveries get made. Custom Denning are delivering 25 vehicles, which will allow us to move forward with displacement of other vehicles.
Can I say one more? And just on that, are there any other buses, to your knowledge, that might be available, that may not be in that area, may not be within that zone, that could potentially be made available? Any buses sitting idly?
Mrs. Ward,
Pardon the pun.
that is one of the levers that we have in fact pulled through the Coordinator General's office. It does mean that some Sydney commuters in areas outside of the North Shore and Northern Beaches as well may have seen some older buses back on the road, where we've been able to re-provision those for service. We've also moved some of the double-deckers that may use the M2 corridor onto the Northern Beaches.
We'd be grateful for those historic ones that you bring out on the Harbour
we
Bridge.
did a great job with Biennale with heritage vehicles.
Grateful for anything. Thank you. We're not getting a Northern Beaches tunnel, so a bus would be good. Thank you.
Don't fit.
Okay, questions from the Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I've only got 3 questions, and hopefully we can call it a day. Mr. Wing, just finally on the trial at the airport, is there a terms of reference or a set of metrics you are going to use to measure the effectiveness or the impact of the trial after September?
I have, for the parts that I did, which is essentially putting safety obligations on, I have a compliance framework for measuring that. The broader policy question will be something that I think Transport for New South Wales will probably have to advise the Minister on, but I will certainly have a compliance framework for assessing that part of it.
Okay, so Mr. Murray, will there be a set of terms of reference that you'll use to evaluate effectiveness?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
We'll work through that with our policy team and in conjunction with the point-to-point Commissioner.
Okay. And Mr. Collins, the sand management trial has finished, but obviously it's still, the system's still being used. Is the review of the trial started yet, or is that?
You're talking about the...
at the Coffs Harbour.
Coffs Harbour sand management trial, yes. I think Mr. Sandy, or whatever the guy who's facilitated that, that was on his registration when I was there at Coffs Harbour.
Yeah.
I think the trial has concluded. We are evaluating that now. We've had some experts in to understand whether the challenge of that particular area is going to be maintained, or whether we have to continue to carry out a permanent
You don't have an ETA.
sand management.
You don't have an ETA on when that.
No, I could find that out for you. I'd certainly in discussions with the ED on that.
Okay, sure. And my last question, one of my staff members has been admiring your tie all day, and he wanted me to ask, where can he get one?
Well, this is actually maybe New York Transit Museums.
There's no way to get one of those.
Online,
Mark.
No.
But and I will also say thank you for your patience on Camay Wharf. I know you called it a an elephant of a project, but we have seen an elephant recently there because we've spotted a dugong apparently in the area, which is related to an elephant.
I can't promise I won't do a John Farnham and come back and ask more questions.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I've got one more. I'm sorry for Mr. Oven. You can take it on notice. I'm sorry. Warringah we're getting personal now. Warringah Freeway upgrade. Is it possible to get better signage southbound for the Military Road off-ramp? Many people miss it. I've been in an Uber and gone over the bridge and back again, missing the signs.
We appreciate that feedback. So southbound.
Yeah, so coming from Narrabeen, heading south, one turn off to get on in the middle lane to get to the Military Road.
We could always
left turn. If you miss it, you are across the bridge for hours.
Put up on the VMS
We've all done it.
Mrs. Ward, turn left.
Thank you. And Uber driver also, please do. It's so easy to miss.
There's a particular one-way street near where I live.
I have had hundreds of complaints, can I tell you? So many people.
It's degrading.
It is. But it's terribly signed. It's very quick. It's in the middle of 2 lanes. It's very easy and for all those poor tourists.
Okay, everybody's getting overexcited because we are 40 minutes early, unless the government wants the final 15 minutes.
Suggestions? No, I don't. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, could I address just one point before
Yes,
we set
Mr.
up
Murray.
we will set up a kiosk outside for any other requirements.
Gosh, don't do that.
I just wanted to confirm a previous answer relating to the statement of corporate intent for the point-to-point commissioner. It was correct that the last edition of that statement was issued by Minister Elliott. A renewed statement of corporate intent is being developed at the moment and will be provided to the Transport Minister.
I bet it is.
Okay.
That was good.
Thank you. That's a wrap for today. Thank you so much for attending. Some of you are attending over 2 days in a row. We obviously really appreciate it and the hard work you all do. The committee secretariat will be in touch for the questions that you took on notice, and of course we'll have supplementary questions, no doubt. Thank you. Thanks
Thank
for
you all
tuning
very
in
much.
as well.
We do
That's
appreciate
the end of our
for all your
session
hard
today.
work. Thank you.
Thank you.